through a program called Cyber Patriot and through the United States Air Force Civil Air Patrol. I took the team over and fell in love with it. We started at the age of 12, work all the way through high school. I want them to know how to take care of themselves and protect their information, protect themselves, protect their families. We've got kids that have graduated through my program that are now working for the government. I've got folks that are working in corporations looking for cyber threats and how do we prevent them. Cisco's been heavily involved. If you have something that you have on your heart or a passion that you want to reach out and do, talk to your manager. The satisfaction of seeing these kids grow, seeing those light bulbs go off, that's my payment.
Between curious kids and the future of cybersecurity, there's Roy Vestal.
My name is Lucy, is my English name. Chinese name is Xiu Fan. I come from Beijing, China. I have been working in Cisco for 19 years. I'm a sales manager in customer experience team. I think Cisco is really a great company. Cisco support us giving back live days. We have some energy. We have the eager from the heart. So everybody, when they know what I'm doing, they just raise hand. Lucy, give me a chance. I want to join. I can make something happen. I work for the Green and Shine Foundation since 6 years ago. They had a lot of programs, but the major program is support rural teacher and rural children for the reading program. The children really need resources to support them and to get the learning capability to support their future. We actually leverage Cisco some technology like WebEx. We provide some training to the teacher. They can, improve their skill and their reading knowledge, and they can know the word better. I think together we have a big power. Is not only one or two children can benefit from that. I'm proud of that.
Between rural school kids and a universe of learning, there's Lucy Guo.
Okay, give it a try.
Between wisdom and curiosity, there's a bridge. Between ideas and inspiration, trauma and treatment.
Gained a couple of more pounds since last time.
That's good for the baby.
Between the people and their leaders.
Affects the heart.
How's the hospital?
It's been very busy. It was busier today
Than yesterday.
When are you gonna come back?
Collaboration.
And we have in the center.
And creativity.
You don't want that sketch to compete with the image.
Between the moments that make us who we are and keeping them safe, private,
That's great.
and secure, there's WebEx.
Beautiful.
A very warm welcome to Day 3 of Cisco SecCon APJC 2020, the largest Cisco security event in India. Today, we are extremely happy to host our customers as part of today's conference. We never look to the future with more anticipation than we do today. Business resilience is a critical component of sustainability. Cybersecurity plays a very important role in today's challenging situation. I once again thank each one of you for being a part of Cisco SecCon APJC 2020. Cisco SecCon is where you get the business and technology insights needed to securely perform and transform now and in the future. This year, the SecCon is going virtual, but the experience is more immersive, engaging, and exclusive. You will have an opportunity to interact with industry leaders, cybersecurity experts, and Cisco security leadership team during the sessions today. An interesting virtual visit to Cisco Security Experience Center is also added in the afternoon today. While we encourage each one of you to watch the Cisco SecCon sessions at your convenience and type in your questions in the Q&A panel, our security experts will answer your questions during the session. So ladies and gentlemen, time for you to sit back, enjoy, and interact. Well, also moving forward, I would also like to remind you about our virtual gaming session. Must say that the past 2 days, the energy and participation was incredible. I'm definitely expecting the same today with our customers. The rules and regulations will remain same, but I will still take you through the rules and regulations a little later part of the day. All you have to do is participate, be alert, be active, and win some exciting prizes all for yourself. On that very note, I would once again thank each one of you for being a part today. And as we start the day, I would like to start off with a welcome note, and let's quickly have a look at the intro video.
Hello customers, welcome to SecCon 2020. We've been waiting for this virtual event for a long time. And this pandemic has taught us how interconnected we as humans. For a cybercrime to occur, you need to have a victim, a motive, and an opportunity. And there is a strong human element in the whole cybersecurity kill chain. The attacker is a human, the victim is also a human, and the defenders, like you, are also a set of humans. So there's a strong interconnect as humans when we battled out this cybersecurity space. I thank each and every one of you who had made to this event, and we've battled this pandemic hard for last 9 months, shown how human resiliency is hardwired within us. This event is all about you, the cyber warriors who kept the bad guys out and kept your business continuity plan running and kept the lights on. It was hard, but trust us, it's going to be rewarding more further in terms of learning how to kick the bad guys out. Let's understand the shift in the security market. The security market has been there for at least three and a half decades. And it's moved from a standalone firewall industry to an antivirus and a threat-focused industry. And right now, we are moving into an era of a time-based approach. And there are 3 parameters which is actually driving it. Time to hack, it's decreasing, but it's completely external. And we don't control majority of the time to hack part of it. But there are 2 important parameters which is actually emerging for us, which is as security practitioners, looking at time to detect, how do I decrease that? How do I decrease my time to remediate, which is time to detect, which is in few months, and time to remediate is in few days. This session, we're going to cover how, as cyber warriors, you're going to control these 2 parameters, which is very much within your circle of influence. Let's look at what's happening on the first parameters, which is very external to us. The time to hack. We're clearly seeing a shift towards triggering more of geopolitical nature based attacks. And if you look at the recent reports, which was submitted on 10th of October, the House of Commons Committee in UK, it clearly articulated for 5G trials a particular vendor from a particular country is going to be not entertained because they started questioning the ownership model and the country had close to about 100,000 cybersecurity force, which is attacking the globe. And they also questioned about the funding, how the group has been sort of funding, and also the relationship towards the APT10 group for that particular country. And this public report, it's very interesting for you to look how the trigger has been more geopolitical. Never before we've seen Facebook and Twitter actually doing takedowns. And these are political in nature across about 9 countries, where they actually looked at banning the content, which is not in purview of their acceptable policy. For the first time, these 2 companies went ahead and then did takedowns. We all know ransomware has been a few bitcoins, but for the first time we saw a ransomware demand of close to about 20 million for one of the leading software companies in Germany, close to about 20 million, which was a network hack. The data was encrypted and the backup was overwritten. No more ransomware is bitcoins, but the ransomware demands are anywhere between 1% to 9% of the total annual revenue. And that's what we are seeing in the market. And today we are seeing targeted attacks. Even India was having a very targeted attack from a group called Transparent Tribe, targeting the defense, armed forces, and the employees. And email vector was the actual seed process per se. So we are going to shift into a very more targeted attack from geopolitical nature point of view. And that's what we are seeing in the market. So the parameter which is very much time to hack is on reduction because it's state funded. And today it's available cybercrime as a service. And the RVL group, ransomware group, actually put out a post for recruitment, close to about $1 million of bitcoins being posted saying, we are recruiting. And that's a very professional recruitment for a very wrong cause. And we are seeing the emergence of groups which are very, very specifically targeted to financial sector. And Fin11 group has re-emerged back. So there is a strong correlation which is being found in studies. And in fact, the recent study done in UK, where there is a strong correlation between the events and the cybercrime attacks. Whenever a government runs a program and that program is being targeted. So we are stepping into an era where it's a perfect storm, where time to hack is actually reducing, and it's not in our circle of influence. That leaves us with 2 parameters, which is very much in our hands, which is time to detect and time to remediate. Let's look at what's happening in the Indian market as such. And we painstakingly took all the vulnerabilities posted by Certain for the last 6 months, and we looked at what is the pattern which is actually emerging. Year 2019, we saw a very strong network-based attacks. But come the pandemic, from March to September, what we saw as a vulnerability and what we tied it back into the attack vector, we saw some interesting trends, which we thought we will leave it across back to you. Email vector continues to rule the roost. And it's important, so important, ever than before. We all thought it's a standard vector and we had all the control. But this is the time where you need to relook at that, because majority of the attacks are actually passing through the email vector. Building layers of anti-phishing and domain protection was never more important than ever before now. And we also saw interesting identity theft, which has been the root entry point is from the cloud. And we call it as a cloud jacking. That's where the reason for you to strengthen your multi-factor authentication and also look at geofencing your admin access. Cloud visibility was the single most defined ask by the CISOs. And there is an imminent race between the hackers and the defenders on controlling the endpoint. The remote desktop protocol vulnerabilities was sold as high as about $22 in the marketplace, in the dark marketplace, because that's what the hackers are actually going for. What it used to be your last line of defense has become as the first line of defense because of working from home. And customers are shifting gears to understand what is the security posture analysis during the pandemic situation. Incident response was the most sought after service. And sadly, we still see customers focusing more towards the malware and not the path at which the malware or the attacker actually came. And there is a heightened ask and needs for cyber drill and also employee training because of work from home. So when we shift gears, what are we hearing from our customers? Cisco did a benchmarking report with the CISOs and the IT decision makers across about 13 countries, across 2,800 security professionals. And two things emerge out as a key metrics, which is your performance on time to detect, how quickly you detect, and time to remediate, which is what you need to report back to the board. And when we look at the time to detect, what are the dependencies and what are we seeing in the market? When we look at a preventive approach and also map it up with an attacker continuum, what organizations are trying to control is the attacker dwell time. The point at which the attacker makes an entry and the time what he does from a reconnaissance will help. If you are able to reduce the attacker's dwell time, you're controlling the lateral movement. You're actually preventing your assets from a horizontal attack, what the hacker would actually eventually do. And also, if you reduce your attacker dwell time, you're reducing the impact, reducing the amount of data exfiltration. So organizations have actually focused a lot towards how do I get an early detection, because it's going to reduce the attacker's dwell time. And we at Cisco, when we looked at what are the hurdles the CISOs are actually facing, interesting insights came in, and we thought of sharing it back to you. What are the hurdles for time to detect? How challenging is to orchestrate alert from multiple security vendors? Close to 53% have said it is becoming very, very a challenging part. Close to about 28% said it's extremely challenging. And I call this problem as console hopping. You have a point product which was addressed for a point problem, and it doesn't give you the entire threat dashboarding per se. And that's, if you sum it up, the challenging and somewhat challenging, it's as high as about more than 80%. And that's significant. And the alert fatigue, what the customers are actually going through, more than 70% of people have said, like, the number of alerts what I'm dealing with on a daily basis is more than 50,000. That is significant. And people are increasingly moving towards how I'm going to sort of increase automation, as high as about 77%. So if you have to actually reduce your time to detect, you've got to address these three big problems: automation, alert fatigue, and your console hopping. And the complexity is mired more because we've created a zoo of multiple vendors. And 86% of customers have actually told us that the number of security vendors range from 1 to 20. And that's a significant problem. And interestingly, when we looked at the timeline, more and more customers are actually doing the vendor consolidation piece. That's an important element because that's going to reduce your time to detect. In summary, customers are saying us, we got to increase our visibility, we got to increase our analytics capability, and most important, threat intelligence. What do we see as our indicators of compromise in our setup? How do I get your global threat intelligence and mash it up and then get what's the threat, what I'm actually getting into? So automation and orchestration is a fundamentally important tool for you to reduce your time to detect. Shifting gears to time to remediate, interesting insights of what is actually causing them the downtimes: malware, malicious spam, and phishing attacks, and ransomware. And that's where the market is actually headed towards. And the bigger problem, what they're saying is patching. How do I make sure that my systems are patched? And the so-called the Tuesday patching is what the CISOs and the CIOs are actually battling with today. And that's coming out very evidently from our survey. And in terms of time, downtime, 45% of people have actually said it's anywhere between 5 to 16 hours. That's quite a lot of downtime. Having said that, the time to remediate becomes a little bit more complex when you have your attack surface expanded to a hybrid cloud. You have your endpoint, you have your application, and as well as your on-premise network part of it. So we are getting into an era where your time to detect and time to remediate needs to be reduced. And this is what CISOs are putting in as the key focus areas for during the COVID time. There are 6 large buckets, what they're telling us, saying absolutely these are important. One is about cyber preparedness, which talks about incident response, remote working policy, and also security operations. Never was security operations important in the pandemic stage. And of course, how do I maintain privacy during the pandemic in terms of reporting back to the health officials? And how do I prepare from a training point of view for remote workforce against socially engineering attacks? And I'm going to look at my SLAs with our managed security service providers and also my integration players per se. And we want to leave you with a practitioner checklist. And it's more prescriptive in terms of looking at your incident response, looking at your cyber drills, looking at reworking your playbooks during the pandemic, and how do you actually strike the balance between privacy and how you actually report back to your health employees per se from a record keeping. We also had a huge demand coming in from remote worker, and that's where the importance of having a zero trust framework, which you will hear from the rest of the conference, and the race to actually protect endpoint through your EDR and also improving your cloud-based authentication. And that's becoming an important point. And the training part of your employees during your pandemic times, because your first line of defense is actually the endpoint, and your human firewall needs to be augmented with more amount of training. Security operations, people are revalidating their SecOps testing, looking at their microsegmentation, endpoint hardening, and also enhancing the security logging and monitoring capability. And also the SLAs with the vendors are being reworked. We thought we'll leave across the practitioner checklist as well. And we at Cisco look at our security portfolio. We broadened our portfolio through a set of acquisitions, but we've been working very hard and diligently in terms of making sure there is a uniform platform approach, what we built over last 3 to 4 years. And the way we did it was looked at developing more cutting edge integration with our AMP as a common denominator from a software connector point of view. Our Meraki acquisition had AMP connector, our Umbrella had AMP connector, and Duo is integrated with AMP for endpoint. So although the integration was during the AMP phase, but today we are going to walk you through a platform story, and it's the perfect answer to reduce your time to detect and time to remediate per se. And this is so important because you will hear a lot about our SecureX platform, which actually culminates the security pieces of our different acquisition and building a common unified dashboard from a detection to remediation. How do you automate it and actually reduce the time to detect and time to remediate? This is the most exciting part, which you will hear from the rest of the speaker. Let me shift gears and then tell you what's ahead of us for the day. You're going to take a deep dive on SecureX platform, which will actually reduce your time to detect and time to remediate. And you're going to hear it from the actual engineering experts, Al, Huger, and Nassif. And we touched upon the cyber trends attacking from a state sponsorship point of view. And we do have Dr. Ajit Bajpai, Director General of NCIPC, walking us through what he's seeing through his lens. And we also have interesting insights from Rama Vedashri, CEO of Data Security Council, on how growing the digital economy with cybersecurity as a pillar. And we have an exciting panel discussion on cyber resilience from the industry speakers. That's going to be an exciting area for you to learn from leading industry experts. We do have Mr. Durga Dubey, Chief Information Officer for Reliance, and we do have Arup Chatterjee from WNS, Dilip Panjwani from L&T, and Jackson Fernandez from Adani Group, and Upendra from HCL. We also have the Talos Group technical leader coming and talking about how they are actually defending and kicking the bad guys out as a threat from a threat intelligence point of view. We spoke briefly about Zero Trust, and my leader, John Maynard, who is the Vice President for Global Security Sales, he's going to walk you through real-life cases of how Cisco's Zero Trust framework has helped customers, followed with an online gaming and the Security Experience Center, where you're going to see the live action. With this, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us in SecCon 2020. It's going to be an exciting content sharing where we will learn from these inputs, and looking forward to have a meaningful interaction with you all. Thank you. Back to you, Afshan.
Thank you so much, Vishal, for the welcome note and also taking us through the agenda for the day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Cisco keynote, Secure X. Let's have a look at the intro videos.
All right, SecCon 2020. Thank you very much for allowing me to come speak to you today. As my name in big lights on the slide said, I'm Al Huger. I'm the VP and GM of our security platform and response business. And today, what I'm going to walk you through with my colleague Nassif Edras is the SecureX platform that we built here at Cisco. What you will see, if I've done my job right, is an overview of why we've built this platform and what its capabilities are at a really high level. And we can get down in the weeds as well during Q&A. We'll also have a demo of the product, which is probably the part that you're all most interested in. It's the part that I'm most interested in watching, which Nassif will be going through with us. And what you'll find during my presentation is that the reasoning as to why we built SecureX cleaves very closely to the world that Vishak just painted for you. We look at when we build a new product, one of the things we focus on are what are the challenges that our customers are faced with. Now, in security, there's no shortage of challenges. As it is, you already have the most difficult job in IT today, and failure in your role has the most profound consequence that any business can face right now. And COVID's made it a great deal more difficult, but the job was already very hard. So one of the challenges that we keyed on when building SecureX ties very closely to what Vishak was talking about, which is if you look on the right-hand side of the screen, these are the technologies that you have to be able to use from a category perspective every day in your job. Within each of these categories, there are dozens, hundreds of products that are available to you. And unfortunately, the majority of these products don't operate well together. That's a problem when it comes to things like time to remediate and time to detect. Because time is the one currency that's extremely rare for you as a practitioner, because everything you do is measured now in minutes, in days, and failure means business business continuity loss. It means ending up on the front page of your local paper. It means a lot of things that are very disastrous for a company if you get your job wrong. And unfortunately, you're in a place where you have to be right every single time. And that's a very tough job to have when your attackers have all the time in the world to be right only once. So interoperability among products in your environment is a problem that we're focused on solving. It allows you to answer questions that are really basic, but very difficult today in a disparate environment, such as, if I see something in my environment, how bad is it? What is my level of exposure to a problem that I've uncovered or identified? Or if I'm learning about something on the internet today, do I have it in my environment? And if so, how did it get there? And then if I can even answer those questions combing across all the products that I own, then I have to figure out how I can remove it and how I remove it quickly with all of the products that I have in my environment that probably don't work very well together. Now, COVID has added an extra level of complexity to this. When COVID started, the majority of your users lived inside of an environment where they were protected by the extraordinary amount of investment you put into security over the years. That is, web proxies and firewalls and malware detection at the gateway and the internet level, DNS level controls, et cetera. And you still have those when your users are inside of your environment, but they're also at home now. So the one perimeter that you had to guard before, maybe the 4 perimeters you had to guard before, are now multiplying to the degree that every single user you have represents a new perimeter. And they represent a new network that you have no control over. And in many cases, they are now using the same equipment that you've given them to work at home with, obviously, but also to do all the other things they do when they're at home. So you have work assets that are exposed to risks that have never been present before for them, widening your surface of risk extraordinarily. When you marry all of that together, it means that you are now more than ever pressed to respond to things faster and more effectively. Now, unfortunately, the industry has given you a gift of plenty. You have more security vendors than you could possibly ever engage with. I think at last count, it was a little over 3,000. For those of you who have had the opportunity to go to shows like RSA or other vendor conferences, they're claustrophobic. There's so many vendors in play here. And while there's an extraordinary amount of vendors, there's a very little interoperability between them. Vishek mentioned there was 20 plus vendors in many environments today from security, but in terms of actual tools, that can be over 75. And in some cases, these tools actually are from vendors that don't exist anymore. Yet our customers are still heavily reliant on them from a response perspective, and they use them every day in their day-to-day work. Of course, this leads to reduced effectiveness. Just about 80% of the CISOs say it's difficult to orchestrate alerts, something that Vishek brought up earlier. Now, this is actually really important because I see a lot of incident response in my job, and it's very common for me to see a company who's in a position where they're responding to an incident where they did get alerted about it. They just couldn't get to it because it was buried in the many consoles that they have to manage every day and the thousands of alerts they need to comb through in order to arrive at a place where they can take action on something. So this, for us, is where SecureX comes in. Now, at a high level, SecureX is a cloud-native platform that we use to tie together a number of different things in your environment. It isn't dependency that does configuration management and everything for you. It's very heavily focused on tying together detection analytics for the products that you have, meaning a heads-up view of all of the security offerings in your environment that give you threat-related data that you need to be able to action. It gives you one place to be able to see that, but it's not simply a dashboard. These dashboards that we do provide are highly actionable and they're customizable. You can actually drive a response from them. We also are very focused on investigation and remediation. So from one single place inside of this console, we allow you to actually stop threats and block threats and be able to respond to them in real time as you see them visually displayed to you in a very easy to work format so that you cut down hours of response time or days in some cases in order to get a threat remediated. We've also focused on the ability to orchestrate, automate, and get tasks that are very manual in nature down to short periods of time in a very simple way for you. Because we realize there's 2 things in play here. One, you will always have more problems than you have hands. And it's our goal to make the time to respond to an issue very, very short so that you can break down that time to response and time to detect, obviously. And we're looking to automate that so that it isn't always a manual effort. Now, within that framework, we've also tied together the ability for different parts of your organization to work together in tandem. So your security operations teams, your IT operations teams, your network operations teams can work issues together so that you can solve these issues in workflows together. You can keep notes on cases that you're running together. And you don't have to do it just from the SecureX console. One of the things that we've developed with SecureX is a different way of thinking about how you operate on a day-to-day basis. You don't need another dashboard. I'm very confident that you already have too many. One of the things that we've built in addition to the one place to go to get the data is something called the ribbon. And that is a ribbon that's embedded in this slide. You can see it in the actual graphic at the bottom. It says Casebook on it, SecureX. This ribbon is embedded in all of our products. And you can actually use it with a web browser on any web-enabled product. So it isn't just Cisco products. So while people are working on incidents, they can share information back and forth. They can remediate, they can push actions, and they don't necessarily have to visit the SecureX console to do that, because we realize that more console switching is not necessarily to your benefit. Now, when we look at the high-level principles that we applied to SecureX when we were building it, the first is that it had to be an integrated and open platform. When we say integrated, we mean certainly all of Cisco's products that are security related in nature are integrated into this platform for response and investigation and orchestration. But we recognize that there are very few environments in the world that are only Cisco in nature, as much as we wish that was different. The reality is that you have a litany of security products that work inside your environment, and we must be able to integrate them. So we have an API first strategy where we publish all of our APIs. And if your products have APIs, integrating them is very simple and straightforward to do. Our goal here is to make SecureX something that all of your products can share in so that you can get the cumulative security benefit. It's sort of like turning all of your security products from a threat perspective into one product. Now that leads to extraordinary visibility. We wanted to unify all of your threat data in one place, give you the visibility in a very short period of time so you could act against threats very quickly and highly efficiently. Now, in addition to just having that data in one place to make it efficient, there is obviously orchestration that plays in that as well. So you can tie together common tasks. Now, when we talk about integrations, these are built-in integrations that come turnkey for many products already. We also allow you to build your own and customize them in a way that doesn't require an extraordinary amount of skill, low code, no code, drag and drop abilities to bring workflows to life that tie products together so they can action things together. Now, I mentioned the ribbon. We also have single sign-on. So for all of Cisco's security products and for many of our cloud and on-premise products, we allow one seamless login across the entire portfolio. You log in once, you use everything afterwards. So there isn't the constant re-authentication and logging into multiple platforms. You just come into one place and we operate it for you. The dashboards that we provide are meant to be very highly customizable to exactly what it is you're looking for relative to the product that's plugged into that dashboard. So we allow for multiple views in each of the products that are integrated that are of most value to you. And we allow you to have multiple different dashboard setups throughout SecureX. So you can focus on things like incident response or email phishing campaigns or whatever it is that's driving your security needs at the time into a discrete area where you can operate from them. Now, at the core of the platform is threat response. At the end of the day, that's what many of us have to do in our day-to-day jobs. And it is find the threats and remove them and do it very, very quickly. That is a fundamental pillar that SecureX offers through threat response, which we'll touch on a little later in the presentation. And I believe Nassif's actually going to demo it as well. Now, orchestration ties it all together. The nature of all of our jobs when we're doing security practitioning is that time, as I said, is the rarest currency we have access to. Speed matters. Orchestration allows us to do that, but it gives more than that. It takes products that don't normally operate together and puts them into a workflow where you can have a series of products provide something a great deal more valuable than what they do on their own singular terms. And that's an extremely powerful proposition, especially for teams that are understaffed and overwhelmed, which actually describes nearly every security team I've ever encountered in my career. And that's not getting any better. Now, to talk a little bit more about orchestration. At a high level, this is the process to make automation very simple. And allow you to investigate threats across multiple products through workflows and playbooks. You can build, and we ship with many predefined playbooks that run you through scenarios that are very common in your environment that you don't wish to do manually time and time again. And it automates them to be able to pull mean time to respond into a much narrower window and a much more effective way to do it, allowing your posture to get better for security. And it narrows your threat landscape, exposure as well. I mentioned that there's turnkey integrations here. You will see some of these in the product today, quite a few of them, in fact, but you will see a lot more as time goes on. This is one of the areas of heavy investment for us is, while I think it's really important for us to provide you an interface that you can do drag and drop playbook creation, we need to provide you many, many, many pre-built, pre-integrated point and click integrations for the environment that you operate within. If we do all of this right, which I believe we have, it allows you to scale your security operations a great deal more effectively. With the people that you have on the ground, they can focus on the jobs that are most important to them and leave a lot of the menial tasks in the background. This allows us to get better efficiency by taking repetitive human-powered tasks like playbook management and automating scripts that occasionally work depending on whose APIs are more up to date, or if et cetera. And that's a lot of work, to a solution that orchestrates across your whole lifecycle for responding to threats or menial tasks like isolating systems that have been compromised, or tracking threats as they move through your environment and building a case where you can have notes added to it that people can follow across. And you can see, as one of the examples here is, one of our customers combined 9 tasks across 3 security tools, 2 teams, 2 infrastructure teams, and 3 teams of 1 keystroke. And actually, we don't have it here, but they had all their approval workflow for it through a collaboration platform as well. So the people who sat in this case, WebEx Teams, could approve workflows that were coming through on an automated basis. Now, all of this is fantastic, but at the end of the day, as I mentioned, the primary focus for us is responding to threats. And that's where Cisco Threat Response comes in, or SecCureX Threat Response. You can think of this as, or I think of it as, this is the Google for threat in your environment. This allows you to take any piece of data that you've derived from one of our products or from third-party products or from information you've gleaned off the internet and immediately understand if that particular artifact or threat is anywhere in your environment. It will give you a visual representation of everything from how it got in to where it is, allow you to drill down to see what it's done, and then allow you to action it, block it, get rid of it, and put this threat to rest very, very quickly, which for many of us and many of you is a day-to-day operational event that you have to work with constantly. Now, this is meaningful to us only in as much as that it can integrate with the environment that you have. Threat response is not just focused chiefly on Cisco's products. It deals with a whole litany of third-party security products in the industry today across a very wide spectrum of offerings, and not just in security products, but we also integrate into ServiceNow. We integrate into Splunk, into AWS, into Azure, and of course into all the products that we have now. Again, to be a really highly effective security platform for you, we must be open and we must be highly integrated. You can expect to see us do a lot more of that in the future as well. And this includes competitors' products. This includes everything that operates in your environment. Vishek and the sales team that works with him help actually inform many of the decisions we make around design. So it shouldn't surprise you that when there's field feedback from people like Vishek, we listen. And one of the things that we've heard loud and clear is that we need turnkey integrations, and they must support the products that you rely on the most, even if those products aren't Cisco. Our job is to make your job a great deal more effective and easy. Now, it's difficult to do a presentation without feedback from our customers, and I won't drain this slide and read them to you, but I will tell you that the slides out of date, we probably have about 13,000 customers on the platform right now. That is the fastest level of adoption Cisco has ever had in a security product. And these are not just users who've come once and then disappeared. This is a product that has become highly relevant in operational postures for our customers that use it today. And it is not a product that we're selling you. This is a product that is installed and rather available to any Cisco license that you have now for security. It's our fundamental belief that this level of integration, this platform itself, is a base operating environment that every product must have. If you're dealing with a vendor, this should be a base requirement for them. You must be this tall to ride. This is a basic, this is our way of saying, we give this to you because we know that we have to have it to be operational in your environment. And I think all vendors are going to go this way as well. Now, in summary, when the platform is deployed, our goal is to take you from partial awareness of what's happening in your environment, which quite frankly is probably very, very fragmented, to one single place that you can drive complete actionable insights from. Break down the inefficiency of having systems that don't operate together by adding the strength of automation. And remove those silos that came with the products that you bought and allow them to be morphed into one product, effectively taking a whole security ecosystem and turning it into one animal. It's the holy grail in the industry we've been looking for years. And we think with SecCureX, we're very close to delivering that, exactly that, to you as a customer. And all of it is around taking complexity, which is the enemy of security, and driving it to simplicity for all of the reasons that Vishak pointed out are extraordinarily important for us. Now, I can talk about this all night, and I'd love to, because I helped design parts of it and I love it as a product, but it's probably more important to actually see it. So we're going to have Nassif Edros run us through a demo so you can get a sense of what it looks like in real time, and then we'll go and answer some questions afterwards. Nassif?
Hey, Al, thank you. Can you see my screen?
You're welcome. Yeah, you bet.
Okay, so as you and Vishak mentioned, that first part, I need to be able to understand what's going on in my environment. Am I affected? What we've allowed customers to do here, I'm going to wear my security operations persona right now, Al, and we're going to try to find out, are we impacted by something that Talos hunted? This is something that came from Talos. Department of Homeland Security updated it a few months, but in this bulletin, there are things that our customers need to look for, be it IP addresses, domains, anything associated with this particular campaign affecting their environment. What we've done is we've made it even faster. That element of speed that you referenced, that Vishak referenced, that time to detect, time to remediate, we brought the portfolio to our customers through that ribbon that you mentioned. And so watch what I'm doing here. I'm opening the ribbon inside a browser. I'm not breaking my stride of the investigation. I'm looking at it here, but I'm giving you speed now because I'm just going to click here and I'm putting the API to work. And immediately, Al, you can see we've picked up 16 observables on this page. But at the same time,
it's scraped these off without any user intervention, right?
It just scraped it up. Okay.
That's fascinating. And one thing we should make clear is that we can do this with any web-based interface. It doesn't have to be a web page. It can be a product as well, as long as it's served up over the web.
Anytime you're coming over Chrome or Firefox, we are able to do this. And what we did here in one click, Al, we scraped this page, we picked out 16 observables, but at the same time, we applied Talos Intelligence as well as Umbrella Investigate, as well as a third party such as VirusTotal to give us the real-time disposition of what we're looking at. So here you can see, we've got a summary of that 16. 1 is flagged as clean, 9 is flagged as malicious, 0 suspicious, and 6 unknown. So we've helped our customers to focus. If you have Cisco deployment, there's 9 less things you have to worry about. AMP has already convicted it. Umbrella has already blocked the domain. But let's look at those unknowns. If we wanted to act on these unknowns right now, how can we allow our customers to be able to respond? Without leaving this, we can interact and we can block an unknown domain associated with campaign right here. And we can do this for file hashes, for domains, etc. Built in to give you that element of speed. So as we've heard, that time to detect, that window, that time to remediate has drastically been reduced. We've still worked directly with the portfolio, but we brought it to our customers. But we're not stopping there. Let's determine impact on that. Let's do that again, and one click, I'm investigating that entire content. 16 observables. We are going to the threat response application of SecureX, which gives me that detection, that investigation, and remediation capability. And so look at what's happening here right now. Right now, we have asked 16 questions of our own telemetry. How have you interacted with something? Where have you seen it? And what's the impact in my environment? And this is all real time as we run this for the next 60 seconds to be able to determine impact. And before I'm even going any further, Al, I'm just going to look at this section here. I do indeed have 3 targets. I know I'm impacted. So that concludes that first part that I wanted to show you of how we've made things even faster for customers to take a hypothesis, am I affected by something, and get answers within 60 seconds. Okay, let's talk about the visibility aspect. We know that our customers have no shortage of dashboards, but what we've done here with SecureX is we've allowed our customers to have a heads-up display, almost a bird's eye view into how the portfolio is performing. So you can see on this dashboard here of SecureX, which is an entitlement for our customers, no extra cost. You can craft for endpoint, for network, for cloud, for applications. You can bring all that visibility into one place. But we're not stopping there in terms of what we've raised. I'm just zooming in here on what we've seen on the endpoint. We've seen some MITRE tactics that involve credential access, command and control over the last 30 days. For our customers to get that answer, it's one click through, and we're going with that single sign-on experience that you mentioned. We're going directly to the specialized interface. We are not here to read.
Yeah, that's really important. I mean, the MITRE tactics thing especially stands out to me, Nassif, because credential theft I care about. But if I have 50,000 alerts, I probably care about credential theft more than I care about a whole litany of other things. So breaking it out at that top level and letting me get down to the details shaves an extraordinary amount of time out of my operations. I only bring that up because I think the MITRE attack framework is extremely important for products in the field right now because it does exactly that. Having it available inside the console as a way of selecting and filtering data is very powerful.
So we want our customers to get to work faster and focus on those things that matter, but we're surfacing it for them in a dashboard. Now, I want to talk to you about this dashboard because one thing that we found out in industry, for our customers to comprise a dashboard, you have to get the data into one place. Not the case with SecureX. We are using our APIs. The data remains with the various products, and we're using our APIs to bring it back into the dashboard. So there's no figuring out how do I get the data from system 1 to a central place, system 2 to a central place. The data remains where it is, but through our API integrations, our customers are going to be able to take advantage by instantiating a new dashboard and choosing what they want to bring. In this case, I may decide to bring in all of AMP. I may decide to bring in all of Umbrella, and 2 clicks, and I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to select the time frame, and all my data is going to be right there. Very simple how quickly we've made it available to our customers as we use the dashboard. So we wanted to touch on the visibility aspect, the ease of use, so we make that happen. But let's come to an investigation. And we're going to use the ribbon in this case. For my ribbon, I have incidents that have been surfaced from my security portfolio. Now, in this case, my firewall has detected a malware connection. This is an investigation-worthy event. I have to bring this to the attention of the Security Operations Center. Through the incident manager of SecureX, high fidelity alerts coming from the portfolio or from outside of the Cisco portfolio, because we are API first, customers can now start their investigation much faster. So let's analyze what happened here. In this case, we took an event from a firewall. It involved a certain source, certain destination. We have a user. Good. Where do I start with this investigation? Do I start with the source? Do I start with the destination? Look what we've done here. We've applied threat intelligence to this for you. And that small little red icon, that red skull, that's telling you that's malicious. We've decorated the data, the sightings for our customers with the intelligence we have. So let's go investigate this. This is something that was seen on the firewall, and we're trying to determine, what do we do next? What is this? What initiated the signal to be sent from the firewall that told me I have malware? Oh, wait a minute, Al. It's bigger than I thought it was. I have 5 targets, 1 IPS alert, okay? Notice how quickly we were able to get to that, but we have also got additional data. I'm going to spend a moment here just to explain the graph to the audience if they have not seen it before. Anything with a blue magnifying glass is that question we posed. We posed the question, who has interacted with that malicious IP? Anything surrounding that are the relationships of what Cisco is telling you. We've picked it up from AMP, picked it up from Umbrella, picked it up from StealthWatch. This is the detail that we're able to tell you and we can also act on that. At this point, Al, if we wanted to perform a remediation, because that's what we wanted to do, we can immediately come down and we can start an isolation on this particular host. You can see it's already done, but if we wanted to stop it, we can act on it. Response, detection, as well as investigation, all built in here. Good, that's fine and dandy, but what are these file hashes? I never knew about these file hashes 30 seconds ago. To be able to get details on that, add that to the investigation, open the aperture. How did this come into the environment? What is it? Was it maybe traversing email? What did it come in here? And immediately there you can see, as Vishak alluded to, email still remains a top target. The file name was 2019 cov.exe. The email subject was a new case confirmed inside your city, COVID-19. All this information. Now, I ask our audience to think about how long it would have taken to knock on the email admin's door. Hey, can you tell me where this came from? We've made it fast so that our customers can take advantage of that. And then what we did, we took it a step further. We wanted to find out what's the content of that email. Are there any URLs inside that email? So now I'm going down a third layer. That's my third investigation click. And I'm asking the system, please tell me about the content of the email. Are there any URLs that I need to be concerned about? And look at what the system did here for us. This is all a dynamic graph that our customers can create. We're finding 6 unknown URLs with this position. And what our customers can do is here, they can submit that URL to ThreatGrid for analysis immediately. And that is where the orchestration comes in. The orchestration made that work at that type of speed, and we've notified the Security Operations Center that this investigator has submitted that URL. And by the way, at this point, we can interact with that sample in the glove box. This is what we want to bring to our customers, a sanctioned workflow that we expose, that if you maybe have tier 1, tier 2 analysts that don't have the skill set, you can make everybody smarter by developing these workflows. And then finally, I want to put the capstone on this particular demo. What if we did not want to do that manually? What if we wanted this entire thing to run in an automated manner, but give me all the information to make a determination as to what's going on? I'm going to introduce our audience to the orchestrator. And this is SecureX orchestration. We will package workflows to make your life easy to use as inspiration. You can do whatever you want to. But I'm going to kick off that same particular investigation that I just ran there manually. I'm going to kick that off here to trigger on that particular incident. And what I'm going to show you and our audience is that in about 3 minutes, all that work that I did would all be compressed, and we are going to bring the information to the Security Operations Center for them to give an approval task as to how we want to handle this. So you can watch your workflows running in real time, amplifying the responses inside your organization. Look at us checking the SMA email for results, looking at us checking AMP for endpoint for results. And I'm just going to go to a WebEx team room and show you what this we ran previously. These are the type of things that we're going to give you. We're going to tell you that there was an approval requested for automated recommended actions. We have the recommendations. We are letting our customers know that if you so would like to, this domain will be blocked in Umbrella. This file will be added to a custom detection list, and that endpoint will be isolated. We are then giving you the evidence of what happened. If I wanted to review the state of that machine, I'm going to give you that results there directly from our endpoint solution. And you can jump in there right there to see what the state of that machine, what were the running processes, what were the map drives, was there anything else associated with that? all things that our customers did not have to worry about, but we bring the evidence into a collaboration room. And if we're giving additional context that the file was delivered to this particular user, this was the email subject, this was the sender, this was when the email was delivered. And look at that, Al, I've got an approve or deny. So I'm going to approve this task, and I'm going to say, welcome to SecCon 2020, Al and Nasif. That's our approval task. We're going to click done. In a few seconds here, the whole system is going to run through it. And once that approval task is complete and ingested, we are going to be able to get this notification inside our WebEx room again. As we look at this approval task, our approval just went through, Al. We are approving with a recommended course of action. And welcome to SecCon 2020. We are so glad that you are here. We hope you will enjoy the rest of the session. And for any Q&A, we'd like to open that now, please, to Al and myself.
Awesome. Thanks, Nasif.
Well, Al and Nasif, this was awesome. What a beautiful way to start this morning with a power pack session, calling out the simplicity, the visibility, and the efficiency that SecCoreX brings to the table. Thank you so much for that. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anubhav Vahi. I'm the Regional Manager for Cybersecurity Solutions based out of India. I'm going to be moderating these sessions from a Q&A perspective. So we just dive right into the first question that came in. Al and Nasif, how does SecCoreX compare to other security platforms?
Well, it's always tough for me to answer that question because I hate to, I have pride of ownership because it is ours. I'm a proud parent. I will say that the functionality that's present in the platform today is not something that's readily available in other platforms that I'm aware of. From an integration perspective, they exist in pieces. You can get SOAR products, for example, that stand alone that help with orchestration and response. There isn't a real corollary to threat response that Nasif just walked through, the visual way of finding threats and identifying them. That's a place in the industry where we've absolutely innovated heavily, and we're still ahead of the pack. And dashboarding technologies, of course, are not uncommon. They exist in most vendors. I would say the way we've tied it together, at least at this stage, is unique and powerful. And one thing that's substantially different is that this is embedded as a licensed set of capabilities in Cisco products that you already have, rather than it being something additional that we would sell. But Nasif, you spent a lot of time in industry before you came here. What's your take?
The take is that we've leapfrogged because we're offering this not as an add-on, not that we have to have a portfolio and then bring me an add-on to operate the portfolio. We are integrated. It's simple. You get the portfolio, you're going to get SecCoreX, and you're going to get that experience of quicker remediation and time to detect.
Well, thank you so much. I think that was interesting. I have another question which says, is SecCoreX basically an SIEM or a SOAR? What do you think?
Oh, well, it's not a SIEM in the sense that we, as Nasif pointed out, one of the really interesting things about SecCoreX is we're not asking to store all of your data like a SIEM would. We actually go out to the products that retain it and speak to them and have conversations to ask the right questions and then drive change control versus asking you to export just an extraordinary amount of data into yet another system. Many of you have SIEMs today. Is it a SOAR? It absolutely has SOAR capabilities without any question. I think it's, if you compared it to other vendors in the marketplace that have SOARs today, they're going to look and act very similar. The difference is that it's embedded in a much broader set of capabilities other than just a SOAR. We think that a SOAR is an important part of any toolkit, but it is just a tool. It needs to be tied into the rest of your infrastructure, like dashboarding, but also like threat response as well.
Well, thanks for that. There's another one which comes in which says, does this really fit into the new market definition of XDR?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is XDR. I think that XDR is one of those interesting categories that analysts are they're defining. The reality is that it's been a problem space that we've been trying to solve for a very long time with threat response to start. Think of XDR as it really literally is the extended ability to detect and respond across multiple products. I think by that standard definition, this is probably the most advanced XDR offering in the industry.
Great, thanks for that. Now, I think, and this question actually ties up to what Nasif mentioned, the heads-up display, the visibility, and so on and so forth. We also spoke of orchestration and automation. Which third parties does SecCoreX integrate with?
Nasif?
Yeah, so there are many third parties, Anubhav, that we integrate with. If you look at the Cisco Security Technical Alliances, that's a very rich alliance program. We've partnered with a few of them out the gate. We just launched on June 26th. So there's about maybe 20 third parties in there, folks such as Google Chronicle, Microsoft Graph, Radware, our partners on that. Now, the other question is, how quickly can you integrate a third party? That's where we'd like to highlight API first. If we don't have it, have at our APIs, enjoy yourself, develop at your heart's content. We wanted to make sure that the same APIs that our products use in-house, we make that available to our customers, to our partners, and to our systems integrators.
Thank you so much, Nasir. I think the platform and the demo did create a lot of interest with the audience. The next question says, what is the roadmap of SecCoreX over the next 12 to 18 months? What's in store?
Well, that's I think I'll give it to you in theme versus presenting in a slide to you. I think that you will see, I know that you will see a great many more integrations. You'll see us refine the user experience in the product. It's tough to build a system that is beautiful in all aspects of it, and we will continue to refine that user experience to make it more delightful to our customers. And frankly, ease of use is something we think we have in the product today, but we never believe that we're there. We will always be pushing very hard on that. More custom turnkey built integrations that work out of the box, that are simple to set up and use, as well as capabilities that I won't lean too forward on. We're very careful about putting too much roadmap out there because we really want you to focus on what's there today. SecCoreX itself has a large number of capabilities that have just been released over the last 2-3 months. So enjoy what's there, expect more of what's there in theme, and you will see net new functionality over the next 6 months that's very additive and exciting to the platform. This is an area of heavy investment for us. So there will be a lot of features coming.
Thank you so much, Al. Thanks, Nasif. As I said, this just got all of us excited. What a great way to start the day. With that, I would like to thank you for your session, and I'd request Afsan to come in and take us further ahead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much, Anubhav, for moderating the Q&A session. And thank you, Al Huger and Nasif, for a very wonderful keynote session. Indeed, lots of learning. Our next session is on securing Indian cyberspace, trends, threats, and challenges. Let's have a look at the intro video. Now that we all know that our esteemed speaker is Dr. Bajpai, I would like to request KPM Das to kindly please invite Dr. Bajpai.
Good morning and welcome again to SecCon. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Dr. Ajit Bajpai. A word about him is in order. Ajit comes from a very brilliant academic background. He's a PhD in probabilistic modeling. And in the way that threat models are emerging across the world, I think it's very, very relevant and timely. During this lecture, he's going to talk about his responsibilities. He leads India's Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center and the segments government, telecom, transportation, utilities, banking and financials, all of which keep him busy day and night. And with the geopolitics being what it is, and with very sophisticated threat actors now playing in the cyberspace, Dr. Bajpai is going to share some of his key priorities and areas that he sees emerging as cybersecurity challenges for the future. Over to Dr. Ajit Bajpai. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to thank Cisco for inviting me to share my thoughts with the participants of SecCon 2020 on securing India's cyberspace. I should talk about trends, threats, challenges, especially in light of the rapid digitization, the National E-Governance Program, the Digital India Initiative, and our endeavor to be a 5 trillion economy by 2020. To set things in the context, let's have a quick look at the evolution of threats. If you look at the 90s, the threats that we faced were at best of nuisance value. Turn of the century, they became intrusive. And there were so many applications which were taking back data, not necessarily for malicious intent, but then you had that feeling of being intruded upon. This decade really saw the threats becoming very disruptive. If you look at the top 10 attacks that have happened this decade, they were either with the intent of financial fraud or they were to bring down networks. Where do we go from here? What could be more dangerous than disruptive? What we are looking at is threats which are destructive in nature. India is at the center stage. I mean, if you look at India, it's ranked number 2 in population, internet users, social media, smartphone users. This exposes us to a very huge attack surface. Look at the threat actors. They range from ignorant insiders to cyber hacktivists, to cyber mercenaries, to state actors and state-sponsored groups. Okay, if you look at the threat, statistics reveals that 65% of the threats are insider threats. Not necessarily all of them malicious, only 10% are, but about 55% are either negligent employees or employees who have been compromised. It's also a known fact that 95% of the attacks on the enterprise network are a result of successful spear phishing, and which has taken an art form. Now, if you look at the malwares, you would see that the growth has been linear. And along with that has been a proportionate rise in the ransomwares, which have hit. And this is the latest scourge that most of us face. These are some of the malware threats which have been detected in the Indian cyberspace. The CISOs of the financial institutions would pay special attention to the fact that the banking Trojans comprise 7% of the total malware threats that the Indian cyberspace has. In addition to, of course, the 20% which is ransomware, which is huge. Coming on to DDoS. Now, this has grown in scale, severity, and the impact, and also in size, frequency, and duration. And it offers probably the best return of investment for a threat actor. Have a look at this viewfoil. It has also, like the malware and the ransomware threat, the DDoS also has followed the same graph as the increase in IP traffic. Today, we have reached a stage where 2 terabyte per second attack is normal. We are looking at 2 years down the line, something like 3.5 terabytes. Do we have networks which can withstand this kind of DDoS attack? Is a question that we need to look at very seriously. Let's look at some of the challenges. Now, I can sum it up in one sentence, that you're either compromised or you do not know that you are compromised. That is the extent of botnet infection that we've seen. I don't want to give the figures because they are alarming. Talking of air-gapped networks, it's a myth which has been shattered for some time now. CIA has malware for hacking air-gapped networks. It's well known, it's reported. And we have seen many so-called air-gapped networks compromised already. Look at the APTs. As the name suggests, it's multi-actor, multinational, and this is a collaboration of the threat actors at its best. They don't compete against each other. They always collaborate. Most of the exploits and tools you would find across several APTs ranging from different countries. 0 day. While this is there to stay, there's nothing you can do about it. The challenge is, can you reduce the gap between the red, where the vulnerability has been discovered by the researcher, and the green, where the vendor or the OEM releases the fix. The challenge is to reduce this time frame to the extent possible. Have a look at this figure. On the left-hand side, what it shows is the amount of bug bounty which has been paid by the big companies, Microsoft, Oracle, Apple. But what is interesting is the right-hand side. This is the money which has been collected country-wise, and you would find that India ranks at number 2. Having said that, it would not be surprising if you look at the number of Indians who have picked up bounty based in US. I suppose the figure would be much more interesting. This graph shows you that the economy continues to grow. This is the digital economy continues to grow. And all of us need to step up to meet this challenge. And then, of course, India is going in for the smart cities. That again opens up a lot of attack surface. Look at the IITs. They are ubiquitous, but they were always designed for convenience. Security is only an overlay, as an afterthought which has been put. India is estimated to have about 1.9 billion IoT devices. Securing them is a challenge. And having said that, security and convenience is always a zero-sum game. You can't have the best of both. So that is a challenge. Add to that the problem of most of the exploits available on the dark web, which means that we are not only up against threat actors who have deep pockets and large infrastructure. Even a freelancer operating out of a one-room apartment or a garage could be a serious threat, because all these exploits are available on the dark web freely. Look at the odds for a defender. It's pretty low. If there's an attack 100 times on your enterprise network, you've got to be successful 100 times. But for the attacker, he has to only succeed once. So this obviously means that the odds are stacked against you. The challenge is, how do you change these odds? How do you reduce his odds of succeeding and increase your odds of defending? You cannot defend everything. So what is it that you need to defend? What you need to do is identify what is a critical business process in your enterprise and identify the underlying critical information infrastructure. Now, how do you do that? If you just close your eyes and were to imagine that the underlying critical information infrastructure was to be incapacitated, will it have a debilitating impact on national security, national economy, public health, or public safety? If the answer is yes, or even maybe, then it is a critical business process which you need to defend. You can reach out to SecCon. We'll assist you in identifying your critical business processes and tell you how to put an additional layer of security. These are your crown jewels which need to be defended. What are you up against? You need to carry out a risk assessment to identify what are the threats, what are the vulnerabilities, what could be the impact of these threats and vulnerabilities. The risk may not always be affecting you operationally or financially. It could be a reputational risk. So you need to prioritize what you can possibly defend. How do you defend it? Look at this. These are the top 5 targeted ports, both for outbound and inbound. And they comprise more than 95% of all the threats which you commonly see. So if as a CISO you can sort of address these 5 ports, 95% of your problems will be resolved. And look at the exploitation vectors. These again, a handful of them, but if you can address these, take care of these, you would have taken care of almost 95% of your network. Approach. You can't do it alone. That's a given. So it has to be a multi-stakeholder approach. A sectoral information security and analytics center is something which is a way forward. We've been talking to the ministries and organizations to have this kind of shared approach to do it. Otherwise, still these are set up. You can always approach and leverage on the NCI APJC or the NCCC to provide you situational awareness, early warning, and maybe even in some cases, forecasting of threats. And last but not the least is report. Most of the organizations are shy of reporting a cyber incident. I don't blame them totally, because in some cases they have been able to suitably and successfully thwart those attacks at their perimeter. So there has been no incident, so they have not reported, because as per the IT Act, you are duty bound to report an incident. And since an incident has not taken place, you have not reported. But let me give you another scenario. While your network would have been robust enough that it was able to drop the attack at the perimeter itself, what about an organization which does not have a network as robust as yours or as resilient as yours? If you had shared that information and that information was available with some central agency, maybe those attacks could have been avoided and thwarted. We have had many cases also where an organization has not realized that his network has been compromised because that compromise is not manifested in any kind of activity, malicious or otherwise. So he's blissfully unaware that he stands compromised. We have been able to at times forewarn the organizations that, look, this is compromise which has happened in some other organization where it manifested. Now, this kind of sharing of information and multi-stakeholder approach is the way forward to really bring down the odds for the attacker and increase your own odds for defending your network. National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center is the designated national nodal agency for critical information infrastructure protection. So if you have a network and if you have any infrastructure which you feel is critical, you are a prime candidate to get additional security overlay provided by NCI APJC. It's something like a VIP being provided category Z plus security by the government. I would leave you with that thought and hope that you would look at identifying your critical business processes and reaching out to organizations like CERT and NCI APJC for securing your network. Thank you and Jai Hind.
You are compromised or you don't know you're compromised. Thank you so much, Dr. Vajpayee, for such an interesting session. Clearly, the takeaways were that the odds could be clearly against you, and it's always better to be prepared reporting incidents, sharing information is only going to help us take on the bad actors in a better and a more effective way. We also liked the statistics that you shared around attacks predominantly coming in from email, 75% of the attacks coming from there, and the attackers having a better return of their investment and time trying to launch some of these attacks through DDoS. Thank you so much. That was so insightful. My name is Anubhav, and I'm going to be taking you through the next set of questions coming in. The first question is, in the past, organizations would typically identify themselves as critical and seek coverage from NCIPC. Now, given the increase in number of threats that are coming in, the landscape changing drastically, and more citizens adopting the digital way of life, is there a plan with an NCIPC to proactively move some sectors under the definition of CII?
If I've understood the question correct, you see, we already have identified the Indian cyberspace into 6 critical sectors. Banking, financial services, and insurance is one. Power sector and energy. The telecom sector, which comprises the complete range of telecom services. Then you have the transport. Then you have the strategic and public enterprises. And last but not the least is the e-governance initiative of the Government of India. As of now, anything that we see comes under one of these 6 critical sectors. There has been a talk of health being put under critical sectors or being notified as critical sectors, especially during this last 6 months when the pandemic happened and a lot of attacks increased based on COVID-19 themes. But when you look deep down, you will find that the health infrastructure in India has not yet reached a stage of automation where it could be on its own classified as a critical sector. And most of the COVID-19 theme-based attacks were targeted at the government sector or defense services. So that is what it is. So as of now, we are in touch with Ministry of Health, but it will take some while before we reach that level of automation where even health sector could come under the ambit of NCIPC. But till that happens, 6, and if you look at any of these strategic enterprises, they are covered.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vajpayee. I think one of the questions that came up was specifically on health, which you've covered in a lot of detail. Would you also be able to throw some light on online education? Are there any plans to cover that as well?
We don't see. You see, the fact is that NCIPC's mandate is for protecting the critical information infrastructure. And the critical, we go by the definition of critical information infrastructure given in the IT Act, and it says it comprises those resources, incapacitation of which has a debilitating impact on national security, national economy, public health, and public safety. So online education classically would not come under national security, national economy, public health, or public safety. So we will leave that online education to some other agency, and we keep our focus strictly on the CIIs as defined by the IT Act and as mandated to us by the Gazette. I hope that.
Thank you so much, sir. It absolutely does, and I think it brings in a lot of clarity on focusing on the critical sectors, and I think that answers the question very, very well. My next question, sir, is there have been a lot of changes in the way organizations are conducting business, and a lot of those challenges got exponentially higher given the lockdown situation. More so from a threat landscape perspective, there was a new threat undeveloped that most organizations had to circumvent across. Do you see, or does the organization see that this as a continuing trend? What are your views? Where does this go from here?
Yeah, this is a very interesting question. And suddenly, because of the pandemic and lockdowns and people had to continue with their businesses, they switched to online transactions, and the volume went up exponentially. it was a challenge, and most of the times it was more for continuing with the business, and security took a backseat because they had to continue with their business processes and they had to transact business online. The volumes went up, but the security did not catch up. It was a great challenge. We have learned our lessons from how to take care of these surges which will happen, and we put some controls in place. Now, about 3 to 4 months it took us to do that catching up act. But now we are in a position where we can say with a fair amount of confidence that we will be able to handle any, I would say, any compromises or any threats which come up because of the way the people have started changing the business transactions.
Thank you, sir. And this is my last question coming in, but it's actually very, very relevant to the current scheme of things. I think India, as a country, we've been always quite forward-looking in terms of adopting some of the digital technologies. Now, there's been a lot of increase in adoption of cloud. There's been a proliferation of smartphones. There's been a mass usage of digital apps, more so post the lockdown was enforced. How do you see priorities of safeguarding CII from a cloud versus the network versus the endpoint perspective?
It's almost more than a year and a half that we have been working on cloud security. The controls that were so far in place were good old classic cybersecurity controls. People shifting their businesses to cloud is a given, and it's a reality, and it's only going to increase in the future. So we are very seriously looking at securing the business processes which are on cloud now, or which will migrate to the cloud. We have been talking to experts, we have been talking to our sister agencies, and we are coming out with a cybersecurity strategy, if you are aware, cybersecurity strategy 2020, because it's been about 7 years when the last policy came out, NISPG 2013. Which adequately addresses the concern that you have just raised in cloud. So there is a great amount of thought which is being given by the government, not only to encourage cloud because that makes sense, but secure it also at the national.
Thank you so much, sir. This was so very insightful. We really appreciate your making the time to come in and join us at SecCon. Wish you a very, very good day, and I'll hand this back into Afsan to take us further from it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anubhav, and thank you so much, Dr. Bajpai, for a magnificent session. After the Power Pack sessions, it's definitely time for some fun. Yes, it's time for virtual gaming session where you can win some exciting prizes. All you have to do is follow the instructions. It's fastest finger first. It's like, if you are the fastest one to answer, you make your day really special for yourself. Here's a very simple format that you need to follow. I'll just run through the format quickly so that you can follow it. All you have to do is open your browser, type gvt.la/mplay2. You have a quick pop-up which asks for your nickname and verification code. You can put in any name of your choice, however you would like to be called, and a verification code, which is very important. All you have to do is take a small sheet of paper, note down your verification code, because this is very important if you win. If you win, all you have to do is you have to mail your verification code to secon-india@cisco.com. While when you enter your nickname and verification code, your keypad is successfully launched and you're all set for the virtual online gaming session. And all you have to do is wait for the instructions from the game show facilitator. So without any more delay and not keeping up much suspense, I would like to hand it over to Palani to start building more excitement, and all the very best to all the valuable customers. Over to you, Palani.
Thank you so much, Afshan, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to the virtual game show segment 1, day 3. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're aware, if you have your keypads with you, well and good. If you don't have them with you, I'm going to quickly run through with the instructions on the screen right now. You can have a look at this very quickly. That's the URL gvt.la/implay2. When you do that, you're going to get your nickname and your price verification code that you need to enter. Once you do that, right, you're going to get your keypad. I'm going to ask you a question followed by 4 options, A, B, C, D. You can pick up an option of your choice, and if you're the fastest, you may get yourself a prize as well. So that's very simple. And I'm going to have a sample question first up because we have the customers today, and so that you get oriented on how to play this game show as well. So first, a sample question, no prizes for that. Here we go. The sample question is coming up on your screen. Have a look at this, please. Right, here's a question for you. The question is, which team did India beat in 1983 World Cup semi-finals? So that's some cricket for you. And is it A, England, B, West Indies, C, Pakistan, or D, Australia? So those are the options, and in 15 seconds time starts now. The question was, of course, which team did India beat in 1983 World Cup semi-finals? And you had 4 options to go with, and that was either England, West Indies, Pakistan, or Australia. Right, so let's have a look and see what are the options we all are going with on the screen now. Right, so 42% going with West Indies and 32% going with A, that is England. So let's have a look and see what the right answer is on the screen now. The right answer was England there, and it was not West Indies because we're talking about the semi-finals. Let's have a look and see who is the fastest one to get this right. Right, Mohan Raj, congratulations. That was a sample question for you, and you're getting it right over there. So you know how to do this now. It's time for us to now straight away get into the first question, please. The first question, and time for you to win some prizes. Here we go. First question coming up on your screen now. Right, so what are the approximate numbers of internet users in India? A, between 350 million to 450 million, or between 450 million to 550 million, or between 550 million to 650, or D, about 650 million. And in 15 seconds, time starts now. So remember that all the questions will be from the previous speakers. Right, so the options were A, B, C, D, and the question was what are the approximate numbers of internet users in India? And we're receiving some good responses for this question. So let's have a look and see quickly what are the responses we all are going on the screen now. Right, so 50% highest going with A as an option, and 33% going with C, and 17% going with B as well. Let's have a look and see what the right answer is on the screen now. All right, the right answer is about 650 million. D, unfortunately, none of us getting it right. I'm not sure whether we're going to have anybody getting it right there as a fastest finger because nobody getting it right there. Okay, so that's interesting. With that, let's move on to the next question now. Please, we'll move on to the next question. And here we go. The next question will be coming up on the screen right now for you. And it'll be very interesting to see what the question is going to be. Of course, like I mentioned to you, all these questions will be from the previous speakers, and it's time for you to be attentive. For those of you who don't have your keypads with you, remember that you need to ensure that you have your keypads to play this game and win it as well. So here we go. The next question is coming up on your screen now. Here's the question. Right, malicious insiders form an impactful proportion out of the total insider threats detected in an organization. What percentage would they be? A, about 10%, B, about 30%, C, about 40%, D, below 5%. 15 seconds time starts now. Okay, all right. So there we go. The question, of course, was malicious insiders form an impactful portion out of total insiders threat detected in organizations. What percentage would they be? And that was a question for you. 4 options to go with. Let's have a look and see what are the options on the screen now. Right, so 38% being shared between A and C, and 12% being shared between B and D as well. So let's quickly have a look and see what is the right answer. We're blanking on the wrong ones now on the screen. The right answer was A, that is about 10%, and you have 38% population are getting it right. But the interesting thing is, let's have a look and see who is the fastest one to get this right now on the screen. Manish Patel, congratulations, very well done. And this is going to you. You're the first winner. And that's you to claim your prizes. Very simple. Your nickname followed by your verification code. Send it along, and you'll be able to get your prizes as well. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the segment 1 of this virtual game show. I'll see you back soon in segment 2. For now, I'm handing it over to Afshan.
Thank you so much, Palani. It was really exciting session, and I'm sure everyone enjoyed the session, and they are definitely wanting for more. Surely, to all our valuable customers, we are going to have more sessions throughout the day. For now, our next session, cybersecurity as a strategic pillar for a growing digital economy. Let's have a look at the intro video. Now that we know our esteemed speaker is Rama Vedashri, I would like to request KPM Das to kindly please welcome Rama Vedashri.
Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to welcome an industry friend, philosopher and guide for all of us in India, Rama Vedashri. She personifies a successful example of public-private partnership. She sits on the crossroads between industry on one hand and the government on the other. And all of us know that the Prime Minister has Digital India squarely in his focus. So over the next about 5 years, she has the dream of building the cybersecurity industry to something like $35 billion. Rama comes from a formidable industry background, more than 30 years. She was at NASSCOM at last count, where significantly played and influenced the role in digital governance and smart cities. She also has had earlier stints in Microsoft and General Electric, and has had an education both in Harvard and Cornell, and interestingly in high-performance computing. Before I hand over to her, I'll let you all on a little secret. She's also a marathon runner of repute. Over to Rama.
Thank you, KPM. A very warm welcome and a good morning and a good afternoon to all the partners and customers of Cisco and the entire Cisco India team and the Asia Pacific and Japan team. It's my privilege and honor to be able to address this August gathering. Coming from the industry, I've had many years of associating with Cisco, and we at DSCI collaborate very closely with them with all initiatives of the industry in India. And KPM, of course, is a dear friend. Following Dr. Bajpayee's session, I will attempt to look at what is the overall industry ecosystem and the way we are gearing up in India to serve Indian enterprises and also global customers, because India is not just an IT industry servicing Indian geography. We are servicing almost 90 plus countries. how are we making India a global hub for cybersecurity, and the unique model in India where there is collaboration between flagship programs of Government of India and the industry business growth drivers, which are actually operationalizing this aspiration to become a $1 trillion digital economy. It's not just government-led, it's not just private sector or industry-led. I think there are aggressive business growth strategies of the industry, backed very well by flagship programs and priorities of the government to harness digital technologies for the benefit of the country and the citizen. And that's what is the real India story, which I will try to share in the next few minutes. So when you look at the India digital momentum, I think we are the largest growing digital consumers hub in the world. In fact, the second largest. Even if you look at the tech startups ecosystem, we are now the second largest. I think the overall internet mobile subscription story is something that is known across the world. But what is interesting here is, even if you look at something like MyGov, which is a Government of India platform, a citizen engagement platform on using digital platforms, we have about 9.5 million users. This is a reasonably recent initiative. And when you look at a number like 376 million on social media, an important point I want to highlight is the social media platform is not just consumers and content related story in India. In India, it is a little more unique that social media platforms are actually being leveraged by micro, small entrepreneurs, individual sellers, maybe handicraft people, maybe homemakers. So social media is also a platform where business is happening, and there's a lot of consumer outreach that is happening through these platforms. But the biggest success story that we see in India in the last few years is the digital payments momentum story. It's not just the banking industry and whether it's the cards or whether it's the digital payments industry, but there's an architecture-led platform and technology story in India which was built this entire stack called the Unified Payment Interface, or UPI, which is now becoming a global referral for financial inclusion, technology-led financial inclusion in all emerging markets. And on this UPI stack, if you see the latest September 2020 data, there were 1.8 billion UPI transactions and almost 44 or 45 billion dollars in value in terms of transaction in a single month. What is important at UBI is it's a technology architecture-led story from India, where it's not just an interoperable platform, it is driving the digital and financial inclusion agenda of the country and the government so that more consumers are brought into and citizens are brought into a digital financial ecosystem. And it's also a story where right from a nascent fintech startup to a global companies, global financial services players are able to leverage this stack. So it's the traditional players, which is the banks, but also the fintechs and the startups and the wallet companies and the payment companies are all leveraging on this stack. Similarly, there are a lot of other government flagship programs, whether it is the GSTN or Goods and Services Tax Network, which is again a technology platform story, success story from India, where across the country it has got unified. And similarly, the $1.2 billion, 1.2 billion unique ID Aadhaar story, where several flagship programs of government, direct benefits transfer of government, eKYC programs of government, banks, telcos, all of them are actually leveraging this Aadhaar stack. So it's not just the government, but also central, state, and industry. What is interesting here is when you look at this one single slide on what is the momentum of digital adoption, you will notice that there is deep partnership between an alignment of agenda and charter of both government and industry. And the industry could be from various sectors. It could be e-commerce and retail. It could be telecom and mobile platforms. And it could also be banking and financial services. And increasingly, the new verticals, which I will talk about, we are beginning to see a lot happening in the edtech space in India. So if you look at from, if you do a little more deep dive on the digital adoption trends, digital payments is one that we are seeing a significant momentum. led by the National Payment Corporation and, of course, the banks and all the fintech startups and the various digital payments industry, payment banks, digital payment banks that have come up, and, of course, the global companies which have leveraged the UPI stack. For example, why I was reiterating this UPI story, one of the industry members who's become successful riding on top of the UPI, which is the Google Pay, actually had formally written to the US Fed to make the India's UPI as a reference for financial inclusion and real-time payments. And the real-time payments could be P2P, B2C, yeah, B2B, all of those. How can this story be replicated, and this learnings can be replicated in other geographies? This is, I think, a moment of pride for India. Similarly, if you look at the financial inclusion, which was always a charter of Reserve Bank of India and Ministry of Finance and all the banks, that has got further expanded, where there are several new age fintech startups which are actually participating and driving this financial digital led financial inclusion story of the country. Something very interesting that we have seen in the last 6 months is the amazing resilience that Indian industry, particularly the services industry, the global technology industry, which is housed in India, including Cisco, have supported their customers, whether customers worldwide, customers in India, to turn resilient during the complete stringent lockdown after the pandemic broke out. In India, it was somewhere from early March timeframe. In Europe, it was a little earlier. Maybe in Asia Pacific, it was even earlier. Indian IT industry and the global technology industry based out of India really played the role to make the world resilient during these uncertain pandemic times. And what was interesting is 85% of the Indian workforce in less than 2 to 3 weeks completely turned work from home. It was a phenomenal exercise. The Department of Telecom, Ministry of IT, and of course India and the Indian CIO ecosystem, Indian CISO ecosystem. And several public sector organizations, whether it is in the oil and gas space, whether it's in the banking space, even they, all of them who typically may not have had a work from home policy, they all geared up, and pretty much 85 to 90%, other than very core essential services, which were working on-prem, almost everybody, every enterprise in India was working, and it was the capabilities and competencies of the technology industry from India which made this happen. And several CIOs and several CXOs, at least from the Indian industry, you are seeing, they have not seen a dip in productivity with this. Similarly, we are beginning to see a great story of micro, small businesses, small and medium businesses going digital, going online. And maybe it has got further accelerated in the last 6 to 9 months time frame. But SMBs leveraging mobile, leveraging cloud, I think migration to cloud and leveraging the cloud stack, whether it's for supplier integration, whether it is for customer acquisition, whether it's for customer service and customer relationship management, we are seeing a big uptake of the momentum of cloud in India, particularly from the small and medium. I think large enterprises, it was always there, but we are seeing a rapid, accelerated growth of cloud adoption in the small and medium. Because of that, I think attention to security, attention to cloud security, attention to consuming security services on the cloud is a new trend that we are beginning to see. A new story that is emerging in India, thanks to probably the pandemic lockdown and schools and colleges and universities shutting down and mass scale migration to virtual classes, we are beginning to see a robust growth of edtech. Otherwise, a lot of our startup story, India becoming the second largest tech startup hub in the world, was led by fintechs, was led more by the business to consumer related B2C solutions. Whereas now we are beginning to see a good spike in edtech, and there is credible market research to say that the market size is likely to move to USD 10 billion by 2025. And we are also seeing increased investor interest in funding edtech startups. And a lot of that is happening in the testing space, certification space, surprisingly in the K-12 space. Yeah, kindergarten to 12 adoption of digital was always a laggard in India. There was more digital adoption in the college and university space. We're beginning to see a good momentum in that space. When it comes to the security industry, given that it is Cisco Security Conclave, the 4 growth drivers we are seeing in India, why India is emerging to be a global hub for cybersecurity. KPM talked about NASSCOM and DSCI having envisioned a growth charter of making India a global hub for cybersecurity by 2025 and making it a $35 billion industry. Currently, it's about 8 billion. We'll do a fresh dipstick of that by the end of this calendar year. There is already a policy and a capability building framework that is there. There is a foundation for that. The foundation for the cybersecurity industry is the technology industry and the services industry that has already become a global powerhouse. There is an increased regulatory, action that we are seeing, whether it is from the banking sector, capital market sector, whether it's from the insurance sector. So those regulatory norms that are coming up is also building a certain maturity of the ecosystem, or pressure from the customer organizations, which automatically builds competencies on the demand side. So when we talk about regulations coming up in India across various verticals, it's not just businesses in that sector which get geared up. Obviously, they will get geared up. They will make the necessary people and technology investments to be able to comply to the regulatory framework of the RBI or IDA and Government of India and others. But we also see a positive maturity building on the demand side, on the provider side, whether it is the technology, security startups, or the services industry, as they start serving the new needs of cybersecurity regulation of their customers in India. Obviously, they start building the capability. Similarly, we are beginning to see, because of the digital momentum that is happening in India, it's not just the digital and the tech startups, and the emergence and the adoption of cloud, far more wider adoption of IoT, and let's say at the city level, or IoT, there's a lot of adoption of that in the industry level. We are beginning to see a certain digital transformation, which also has a positive spin-off on competency building and capability building in cybersecurity in both the services and the product industry. And because of which we believe we are becoming the hub, and we are the hub. The product ecosystem itself is now 180 plus companies. And an interesting thing that we are seeing is India is the largest hub for global competency centers, or GCCs, which is global corporations which have chosen India as a destination for their operations. Typically, they were in the area of financial services, back office operations, HR, but increasingly we are seeing cyber GCCs, which are running maybe the global SOCs out of India, or global engineering and security engineering out of India. So in GCC itself, we are seeing cyber as one of the largest growth verticals. Some of the, I talked about it being a collaborative effort between government in India. Mr. Dr. Bajpai already referred to it. There's a National Cybersecurity Strategy 2020. It's not being driven in a single line ministry. It's actually being driven in the National Security Council Secretariat, which is housed along with the National Security Advisor's Office in the PMO. There were very wide consultations, and we are given to understand, we have engaged very deeply with that team. They are doing some final, fine tuning to this strategy document, which is probably going to get released anytime. There was a mention of that by no less than our Honorable Prime Minister in the Independence Day speech on August 15. So we have reason to believe that it's a question of time that this strategy document is going to be released. Based on the consultations that we have done with government and industry and our interactions with government, we have reason to believe that it's not just a strategy which is going to look at cybersecurity preparedness and cybersecurity defense for the country, but it is also it is going to be a very progressive strategy, which is going to look at capability building for the future, for future readiness, capability building in academia and in industry, and it's also going to put significant focus on education and skills. There's also a personal data protection bill, which is now tabled in Lok Sabha and There's a joint parliamentary committee which is probably going to submit the report in the winter session in December, which is going to significantly enhance. And security plus privacy have always been twin engines, which has increased the capability and of the industry and also readiness of any country. We are seeing a very positive measure in India where typically government funding for R&D went to defense or PSUs or public sector research labs, or maybe some core public sector premier academic institutions. We are now beginning to see a larger funding that is happening in capability building in R&D programs by the National Security Council Secretariat, an information security education awareness program which works with engineering colleges and universities across the board. Similarly, we are seeing India becoming a second largest hub for hubs, which we talked about. But within cybersecurity, which is what is of interest to the audience, there are almost 175 plus companies which we know of. Maybe there are a few more which are doing some cutting edge R&D and product development, which is not just for the India market, but also for global markets. A lot of them are serving Asia Pacific markets, Middle East, and also US and EU. There is a robust cybersecurity framework issued by 3 regulators, which I already talked about, IRDA, banking and capital markets. And programs, again here there is a public partnership mode I was talking about, while government has something called the Information Security Education Awareness for upping the skills and competency building in cyber. NASSCOM and DSCI itself has a future skills and a cybersecurity sector skills council. And mainstreaming of cyber in BTech, in MTech, and in PhD programs is happening across the board in several universities. Several industry members, including Cisco and their Network Academy, is putting a lot of focus on cybersecurity training. Similarly, if you look at global R&D companies, we have, in the last count, maybe there's some more, at least 8 of the largest global security product companies have an R&D center out of India. And we are also beginning to see a lot of global MSSP leaders, which is the managed security services providers, actually having global SOCs, global cyber defense centers, and cyber fusion centers out of India. Some of the regulatory norms, to be able to recap on this, some of it Dr. Bajpai talked about. Why this is important is we always had this mindset that regulation leads to conformance and compliance burden. But surprisingly, we are beginning to see regulation actually increasing and accentuating maturity of the participants of not only of that sector, but by the providers to that sector. So if you have services companies, you have security product companies, global or Indian, which is servicing a bank or an insurance, the moment there are frameworks like this, we are seeing significant maturity and capability building, which I think is a positive measure, so that we move away from this mindset that regulation leads to conformance burden. We have reason to believe that regulation is an opportunity to be able to build capability for a much higher level of cyber defense. Similarly, we are beginning to see regulators who probably were always closed doors. They had probably discussions more with industry participants. We are beginning to see a lot of collaboration happening. We know CISOs of the sector being called for meetings for experience sharing, best practice sharing by the regulators. Industry members are invited, including, of course, DSCI usually gets invited. Some industry members are invited to these forums where regulator invites the subject matter experts from the industry to be able to share. So we do see a collaborative milieu being built by the regulator and government for experience sharing, because particularly in cybersecurity, I think there is no competitive advantage. We need to learn from each other, and we need to be able to up our defense by learning from the best practices and mistakes of maybe our industry members. Similarly, there is we are beginning to see regulatory frameworks becoming a little more granular, getting into an implementation focus and an operationalized focus rather than at a very high 30,000 feet level. We have seen that in the banking one, we have seen that in the IRDA. There's a very new one which RBI has released for cooperative and urban cooperative banking, we are seeing a lot of granularity on what the cyber emergency response should be, what should be the team should be, what should be the policy, which I think is a very good step. Similarly, another interesting thing is because several Indian enterprises work, Indian industry work with global players, getting ready for global regulations, whether it was 2 years back for the EU GDPR, or because we are a large hub for life sciences and healthcare, getting ready for HIPAA in the last few years, so many years that we know of, is also having a positive impact. I am of the firm belief that as and when any country is coming up with a new data protection legislation, whether it's in Australia, whether it's in Japan or EU or Brazil, or of course in US, California, the provider industry, the technology industry, which is servicing this geography or servicing enterprises in that geography, is automatically building some capabilities and maturities, including building niche products for that. We are also seeing increased demand because of the regulatory compliance. In terms of the innovation ecosystem, what we are observing by tracking the global services industry and the product industry is that the next generation SOCs is no longer a cliche word, right? Is no longer a cliche. SOCs are truly becoming next generation. They are getting augmented to move into cyber fusion centers, cyber defense centers. We are beginning to see security orchestration, automation, and response, which used to be a buzzword 2-3 years back. Several new platforms, products, and services being built around this architecture. There's particularly with the work from home, I think user and their behavioral analytics is become, there's a lot of innovation happening around that, even from our startups. Integrating AI and ML is now becoming a hygiene factor, both for a services company, cybersecurity services company, and a product, and a lot being built around predictive analytics so that there is real-time decision making that is happening in the way incidents are monitored and responded to. Another positive measure that we are seeing is that typically when we looked at cloud adoption momentum in the last 5 to 6 years, it was always for core business solutions or maybe for collaboration solutions, mail, maybe internal collaboration, productivity suite kind of software. What is interesting now is consuming security services from the cloud and on the cloud is now becoming mainstream. We look at any global platform company in security space, or we look at our 175 security startups, or you look at startups from Australia, we look at startups from Hague Security Delta or from Israel. All of them are either cloud first or cloud only. We are maybe mostly, maybe a few of them are continuing to be on-prem and cloud, but cloud first and cloud only and maybe cloud ready definitely is what we are seeing in security. And several of our industry services companies, which are now building a robust cybersecurity practice to serve the world, we are seeing all of them actually serving their global customers from on the cloud, which has actually proved a big blessing during the pandemic outbreak, where they could not send their staff even for critical cybersecurity emergency response on-prem, and they were able to do all the troubleshooting sitting wherever maybe their teams were based out of Europe, based out of Asia Pacific or India or Africa or Middle East. It didn't matter where they were able to serve their customers. We are also seeing the cloud security getting a lot of attention and innovation. Several new age startups are coming up across in India and of course in other parts of the world, particularly around the cloud access and security broker networks. In the developer and the solution development space, because India has been a big hub for application development and maintenance for the world, DevSecOps to DevOps to DevSecOps, and skill building, baking in those security by design principles. We are beginning to see a lot of our industry members, even for fresh developer hiring, when they do a lot of in-house training in the first 6 to 9 months time frame, there's a lot of focus around DevSecOps, and secure coding is beginning to get a lot of attention. In terms of the cybersecurity services and product landscape from India, coming from DSCI, we scan that, we publish a lot of reports. the services landscape report, product landscape report are on our DSCI website. I already talked about it. There are 175 plus companies. We are beginning to see the innovation ecosystem beginning to mature, where many of them are actually filing patents and also getting grants of patents, which is something that we are giving attention to. Maybe patent filing and patent grants, we did not have such a strong story 5-6 years back, at least in the security domain. Maybe we've had it in the general technology domain. We're beginning to see some attention to that. Similarly, in terms of cybersecurity services, as of last year, we were a $4.3 billion industry. And not only the global companies, whether it's an Accenture or an IBM, which has a big hub, but the Indian services companies are also doing a lot of work out of India. And the geographies that we serve, of course, happen to be US, EU, and Asia Pacific, and several global corporations. One lot of attention that we are seeing is integrating AI and ML into security engineering and security product development, and also RPA and cloud. These are where we are seeing a lot of attention. So at NASSCOM and DSCI, we believe while cloud becomes a foundational technology for the enterprise, cybersecurity is also becoming a foundation technology. They need to invest to be able to match the digital aspiration journey. In terms of the future readiness, there is a personal data protection bill. I'm not really getting into the details. It's any question of time. It's already tabled in the Lok Sabha, and parliamentary committee is looking into it. It's essentially looking at operationalizing the Supreme Court judgment of India of making privacy as a fundamental right. There is a lot of focus around the Data Protection Authority and also privacy by design principles to be engaged. And of course, there's a regulatory framework. It's also attempting to meet the expectations of global data protection regimes, because as India serves EU, serves Australia, or any one of those countries, are we aligned, and is there a facility for interoperability and cooperation? I think there is enough attention to that. In terms of regulations, I already talked about it. One point that I wanted to add, in addition to the sectoral one, a few states have taken the lead in a cybersecurity policy, which is again focused around capability building and also nurturing the academia and nurturing the startup ecosystem in that state. At least I'm aware of 3-4 states in which I have personally engaged, where they've come up with the policy because of which the readiness is automatically going up. Ministry of Health and Healthcare sector, given all that is happening in digital health, we are beginning to see a lot of attention in terms of not only adopting digital, but a security framework and a privacy and a data protection framework. Dr. Bajpai already talked about in terms of critical information infrastructure, but Ministry of Housing and Urban Authorities is one which has a cybersecurity framework, and we've had the opportunity to work with them on a city level cybersecurity framework and a policy, because each city is unique in India. We have very small cities to large urban conglomerates like Mumbai and Delhi. In terms of the emerging trends, I understand zero trust network architecture is a big theme of the security conclave, particularly post-pandemic. As we do any conversation with our security industry members or the CISO community, I don't think zero trust architecture is any more a buzzword. People are mainstreaming it, and we are beginning to see a completely new focus to the identity access management scenarios in a large enterprise. How do you look at zero trust architecture from and implement that at a process, policy, and also the technology and user awareness perspective, right? I think in work from home environment, this is getting mainstream. I can think of so many webinars we did in the last few weeks around ZTNA. So it's not just an industry buzzword, several CISOs are talking about it. And this entire borderless security workforce, one of our industry members, the largest industry members from India, Tata Consulting Services, actually came up with a focus around borderless workforce. And they have some goals of moving into a borderless workforce by 2025, a great percentage of their workforce, and several others. And we're beginning to see on-prem to cloud to predominantly cloud happening at a much faster clip. I think what would have taken 2-3 years has taken 3-4 months in the post-pandemic. That's one positive development we are seeing. And also several emerging technologies which are getting integrated into security stack. It's not just blockchain, but AI, ML, and the entire NL. In India itself, we are aware of 30 to 40% of the startups which are actually doing all of this. So in terms of skills, what we are seeing is there's a lot of demand for next generation skill sets, whether it's starting from the developer community to running cyber defense centers, running, these very complex red teaming, blue teaming exercise. It straddles all of this. We are seeing a lot of demand in the area of forensics. It's not just for law enforcement and national security. There's a lot of forensics capability building that is being built in the enterprises like banks and telecos, right? And we are seeing almost demand for 4 million cyber professionals in and out of India. And we are seeing I've highlighted some of the areas. Forensics is one, security analysts, these are at the, 0 to 5 years, 6 years. But at the top level, of course, the leadership itself, as every industry is now having a dedicated CISO. It's no longer a dual function. Even small and medium businesses are appointing them. So the security CISO leadership is also getting very fine-tuned and nuanced. And you can see the kind of job roles that are opening up, but at a leadership level also, we are seeing a lot of demand. And we believe that as we move forward, as digital transformation becomes the primary driver for business growth across any vertical, whether it's social verticals like education and healthcare, but also whether it's e-commerce, retail, transportation, logistics, of course, banking, financial services, financial, digital payments, but also government to citizen services. I can't think of any state in India or any local government in India or any line ministry in India which cannot think of a digital program whenever they conceive or conceptualize a new government program. Every government program is actually now getting blended with a core IT program around it, and of course, leveraging digital technologies. Because of which, I think cyber will continue to get a lot of attention. It will become now a foundational technology, and I believe that our industry members, whether it's the services companies, global companies, and also the startup communities across the world and in India, are really gearing up to this. I think digital is not only creating the threat and the threat landscape, but we from DSCI also look at it from an opportunity standpoint of innovating, coming up with new service delivery models and new service delivery capabilities. I will stop here, and then if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take.
Well, 85% of the Indian workforce, including public sector companies, taking up work from home so soon. Thank you so much, ma'am. This was such an interesting session. My name is Anubhav, and I will be taking on the questions today with you. Clearly, the takeaways that we had from your talk was the entire focus on moving some of our frameworks, especially the regulatory frameworks, into more of an execution-based model. That was so interesting to know, and also how the Data Privacy Act is coming into picture so soon. We also heard you talk about zero trust becoming a core part of some of these frameworks. We heard about how cybersecurity defense centers are going to come into picture, how AI and ML are going to be a core part of all of this. And clearly, some of the synergies that we saw between what you spoke and what Dr. Ajit also spoke was around information sharing, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. That was very, very insightful, ma'am. My first question is, the objective, as we understand from you, is about building a $35 billion Indian cybersecurity business. Are you seeing a large part of this coming in from homegrown cybersecurity products? And how do you think we are placed competitively in that space?
Yes, in terms of the industry, there is actually this $35 billion is contributed by 3 segments. One is, of course, the services industry is the largest one. And when I say services industry, I'm not just talking about the Indian services majors, but services industry from and in India. So we also have global services companies, security services companies housed out of India. So services is a big segment. then the Indian security product ecosystem and the global product ecosystem, which is building solutions from India. And the third segment happens to be the global corporations, whether it is, the large global banks, large global retail companies or manufacturing companies, which have set up a cyber GCC out of India. We are seeing a big take. Of course, the largest growth driver would still be, I would like to believe, is services from India, and then the product and the startup ecosystem. But what we are seeing now in the last 2-3 years is the product and security startup ecosystem maturing significantly. We're beginning to see a lot of new age ones in cloud, of course. In identity access management, we are seeing a lot of new age startups. We are seeing in quantum, at least we are aware of 2-3 of them in the area of crypto, which are working. And I think in threat intelligence and threat hunting, we are seeing a whole lot of product companies. So it will be a combination of services plus products.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That clarifies. Our next question, and you did touch upon this part when you had your talk. You spoke about how the focus is going beyond enterprises and service providers as well. Now, could you throw a little bit more light on how some of these investments and resources are going to enable the Indian SMB segment specifically? You did, of course, speak about the adoption of cloud playing a very important role, protecting from the cloud and protecting for the cloud. So could you just spend a few more minutes talking about it and giving us some more detail on this?
Yes. So when you look at the Indian SMB ecosystem, that itself straddles a very large ecosystem, from very small in verticals like gems and jewelry to healthcare to small promoter-led enterprises, toys, to the large SMBs, which are typically in the auto manufacturing sector and a very few of those sectors. They've always had a challenge to manage complex IT infrastructure on-prem because they don't have those kind of people capability because they're more focused on their business, right? And they are also based out of tier 2, tier 3 kind of locations. So the moment cloud has opened up to be able to consume the new digital solutions, new business solutions on the cloud, on a pay-per-use or a software as a service became a reality for them. Now, when security is getting offered on the cloud, whether it is services, whether it's incident reporting, whether it's monitoring, or actually consuming a product on the cloud, we believe that small and medium businesses are actually going to benefit the most because they're not going to have expert cybersecurity professionals in-house. They may not be able to get that kind of talent in a tier 3 or a tier 4. Now, it doesn't matter where their security service partner or provider or product company is, they should be able to leverage that. So we believe cloud has that benefit, particularly more for small and medium businesses, because maybe a large enterprise can still afford to do everything on-prem. Maybe even they're moving to the cloud, but for a small and medium business, it really enables them to deploy digital and then consume cloud on cloud.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much for that. Ma'am, you did touch upon the global competency centers being a focus area for us. Now, I think clearly India has proven in time that as a competency center, especially during the Y2K, we came out very strong, especially around the IT services space. Given the current geopolitical situation, clearly some of the streams that are coming out as common requirements are around security issues, audits, testing, and certification. Do you think India is, as an industry, is prepared to emerge and seize this opportunity, and build its competency around becoming a security testing center capital of the world? What are your views on this, ma'am?
I think overall, our industry has been a testing center, particularly in the infrastructure side and application. I think in security, we still have some way to go, to be honest with you. But I think there is attention to that, to be able to first build that infrastructure that is needed to becoming a testing capital for the world. Because you need those testing labs. At least we've made a move. You remember India can at least do EL4 and the common criteria certification. STQC has those labs. And several of our new age startups have actually gone for those EL4 certifications, which is also a recent development in India. It's the last few years. But I think our technology industry has always serviced global OEMs. They've had those partnerships with global OEMs in the telecom side, in the networking side, in the automotive side, right? I see no reason why our IT industry will not seize the opportunity. But in this case, I think there is a need for equal attention from government also, because the testing labs infrastructure needs very high investments, needs that kind of ecosystem. Sometimes you might also need partnership with academia, because several testing labs might need some niche capabilities from academia. So I think there is an opportunity. We do need to move the needle on that a little more, both from academia, government, and the industry. But I think there is interest in that.
Thank you, ma'am. I think one other topic that you touched upon in a lot of detail was around building capacity, especially from a transformation perspective and the information security capability building program. You also alluded to some of the state-led programs to ensure that the future of our country is enabled to drive cybersecurity as a more effective practice. To that end, ma'am, what are your views on building cybersecurity as a practice, as a core practice, as a main curriculum in schools? And more importantly, you did touch upon it in a little bit detail during your session, but more importantly, what are the initiatives that DSCI is taking to make this, to drive this from a capacity transformation perspective?
Yeah, that's a good question. So first of all, I mean, more than schools, I will talk about higher education. I think what we are seeing is that attention to cyber is now happening in every engineering college and premier. It's not just the premier IITs. Every engineering college is giving a lot of attention to cyber. What we did not see 5-6 years back, BTech cyber or MTech cyber, we are seeing that far more proliferation of that. PhD almost, this ICIA program has put a lot of attention around PhDs in cyber, which is also important when you look at R&D, India becoming a hub for R&D and product development. Another thing that we are seeing is, for example, I'm aware of, because I come from Hyderabad, Jawaharlal Nehru Technology University or JNTU has said that cyber will be part of every engineering stream. It's not just BTech cyber, but it could be BTech civil, mechanical, and engineering. We are beginning to see that attention, right? And I think in schools, it's still a lot more to do with awareness and maybe programming. What are we doing as DSA? Of course, we do a lot of this with collaboration with the industry. We are seeing a lot more national level hackathons, actually not just the hackathon bus, but as a talent development exercise. We are seeing a lot of our industry members, including services companies, conduct series of hackathons where actually the objective of this hackathon is the best students who succeed in the hackathon are actually getting hired. We are also now beginning to see industry and academia collaborating in niche hackathons. For example, like a IoT hackathon or a smart city hackathon, or recently IIT Kanpur and one of our industry members, HCL, in which DSCI also collaborated. There was a specific national level hackathon. So hackathons are one which I think moved away from the buzzword of hackathons to really doing structured hackathons for talent development and skills development. Another thing we are seeing is that industry members are giving a lot more attention to a more higher level simulation exercises. I think the cyber ranges and cyber defense, where, I remember 3 years back at the DSCI team used to struggle to explain to a user organization what is the need for a cyber range. I'm sure Cisco team resonates with the comment I'm making. Whereas now we see almost every CISO baking training at a cyber range and a blue teaming and a red teaming exercise for his or her team as an part of their annual program. And several cyber ranges and several industry members, both global and Indian, are doing that. We are now aware of Government of India looking at high-level strategy simulation exercise. We drove one partnership with UK Commonwealth Office, where UK-India collaboration did a very high-level simulation exercise in London for financial services. These are real-life simulations where people from government organizations like NPCI were hosted in UK in the Chatham House, and they were senior cybersecurity experts from. So we are beginning to see that attention, and of course, academia is doing quite a bit on this.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This was so insightful. Personally, I think after hearing your talk and some of the responses you've given to our questions, I feel so motivated and encouraged to be a part of the cybersecurity industry. Clearly, what you state is there's lots more to come and interesting times ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you over for SecCon. Have a very good day, and thanks once again. Afseen, over to you now.
Thank you, Vaishak, KPM.
Thank you so much, Anubhav. Very rightly said. It indeed was a powerful session with valuable insights. As we proceed further, it's now time for much awaited panel discussion on building cyber resilience during the pandemic. And the session will be moderated by Vishak Raman, Director Security Business, India and SAP. Over to you, Vishak.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to SecCon 2020 for an exciting panel discussion on how do you build cyber resiliency during the pandemic situation. Cyber resiliency is a larger topic, and we're going to take a deeper dive today along with my co-moderator, Mr. Durga Dubey, Senior Vice President and Global CISO of Reliance Industry. Welcome, Mr. Dubey. And we have some exciting panel with us. To start with, Mr. Upendra Singh, Head of Cybersecurity SOC InfoSec at HCL. Welcome, Upendra. And we have Mr. Dilip Panjwani, Head CISO and IT Controller at Larsen & Toubro Infotech Limited. Welcome, Dilip. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Jackson Fernandez, Vice President and Group CISO of Adani Group. Jackson, it's great to have you here. And I have my good friend, Mr. Arup Chatterjee, the Group CISO of WNS with us. Welcome, Arup. And let's kickstart this exciting panel discussion. So let me start with Mr. Durga Dubey. Sir, you've been an industry veteran. You've been as a leading CISO for many long years, both from industry experience at the financial sector and now managing a very large conglomerate per se. How do you define cyber resiliency, and what is its relevance during the pandemic situation? And any leading thoughts from your side, Mr. Dubey?
If I decide to define this cyber resilience in one word, I think it's okay. Say this one word which is very important for cyber resilience, or one sentence which is very important is, in current scenario, be it pandemic or not, in cyber world, you will always fall flat, but you should always try that you never fail to get up. So that is what is exactly the resilience. During this pandemic, your question is that how important is this resilience during pandemic? During pandemic, this is utmost importance, precisely because think of a situation when IT fails or the technology fails, God forbids, because of cyber attack, then a person will not have access to the health facilities, which is dangerous for the humanity. In this pandemic situation, if I am not able to contact the hospital, I am not able to talk to the doctors. Everything is dependent on IT. Everything is dependent on technology. Everything is dependent on cyber. So this resilience, the cyber resilience, from a pandemic perspective, is something which is very important. And from a particularly from our company perspective, we have been, as you all know, that we have been really managing this the COVID, the health scenario or the health management. We operate a couple of hospitals. We operate many testing centers. So we do a lot of things for the public. Over and above managing 150,000 employees across the world, we also manage this COVID pandemic in the state or in the nations. Most important is, if the technology fails because of cyber attack, then there is a human problem which will come up. This is extremely important for us.
Hey Dilip, welcome to the panel. How do you define cyber resiliency through your lens? How relevant is it to your industry? With LTI being a large conglomerate, how do you define it? If you could give some aspects about, in your lens, what is cyber resilience and why it is so important during the pandemic situation?
When you're looking at cyber resiliency, it's all about cyber preparedness on how well prepared the organization is in any kind of cyber related incident or event. It would not just be about preparing a cyber resilience document and putting down use cases on various kind of threat scenarios, but it also required considering fine-tuning of your policies and procedures to be nimble enough, to be agile enough to manage such scenarios. How will you look at training your employees and your partners with regards to being aware at all times in all situations to support you in terms of security and privacy requirements? How the organization will manage its monitoring and responses, whether the users are within the enterprise or on a roaming profile or are not visible for a long time, on what kind of threat scenarios and rules that you want to build in from monitoring perspective and response perspective. It's primarily all about also dealing with your connects as well as your partnerships, which are a critical element in terms of cyber resilience with regards to providing the right time of support within a reasonable SLA, because all of us are hit at the same time. Then they also need to consider how they would really provide that support to the other organizations who are requiring similar kind of supports.
Thank you for bringing that insight. Let me switch over to Mr. Upendra, who heads HCL's SOC operations and all of your IT security of HCL. What is your view of cyber resilience? What does it mean to you? How do you see it from your lens?
Cybersecurity program primarily focuses on protecting your environment from threat, whereas resilience is more on minimizing the damage caused by attacker and ability of organization to restore business operation in an acceptable time frame. How you withstand that disruption, that determine your cyber resilience. So cyber resilience from HCL perspective, because we service 6,000 plus clients from different sectors, as Mr. Durga has already pointed out, that the importance. He gave an example, a pertinent example of healthcare. So we serve the pharma, we serve the healthcare, many key sectors, and if those our client are not able to do their work, in an effective manner, then there will be an impact on the whole mankind, all people. So it's a far-reaching impact.
Excellent. Thank you, Upendra. Let's shift gears to Mr. Arup from WNS. Hi, Arup. How do you see cyber resilience through your eyes, and what is your perspective, which you would like to share it to the audience?
Thanks, Vishak. First of all, I would just want to probably step back exactly 182 days back from where we are right now. So I think COVID-19 was completely unprecedented and required us to completely think out of the box to be able to sustain business delivery, right? So the entire thing about cyber resiliency and being able to protect client businesses arose from the fact, and I think earlier Dilip commented about ring-fenced enterprises, where the technology industry that we represent, the IT/ITS industry that we represent, always had an operating model which was always protected behind a ring-fenced perimeter. Everything changed overnight, right? And that was the biggest dilemma for the security operations team to be able to sustain business delivery, take risk sign-offs from customers to be able to run the same businesses from an outside-in model, to be able to sustainably deliver these businesses over a secure communication channel, right? So that is where the true success of the cyber resilience in the phase one of the COVID recovery program really lied, which obviously followed with the catch-up game, because even the SOCs that we were running at that point of time under 100% lockdowns were remote security operation centers. So the people who were supporting the entire cyber resiliency program were also functioning remotely, approving security designs, reworking the models, and people trying to monitor and protect the organization sitting out of their homes when they might have been affected by COVID-19. So it was a mix of personal dilemma crossing against professional dilemma with people to be able to meet business objectives. So I see that cyber resiliency, at least in the last 6 months, has been completely unprecedented. There is no single line definition to be able to articulate that here. All right. So that's my point of view on this.
Thank you, Arup. Very insightful, practical insight. Let's shift gears to Mr. Jackson. How do you view cyber resilience through a very large conglomerate like Adani Group, and what do you see cyber resilience across? And you are into a diversified portfolio of businesses as well. If you could share your perspective, that would sort of set the stage.
I doubt there is precious little I can add to what all the panelists have already contributed over here. And I think diversity in the portfolio is the Adani Group, so can't stake claim to that. Having said that, I think it has been articulated pretty well that it's not about, the resilience part of cyber is where if we do get impacted in the services, can we get back up? Like Mr. Dubey said correctly. So can we bring those? And what the pandemic has done, and again, what Arup has mentioned also, that everybody was outside, everybody was working from home. So the visibility had to continue on all of those cyber parameters that we had. Now, could that visibility be brought to the people who had to look at it? So that was where all the resilience part of it came into play. I've just one additional aspect of it, which I think impacted us, or let's say made a decision, factored into the decision making, was what we believe to be critical. Where did we need to focus our, our visibility on cyber operations or the data? Can we look at everything with the same lens of eyes, and can we have it? Maybe not. So we will have to maybe pick and choose, okay, this is what we are going to pay attention to because this is what drives bread and butter. So this was purely a factor of the time, like I said earlier. We've discussed it in multiple occasions. I don't think most of us were prepared for the onset of the lockdown. It happened quite quickly. So we had to pick our battles. And I think by and large, all of us has picked the right battles, and we've come out, albeit with a few scratches.
Very honest, practical insights. Thank you. Having defined and learned cyber resilience through your lens, we want to break this discussion into three parts. One is the preparation stage. One, we didn't have much of time, but having the little time in our hand, how did we actually gone ahead? So probably, me and Mr. Durga will actually sort of go across and then ask insightful questions around preparation part of it. The second part is about monitoring. Okay, we all did our part, but how well we have sustained it in the last 6 months. And the third one is how are we responding back? So we'll break it up into three large discussion areas, and then we'll go over and then get your practical insights as well. Let me go to Mr. Dilip Panchwani. Dilip, cybersecurity resiliency requires preparedness. The pandemic, unfortunately, did not allow many of the organizations to prepare for it. Right? It's been a sudden transition for remote work. What has been your experience in getting to remote worker enablement, given that most of the cases happened overnight and the lockdown was announced? Did you review your IT security policies? What were your crossroads and priorities over connectivity and security?
Thanks, Vishak. Yes, I think a lot of things changed overnight for almost all the organizations globally when the pandemic really hit in and the crisis was really called for. So at least from an organization perspective, from our business in which we operate and from an ITS perspective, what we observed was we first servicing our customers from the confines of a ring-fenced ODC or an EDC within our secure perimeters. Now, with everybody moving out of the offices, they had to work from their own residences, which was kind of not a ring-fenced ODC environment. Hence, the security and privacy aspects of the controls had to be relooked at on how they really met for the client contractual commitments. Similarly, we had primarily all assets for the users, which were desktops and thin clients in the ODCs, which typically were more or less like dumb terminals, which did not really allow the users to store or copy anything on the devices. Now, with remote working, again, the thin client concept really would not be the right approach, and that required users to get laptops, which again added on additional dimensions to the risk for those users with regards to those projects and deliverables. Because there are some of our clients really deal with a lot of sensitive data, as well as sensitive operations, which have to be managed in a different manner from a controls perspective. When we came across such an environment, we had to look at how do we align our endpoint systems to be able to be protected even when they are taken outside the offices. Because when you are inside, you typically have aggregator systems in the environment, like you would have a centralized proxy appliance, which will take care of proxy control management. But when you go outside, you need cloud proxy enablements or VPNs to be allowed for users to connect back and then get the proxy filterings. Similarly, applications have to be configured in a manner to be able to take care of identity-related risk. So whether identity risk, which could be more prevalent during such pandemics, were taken care of in terms of multi-factor authentication, risk-based conditional access, and the likes. Over and above all, I think user awareness on the threats was something which is very critical, that we had to keep getting them briefed upon in such a scenario. So that's, I think, we had to really look at multiple angles when we started thinking about the pandemic.
Let me just do a flashback, Mr. Upendra. Like in the mid of March, suddenly all of us never thought that this lockdown will last for more than 6 months. We thought that it may be for 10 days to 20 days, 21 days. We might have kept some laptops on here in the cabin and locked it also, thinking that we'll go back to the cabin and then bring it back. So all sort of things happened. And suddenly some kind of a business continuity plan or a format was rolled out. Not sure whether that is that format which was with you or some bottom-up approach was implemented. Like, so I just wanted to know your feeling. What is your learning when you from a business continuity perspective, when you rolled out this plan or rolled out something which is going to be a plan, going to be a practical plan? What's the learning from all these exercises?
This pandemic has caught us off guard. I mean, all the organization, we are not no exception. Luckily, we were working on providing laptops to all the users. We were on the program, although we were not there where we want to be. We got in the situation that everyone has to work from home. And we have to also meet all the compliance requirement also. I mean, client ensure client also put in their list that all these requirements must be met. So that's a very difficult situation. And we finalized, we did a risk assessment, finalized what all controls the desktops which we were allowed desktop to be taken home, and user can use them. And what all control should go there, because there were difference in the control which are on laptops and the desktop. Plus also at the perimeter level, the gateway level, what controls are what all. For a month, it was a struggle, but with a good support and of the team and the management support, we were able to achieve. And the learning, I mean, is that the traditional organizations business continuity management, that they did not think about the pandemic kind of a situation. They have prepared for a disaster, natural disaster or infrastructure failure scenario only. The traditional BCM focuses on availability of critical application and services only in these two scenarios. Coming back to the cyber resilience part, because from pandemic, it has expedited. Otherwise, also in last 1 year, there has been an increased focus on cyber resiliency, which involves, recovering from cyber attack that can impact the application and services. Thanks, or I'll say that, the sudden spike in frequency of cyber attacks in the pandemic, which exposed gaps in the traditional BCM approach. So now cyber resilience has become a part of a BCM. It has now become a standard part of a prospective client questionnaire, and it even started becoming a point of discussion with existing client who inquire about the cyber resilience. Now, I think it is getting fairly ingrained. Organizations are building their cyber resilience strategy. They are aligning their strategy with the business objective goals, which covering the entire gamut of their services, product life cycle, including focusing on people, supplier, resources. And they are started defining their cyber risk tolerance, which was not the case earlier. I mean, there was an enterprise risk management. This did not have cyber risk management ingrained in that. So which is now becoming a norm, like a regular part of that. And in the cyber risk tolerance, organization has started focusing on that.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Arup. I have two questions on the preparedness part of it. Security operations has been like the sacred cow for many years, and it's kind of well guarded chambers. What did you see based on your preparedness on cyber resilience? Is there one learning what you can apply to your security operations, and what would that be? And second, it has brought all the community together. I heard the CISO community bonded a lot more better now with the best practices being shared on the WhatsApp group. The queries have been posted. Actually, the community actually came together very well. That's what we've been hearing. So what is your insights on security operations and how the tighter alignment between the organizations are coming in? Any perspectives that you want to share?
Sure, Vishak. That's a great question. I think from my perspective, for all greater good, right, there is a need for a collaborative ecosystem. And this is very well proven by the InfoSec community, not only in India, but the global InfoSec community, which has been no different. When we are seeing increased attacks, which are not just limited to things like targeted phishing attacks or ransomware attacks, or when we are talking about remote working environments, over non-conventional channels, such as, attacks happening over impersonation of remote administrators trying to impersonate people and take over their systems, where people have been receiving phone calls that they're calling for IT support and taking over people's systems, basis internal collusion, etc. Some of these kind of attacks has been witnessed as a part of the things that we have seen, which were unprecedented in the past, right? This is the point where I think a lot of the industry leaders have been communicating offline and creating channels, as you rightly mentioned, within the private communities. But I think there is a greater need for collaboration between the community, probably which could be created using well-formed channels such as CERTIN or DSCI, which is enabling this to a great extent, trying to bring the people together. So simple things of the order of, for example, any threat intel related to compromises detected by within one organization could be probably a savior in another organization, right? So a threat intelligence solution exists to serve this purpose, but during the wave of emerging attacks, sharing of information within the community becomes utmost important to be able to get to the answers very quickly, right? So typically a phishing attack, which is targeted at, let's say, a IT-enabled services industry, it's highly likely a modified variant of a similar attack technique could be used within a similar organization or with a similar organization in the same space. So threat intel sharing between the groups beyond the conventional threat intelligence available through the services and platforms becomes very important. To answer the second part of your questions, Vishak, while a lot of things we can talk about the biggest cyber transformation that we have seen in the last 6 months, but if there is one thing that I could change, right, we have been used to seeing fire wardens in our organizations. We have been used to seeing health and safety and primary healthcare work, people who are trained on first aids within organization. We need more hands on the ground within the operating environments on what we call as the people who can do first aid for security, right? Within each operating units to be able to aid or be your eyes, hands and feet within the organization. So when we're talking about 50,000 people global workforce, where people are spread across the globe, not only technology measures communications work, but the people who understand security or have the security acumen are going to be a real force, or what we call as the human firewall, to be able to defend against attacks.
Mr. Pannadej, so we are not like the Infosys of the world, of the SCLs of the world. So we have been doing a lot of manufacturing and a lot of other things. And I relate to yourself because we do the same kind of things. So it so happened that suddenly we have been asked to do something which maybe Infosys of the world and SCLs of the world, they have been doing from the beginning. I mean, work from home is not a new thing for them. But what was happening for the last some years, like the progressive organizations like yours, some extent like us also, we have been doing a lot of digital transformations. And we have been trying to platformize things using microservices, allowing people to access everything from the internet, coming from one channel, all sort of things we are doing. And in the meantime, Isaac and all other guys, they came and they said us that why don't you implement zero trust network? So essentially, there was a momentum in all of us in trying to implement zero trust framework, which is essentially that you have one channel to come inside, everything is in the internet, and you have a real-time understanding. Your access is always place agnostics, device agnostics, person agnostics, but at the same time, you have a real-time monitoring, you have a risk-based authentication, all sort of things are there. Saying that is very easy. Implementing that is very difficult, more so in your environment and our environment. There are a lot of OT infrastructure in place. And there is a business requirement of connecting this IT and OT. Gone are those days when one can say that we'll keep OT in a green room where nobody can touch OT. That days have gone. So OT have to be integrated into IT in some way or other. So how does this OT play out for this zero trust or kata, and how did you get that momentum which you have already got by implementing the zero trust and converting this adversity, they call it an adversity, into an advantage, doing a tactical thing and making it a strategic approach. So this pandemic is no more a tactical thing. It becomes a strategic thing for us because we have been trying to do all sort of things from the beginning by trying to implement zero trust. What's your perspective on this?
I think you have already gone down that path. I doubt there'll be much for me to add to what you have already done in Reliance. But having said that, yeah, you raised a term which sometimes gives me nightmares, which is digital transformation. It tends to become, I have told this to people, what scares you most? I said the threat actors, no, maybe they are dangerous, but digital transformation scares me because I don't know where it's going to happen. And every part of the business seems to be a digital champion also at the same time. They seem to have all the knowledge and all the techno savviness required to deliver digital the same. Kudos to them, but unfortunately, like Arup also mentioned, sometimes the cybersecurity competency also doesn't reside along with these digital parts, which is what is scary. I think in the situation that we went through in the last 6 to 8 months, I think it's a kind of a perfect storm. The sophistication of the attackers happening, the digital transformation being pushed over the past year or so, and the way the pandemic has put everybody outside of it, outside of the workspaces. We've always, I think, for a large legacy of our lives, it has always been a castle and a moat structure for us. I mean, your enterprise is your castle. We build a moat around the castle, and everything is defended. So we know where our castle is and what we have to defend. Now, unfortunately, what that also did is, and history has replete with actual military situations, once they broke in through the wall and they got inside, then you could roam around anywhere. And that is exactly what the problem was presented to a lot of us. How long are we going to allow, knowing that this is the situation that happens? And yes, so for this, yes, everybody turned to the new prophet, which is zero trust. And we all decided that this is going to be our savior for the day. Having said that, I think there was already a certain movement to it, maybe not called as zero trust, but we all moved towards the segmentations, then the micro segmentations, then the data identity governance that we wanted, software defined. So all of these things have come out. So I think there's a lot of knowledge base that is being built around this, and that is allowing us to, let's say, chart our path. I cannot claim that we have achieved nirvana with zero trust. We are getting there. I think, especially on the OT side, like you correctly mentioned, a lot of challenges. I mean, I think getting an OEM partner to come in and touch something itself is a huge task. And we've been talking to quite a few of them. So yes, I think that the OT is the challenge. However, not connecting it is not an option. Today, business management wants predictive maintenance, predictive failure rates. Everything has to be predictive. We want to become soothsayers and all of that. So yes, it is going to get connected. And the best way is to approach, let's say, zero trust, if we call it that, but through the same principles. And I think for a large number of the audience, I'd also like to mention, like all of you esteemed gentlemen are aware, NIST has also released a paper on the zero trust network access, the 207. Amazing paper, I think, quite detailed, and I think it definitely gives me ideas on how to approach, let's say, different situations. So it's not a single path down. It offers options. Like I said, micro-segmentation, identity governance. So we could approach it with multiple different ways. And I think this is what we are also doing to address the concern you've raised, Mr. Dubey. Back to you.
But just one unsolicited advice is like if you start going to your board and say that I am going to evangelize zero trust, they may tend to think that you don't have any trust with anybody, because zero trust means that kind of gives that kind of a feeling. So while this is my experience, when I started doing it, I got a completely resistance from the board members. So that is why we renamed the zero trust project for us and made it our trust, Reliance Trust. And the same way, if you see the way Google started it, they didn't call it zero trust, they call it beyond call. Mr. Upendra, my question to you is like, during this pandemic, all of us know that there were a lot of attacks, a lot of targeted attacks, more so because of our problem with the neighboring countries. So we got a lot of attacks. The government, the regulators, they also told us that you have to do such kind of things. And then, because when people have a lot of screen time with them, they start going to Google and try to find out how to improve immunity, how to find how many COVID cases here and there. So people try to take advantage of it. And so many things like this happen. All of us know that. So what I'm asking you is, what's your view on threat intelligence which you are getting to make sure that we are resilient? From the perspective, we are proactively trying to do certain things because there is an intelligence which is actionable. And how do you really manage by getting intelligence and proactively making sure that you are not falling prey to a targeted attack which can actually disturb the resilience of your company?
Yes, there has been a significant increase in frequency of targeted attack. Organized threat actors, threat groups, nation-state actors are hyperactive. They are involved in corporate espionage, stealing intellectual property, and also as a cyber warfare to disrupt services or cause economic loss to countries. And threat intel plays a pivotal role. We argue as an organization, we recognize its importance, and we were using for a long time for proactive detection of threat actors. Threat intel include more than atomic indicators like what tools they are using on malicious IP address or URLs or hash value. It provides insight into the overarching behavior of adversaries, including their motivation, what is their intent. And the threat actors, they are continually changing their methods of attack. And for effective detection, the SOC should be equipped with continuously getting the latest IOCs in the TTPs of threat actor to detect any anomaly. The SOC need the real-time speed accompanied by the context to support real-time action. Because cyber threats are emerging faster than ever, and for SOC to maintain a strong parameter, they need to reduce the mean time of response to these incident, and which is almost difficult to achieve without any threat intelligence. Very important factor of threat intelligence is its quality and coverage. So, organization should not depend on one source, but gather threat intel from multiple sources and use some threat intel platform to aggregate this information. So this actionable, filtered threat intel, this need to be used by different, you can push it to different controls and consumed by the SIM for proactive detection. This threat intel, when integrated with the security solutions, will help in prioritizing and filtering alerts and other threats and detection and blocking of PIOCs. Any SOC to be be effective, threat intel plays a key role. It provides the input for the threat hunting. All organizations should be focusing a lot on getting a good threat intel and not from one source, multiple sources, and utilizing it effectively.
The other part which comes across, Dilip, LTI is kind of a large conglomerate. And what did you do in terms of threat modeling? Very specifically, did you see the need for localized threat intelligence modeling? And how did you actually build the tools that could give you the insights during a pandemic situation, specifically with targeted attacks on the race, what we saw during the pandemic situation?
Sure. So I think, yes, a lot of our enterprise defenses had to be relooked at and re-strategized, because earlier the users were in the office premises and accessing data or systems outside the organization. And now it was the reverse way around, where people were supposed to either dial in back over the VPN to the enterprise, or directly connect to client over the internet directly without having come to the enterprise, which was not getting monitored directly. So the threat scenarios, the log monitorings, the log collections, everything had to be thought in the perspective of whether you are capturing those scenarios from the work from home conditions. Have you also considered the localized threat intelligence data coming in, which could be very specific to your industry, your geography, as well as your own enterprise? That had to be also been assimilated again from scratch from a new threat vector perspective, which was work from home.
So my question to, again, you to Mr. Parner is like, the way this SecOps is running today in a pandemic situations, of course, there are a lot of pressures because they are seeing a lot of threats. There are patching is difficult to do. All of us know. So there are a lot of vulnerabilities also. So SecOps is into a lot of. I should say that they are the victims rather. So we sometimes blame them. Now my question is like, we used to chase some kind of a minimum MTTD or MTTR, which could be your whatever you have defined, maybe reaching 100%, 90%, 80%, all sort of thing. The fact that we need to quantify it, unless you quantify it, you don't know where do you stand. So my question to you is, how is it affecting? Is this KPI changing? Is this SLA changing? Or is it becoming more efficient because people are doing it from home? They have a relaxed time and they have a work-life balance. So your KPI has increased to 100%, like 100 MTTD and MTTR are 100%. Are you using any tool per se? Because as I know, Cisco also has an excellent tool for measuring those things in the SecOps environment. So what's your view on that?
Touched Mr. Dubey on a very raw nerve by talking about work-life balance. I have yet to meet somebody who says that their work-life balance has improved because of the lockdown. I think we've lost boundaries of when the office hours ends now. And I'm sure all of you gentlemen on the call have suffered from that also. Coming back to your questions with regards to the KPIs on MTTR, MTTD, I don't think there is any acceptable downgrade on any of them. Not anything. What we have done is that we've actually told that, oh, the number of attacks have increased, the attackers are everywhere, they're all over us and everything. There is absolutely no leeway in reducing any of these KPIs or parameters. That would be my assessment of it. Unfortunately, what has also happened, and it was the need of the hour, is we had to, let's say, deploy an additional tool or two to ensure that we are able to monitor and extract this information, better visibility. All of a sudden, everybody moved to VPNs. Then we realized, oh, I can't just give a username and password. Let's make it MFA. All of these things And now I have to monitor these things. All of these things started adding more and more. So if not anything else, I think you said correctly, these guys are the victims, unfortunately. And what we've added is a lot more tools, and we have brought back, a lot more stuff to these who we call security analysts. And we have brought back both alert fatigue and also, I would say, analysis paralysis. You're sitting there trying to analyze and you're paralyzed, because it's just not processing. And I had a colleague of mine, he says, Jax, I think some of these people, we are turning them into PPT monkeys. All they do is just look at this, churn out PPTs by the day. And I think this is where the automation brings a bit of respite, because at the end of the day, automation has to be driven by the process behind it. So I strongly believe automation is the key. Nobody is going to accept any lowering of any MTTR standards or any of the visibility or anything. In fact, we want more of everything. So I think automation is what we have to do. We have to start who we call in SecOps as security analysts. We have to actually give them the job of analysis rather than just staring at these dashboards the entire day. So a unified visibility of threat, like you correctly mentioned, Mr. Dubey, is what is there. And you've already mentioned that point with regards to, since this is a Cisco event, so you already mentioned about it. So what we were talking about, I think, is SecureX, and which is supposed to be that, single pane of glass, which is supposed to, allow you to have both your security tools and your technology infrastructure coming into one and helping you, let's say, Arup also mentioned a bit about the risk-based visibility to look at what assets are critical and how if I see an alert across 5 different assets, how do I take action first? Which one do I go to? So these kind of things will definitely help the security operations. And I think it is to our benefit. We can maintain a speed of 100 with the people we have without automation, but we'll burn them out much faster if we don't give them tools to take away that stress, I think. So that's my opinion on it.
It's very insightful, and it also ties it up to the platform approach, what Cisco has been in a sort of, that's been a big endeavor for us, because the kind of alert fatigue, the kind of console hopping, especially during the pandemic situation, remotely diagnosing a threat, it becomes a lot more difficult. And that's where a platform-based approach simplifies your ability to go with across its multiple assets, what Jax has actually, beautifully explained that. So that also sort of dovetails to the last part of it. We spoke about the preparation, we spoke about how do you enhance your monitoring capability, but let's look at from a response part of it, which is how do you act upon? So my question back to you, Upendra, how do you experience the alert fatigue, and how do you plan to find the important needle in the haystack, which haunts you a lot, and could you share your learning of what has actually sort of changed? And like Jackson's pointed out, automation is so critical. Can you break the myth of automation and security? And that's your core at HCL, what you've been actually sort of spearheading for a long years.
Biggest challenge for SOC team is high number of alerts. I mean, despite all efforts for reducing the false positive, team ends up with a pretty big sizable number of alerts to be analyzed. And mean time to detect and mean time to respond, these are the key metrics for any effective SOC. And MTTD and MTTR affect the impact that a cyber attack has on an organization. The longer it takes to detect and respond to an attack, the more damage can be done, and the greater the impact to the organization. The only way you can keep pace with the ever-changing IT environment and this increased cyber attack with speed and scale is through automation and standardization. And the SOAR platform, that help in minimizing both your MTTD and MTTR. The security orchestration reduces MTTD by providing the context, rich detail on each incident, and empowering the analyst to cut down on their time, which they are spending on collecting information, and spending more time on investigating the alert and help to minimize the human errors. Now we are using SOAR platform. It has helped us a lot in bringing down these parameters. I mean, analysts are not only able to analyze the alert quickly, but the quality of analysis has improved. I mean, incident response processes become more structured due to standardization of the playbooks, if integration of case management and with the SOAR platform, and it helps you to better prioritize and optimize your alert remediation and the threat investigation. Automation, it takes time to mature. I mean, if you start working on it, you can over a period of time will be able to automate all your L1 tasks and move your analyst upchain to put more effort on analysis which require human decision making. I mean, there are certain things which automation cannot replace, as rightly said by Jacqueline. So there they can focus and they can act faster and more intelligently on all type of threat actor, and they will be able to stop the breaches. I mean, analyst productivity will increase. He will be having more bandwidth for investigation where human intelligence is required and faster decision making is required. Or you can also integrate with the multiple platform. I mean, with the IT, not only for security. I mean, with the different other tools, it will can become your collaboration engine to communicate with different functions to facilitate and coordinate your efficient response. With the SOAR, the analyst, I mean, they can push IOCs in different controls and automate many tasks instead of they're depending on different team for executing those tasks, thus cutting overall response time, which earlier were in hours to minutes. So I mean, so overall, I mean, SOAR, I see a very automation and orchestration tools are very beneficial for overall improving the efficiency of SOC.
Thanks, Upendra. In fact, if I look at the time to detect and the race to time to hack between a state-sponsored is in few minutes. Time to detect is in the APAC average is about 180 days, but time to remediate is still weeks, sometimes months, depending upon the severity of the attack. And very well articulated. And thanks for that input. Over to you, Mr. Dubey.
So my questions to Arup, is there any framework? Are you using XDR on SecureX or whatever? There are so many frameworks, so many technology which are available. They are using all Dimitri, MITRE framework and all sort of things. So what's your view on whether we should? I'm sure we should use a framework. That's an excellent framework. So what's your view on that?
Without naming any specific product or technology, I would keep this answer specific to a framework model that we are building upon. This is specifically with regards to the MITRE attack framework, which helps us define and categorize cyber attacks in terms of tactics and techniques in order to prioritize threat response and provide more visibility against attackers using a predictable sequence, or to be able to kind of sequence the activities in which the attacks are originating. Basically identify the tactics of the attackers. So what we have basically been doing for the last year plus, and actually this journey started a little before this entire pandemic thing came in. That's why it's easier for us to adopt to what we've been trying to do. Was basically fine-tuning our monitoring platforms, and I'll come to define what the monitoring platform really means, is to embed the MITRE attack framework to deliver efficient incident response and remediation. That's a broad statement. To elaborate on that a little bit, so basically what we did is the MITRE attack framework is combined into techniques and tactics, right? There are tactics and there are techniques defined inside it. Using these, we have created correlation rules within our attack rule-based monitoring platform. And also to be able to get a holistic view by the sequence in which the attacks are coming in. A simple example could be a spear phishing attack coming into our environment, followed by a PowerShell detection from our analytics platform. So two different triggers coming from two isolated platforms. One could be coming from let's say our alert-based or what rule-based platform, and the second one being execution of a PowerShell where you see DS internals being imported into the memory of a particular system, which is not a usual behavior. So that comes from behavior analytics. So that is where you are able to draw a categorization and kind of build that into your playbooks, whether you use a SOAR to automate that or whether you pick that up as a correlation rule and attack that manually, is up to the level of automation that's available within the organization. So that is where we are seeing a great value coming from MITRE frameworks. And I think some of the platforms that Cisco is working with are using these techniques. And, we see great value. And I would recommend organizations to adopt and look at MITRE attack framework very, very closely. Because there's a lot of practical touch that's attached to it, which gives us kind of holistic view of what should be our length and breadth of the ecosystem that we should be looking at, right? While there are things that will be always unknown, which will only get detected by the volume of data, alerts, and the combinations of attacks that are coming into play. But my observation has been that the most prominent attacks which cause the biggest damage are fairly straightforward ones. It will be one phishing email leading to a credential compromise, leading to one attacker's one email account getting compromised with username password of your infrastructure, and somebody getting into a backdoor into your infrastructure and causing harm, right? You don't really need to be a sophisticated attacker to do these things. So those are the things that you have to catch with the fastest MTTD and have the fastest MTTR built in. And overall, on top of this, you need to overlay it with the threat intelligence piece, which was very well elaborated by Upendra in our previous discussion.
Another important part, when we discuss about cyber resiliency, there is always a bit of an automation. There's a drive towards automation, and security automation is a big theme around there, part of the cyber resiliency. But there is also a very sweet spot of human intervention, right? And in a human intervention, it's a constant race between the attacker, the victim, and a defender like you. So any learnings, what you could sort of share across, where do you strike the balance between the level of automation and what it continues to require human intervention?
When you look at it from a automation perspective, end of the day, the automation is developed by humans, and there are some decision-making points which come in during that entire journey, which require the human to be involved to be able to make a sound decision and press the red button in order to trigger an activity. The automation, as you mentioned, that will be up to a certain extent. That's a very right way to put it in, because you can't have an end-to-end automation in any of the process, because a lot of them are time sensitive, but they are at the same time also sensitive to various processes as well as regulation requirements. You would not want internal event or incident related data directly getting flagged off via an automation to the regulator or to the cert externally to your organization without your internal leadership being known about it first and being ready to deal with it with a management response. At the same time, you do not want to declare out a breach directly automatically to the media without your internal PR team not knowing about it in the first place on the threats and the damages around it. So that has to be definitely considered for. Now, when you look at it from the human element perspective, that is in fact one of the most high-rated risk that would apply in a situation like we are in today, where you have employees which are working from remote. Now you are relying on channels where, for example, like emails to send out various security awareness related content. There's a very fair possibility the person has already archived you into a separate folder on your mailbox, and therefore he's not reading your mails anymore. So what are the ways that you can now reach out to the same user in different aspects? For example, every user has to come in and book his timesheet or attendance. So can you put a splash screen out there in the timesheet before he has to click on the attendance? He has to see that screen, understand it, click yes, I accept, I understand, and then move further on. So at least you got some kind of face time on that screen for the user for at least a second or two, which can get some recall value back to the user. Do you want it to come in into your own enterprise mobile apps so that you can constantly allow the user to be able to access the content and keep learning on the go and not be restricted to always coming back to a laptop or a desktop and then dial in via VPN and then dial into the content?
The way this identity is changing today, digital identity is changing today. Again, I'm giving a reference to, you may call it Kata or Zero Trust, where because of whatever is happening, the growth of technology, the growth of the business, we have to allow people to come from outside. There can be anything agnostics. Now, while we do that, how do you make sure that our identity is very strong? I'm a strong proponent of the concept that when your identity is very strong, you don't need an authentication. So if you are really able to identify somebody properly, why do I need an authentication? So that's very important from a digital perspective. Now my question to you is very clear. Like, do you see an importance of secure digital identity in this new world, and any experience from adopting the SACE convergence and the Association for Secure Digital Identity? And I just wanted to give a reference to the risk-based authentications, the adaptive authentications, which is required today. You don't need to really ask anybody every time they log in that give your user ID, password, OTP. You need to be very clearly challenging an user if you find an anomalous behavior or a different kind of a behavior. So how do you see those kind of things emerging, and what's your thought in this?
A lot of key points to note within the question itself, where you have raised a pertinent topic. Secure digital identity. I mean, we know what a digital identity is, and anything electronically captured and stored identity attributes, whether it's biographic, biometric, whatever it is. What makes it secure? Is it the level of assurance I can give somebody else? Or is it, if I'm the consumer of the digital identity, can I trust this identity? So I think it works from both factors for organizations. In some cases, we have to, let's say, use the digital identity further with whether it's a B2B partner or anything else or whatever it is to provide services. So I have to provide a level of assurance on the digital identity, which marks the adjective of whether it's secure or not. Or two, I am consuming the identity within my organization, and because of which I need to trust the identity. Now, you touched briefly on the fact that, okay, password, username, password, OTP. MFA, great. It sounds amazing. But, we have, of course, many more other factors we can, what a person is, what a person knows, what a person has, what a person, does. So the last part of it is where the behavioral part of it comes out. And one of the things that we do every time you put in a username, password, and an OTP, the OTP keeps changing, of course, but every time you do it, what essentially I think is you're establishing a pattern. So when tomorrow an attacker knows that I need Mr. Durga Dubey's identity, I need to hack his OTP also, without which I will not get through. So that is what happens. You establishing a pattern, even though that OTP keeps changing, the pattern is still there, that you're going to use an OTP. So I think any pattern that is there, and we've seen it enough times, can be broken. So, and this is where what you correctly mentioned, the behavioral, the environmental factors that start contributing to deciding what is that extra factor of authentication that I need. Do I look at the device posture, like you rightly said, is this person sitting within my office? And again, that has become a very loose term. Within my office could be anywhere also today. What is the criticality of the user? I mean, is it Mr. Durga Dubey trying to log in? Or is it somebody else way down the value chain, And what kind of access does that person has compared to you? So user criticality, geolocation. I mean, that also becomes an attribute which we have to capture to find out whether or not the digital identity is trustworthy or not. I mean, if today you have logged in, and I think solutions are already out there, even from Cisco. If you logged in from Mumbai today, and 4 hours later you're doing it from Paris, well, unless Mr. Dubey has found a way to travel at light speed, it's unlikely he's doing it from Paris. So those kind of things are what comes in. And once we start capturing, and I think this is where the other side of the coin has to be looked at, which is if we are looking at an user and are going to capture this much information about their identity, everything from what he has, knows, and everything, along with the behavioral aspects, we are creating a little monster in our environment also. That monster which we have to feed also. How, if we have this much on the user, are we, securing his identity with us? I mean, can that be hacked in itself? So I think that becomes very paramount, and especially considering the fact that we are all going to get hit by India's data privacy laws and all. I think that is an extra layer of precaution that we have to take from today on how not only we build our security solution, and of course the larger IT environment that is going to come also.
Definitely, we spoke a lot about preparation. How do you review your IT security policy during pandemic, and which is completely different from what we used to do on premise. So the preparation part of it, and how does it align with your regular BCP and risk management practice? That is something which we need to relook. And then how do you balance between tighter alignment between organization, be the community, be the groups. How do you actually share? And very rightfully, brought in by Mr. Durga Dubey on the zero trust adoption, and he's a pioneer in sort of expanding that footprint of zero trust adoption. So that's the preparedness part of it. And then we moved to the monitoring and the continuous updates point of view of how to maintain cyber resilience through threat intelligence feeds, and how do you go after those targeted attacks. And how do you build effective security operations, right? And that is something which we discussed about monitoring part, and great insights from Jackson, more practical, and threat intelligence thought process from Upendra. Thank you for that. And Dilip spoke about how do we differentiate between the global and the local intelligence. How do you mash this together, right? And then we also shifted gears to the response part of it in terms of looking at the alert fatigues. How do you chain the attack, and is there a framework around it? And I think Arup chimed in with the Maitre framework and tied it up very well. How does a framework actually, can be utilized? And Dilip brought in the very interesting part on the automation part of it. How much and how well the human element and the automation could actually marry together. And Arup as well as touched upon the Maitre framework in great detail. And Jackson, thanks for bringing that digital identity part very interestingly, and then tying it up all together. Thank you for your great practitioner insights. I profoundly thank the panelists, Upendra, Dilip, Jackson, Arup, and my co-moderator, Mr. Durga Dubey, for a wonderful, insightful session.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
With this, we'll switch over to our Q&A session. Hi, team. It's been a fantastic discussion, and we have close to about 300 live audience, and the questions are pouring, but we want to limit to 2 to 3 questions in the interest of time. The first question, which is actually coming in from the audience, Arup, you mentioned about cybersecurity first aid kit, and you spoke about Maitre framework. How is WNS building this first aid tools to support many Fortune 500 organizations? I know it could be specific, but your comments to the audience.
Thanks, Vishak, and a great question. I would like to clarify, it's not really a first aid kit, which really is about tools, while the entire machinery and ecosystem rests behind, which is dealing with the actual technology behind security or the SecOps. The first aid kit is more oriented at security awareness and building a more aware workforce, which is able to react and respond faster in the situation of a threat. We are talking about a scenario where there are thousands of people who are currently working from home. The ability for a SOC or a security operations team to make an outreach in the face of a security incident is greatly challenged due to the obvious reasons of connectivity between the two people. In that scenario, we have a clear idea is to be able to put together work from home guidelines, which are do's and don'ts that people are specifically supposed to follow. How are they supposed to react to a specific incident? I would take a simple example of phishing awareness. Phishing is one of the biggest problems that every single enterprise is facing. And every single business unit, which may have a different type of a business operations requirement, will face different types of phishing attacks, either using the company enterprise email system, or they may face similar situations in their client environment. So in that scenario, there's a very, very focused outreach being made to people in the form of online content, as well as in terms of team huddles and trainings, which is being, sent down, top down from the senior management as well. So therefore, it is more of people technology combination that we're talking about when we're talking about building a tool here, and using the people to be able to contribute to the talent pool in ensuring that we are able to mitigate the risks timely and respond to them better and faster.
Thanks, Sarup. Thank you for taking your time, and it's a wonderful session. Thank you for answering the questions. The second question, which is coming on the panel, is to Upendra. Upendra, you touched upon mean time to detect and mean time to remediate. What are the tools what HCL is using to measure that? And if you could throw some color on what has been your practical experience on these two key performance indicators for security operation people like you.
So for mean time, to reducing the mean time to detect and mean time to respond, I mean, I believe that it is not just only the tools. Yes, there are tools are very important, but the first and foremost thing is that you should have a complete visibility of your network, right? Your perimeter, your cloud assets, your endpoint, right? And the logs of them, they are consumed in the SIEM, right? And there should be less false positives. So you should be continuously improving the effectiveness of your controls, effectiveness of your SIEM, reducing their false positive, and good, effective use of the threat intel. Plus, you should automate tasks wherever possible for your L1 task or L2 task, right? And standardization of processes, standardization of your incident response processes, that will help you in reducing your mean time to detect and mean time to respond.
Thank you. Upendra. Very insightful discussion on MTD and MTDR. And you've touched a nice segue back to the importance of threat intelligence, which is the bigger topic for a deeper dive from our Talos experts. Thank you for taking the questions. And with this, we'll end the session, and I'll hand it back to you, Afshan. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Vishak and Durga, for moderating the session. I would also like to thank our distinguished panelists for a phenomenal discussion. I'm sure our valuable customers have enjoyed this session and had a great learning. With that, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to our next session on Cisco Talos and threats in times of COVID-19. Let's have a look at the intro video.
Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased I'll be able to present the work of Talos and what we are seeing around the world in terms of the threats in 2019 or 2012. So first of all, I would like to say a few words about what we are and who we are. Our mission is to protect Cisco security customers. So there are so many threats around the world. As you know, there are literally thousands of different actors that are trying to penetrate within the organizations and within the security of the organizations. And Talos's main mission is really to protect Cisco customers from all of these threats. So, and how do we do that? Well, there are three main pillars of what we claim to have, which are really unique in terms of how we work with regards to other organizations. We are probably the largest commercial threat intelligence organization in the world, with over 400 people working, in 400 researchers working and looking at various types of threats and vulnerability research and many different things. So there are really three things that we incorporate into our workflow, which are, first of all, unmatched visibility. I will dig deeper into each of those in separate slides. The second one is actionable intelligence, which is all about how you convert that visibility we have as Cisco to intelligence that really you can do something with it and then act upon. And then finally, once when you have that intelligence, we talk about response. And it's not just the standard response we have from the Thales side, but the collective response, because we take all the other actors together to kind of respond to a certain threats. So first of all, you know, the unmatched visibility. How do we claim unmatched visibility? But well, okay, so if you could say that Microsoft, for example, it has a great visibility on the endpoints, Cisco is de facto standard in the network. So we really have the greatest visibility in the network, but that's not to say that we don't have visibility on other platforms. So we have various types of threat traps. We share the data with our customers and competitors as well. We collect email spam traps. We work all the way from the cloud to the endpoint. And we, for example, collect over 1 million new malware samples every day, which is quite a large number. And so we need to be able to have great processes to do that. So if you look at all of this, this is the data that's incoming into Thales data centers, and we have to be able to do something about it. So from the data, which doesn't mean anything, you can collect so much data. If you don't have the ability to extract those meaningful pieces of information, which we then call intelligence, then it really doesn't mean anything. So what we do is then from that huge data lake, we extract those information such as signatures, URLs, various types of characteristics of the spam mail and so on, which is then very much useful, and we create IOCs, and those IOCs are then used for the later phase of the response. So when I showed that initial slide with three pillars, those three pillars are not always going into the circle. You can go from one to the other. So from the action of intelligence, you can go back to the visibility and so on. And in response, you go back to intelligence. And so we look at various types of threats, but we also look at vulnerabilities. So we have a really great team of vulnerability researchers, which discover roughly about one vulnerability in third-party software and hardware per day, which is only second to Google Project Zero. So the third phase is the collective response phase. This is the most important phase, because now that you have the data about the threats, the next thing is you created those pieces of actionable intelligence. Now you have to be able to deploy that intelligence, and then together with other operations and the other departments within Cisco, but with the customers and law enforcement agencies, as well as the partners in organizations such as Cyber Threat Alliance, which hosts all the biggest security vendors. We work together on coordinated response to the threat. So, and here's an example of probably the most well-known attack in the history and the costliest, and it's the NotPetya that happened a few years ago. And if you remember at the beginning, everybody thought that the threat started from an email, but we really had a great visibility within the Ukrainian space, and we started hearing about the fact that the threat is targeting Ukraine only and not other countries. And so we had a good relationship with cyber police and Ukrainian CERT, but we also had some previous rules that we used in our product. So our telemetry is very much useful to get this initial visibility. And we realized that it wasn't about the initial email. So it can come to the fact that you have a bit of a misunderstanding. But once when we started gathering the intelligence and IOC, we realized that it wasn't a standard ransomware attack, but rather a destructive so-called supply chain attack, because the attacker managed to take advantage of the MEDOC application, which was used for tax filing purposes in Ukraine by 85% of the companies, and to install an update to that application, which would then be shipped to all of the users of MEDOC. And then at the point in time, about 9 o'clock in the morning Ukrainian time, the attacker launched the attack and basically wiped down the networks of many companies, including some of the Western companies and possibly some of the companies in Asia that work with Ukraine. So we have an actual team in Ukraine, and we ship people from, in terms of the response, the company MEDOC got in touch with Talos, and we actually had our guys from the US going to Ukraine, as well as the local team, working together and on remediation and learning more about this threat. So altogether, it was a very successful operation to learn about what NotPetya did and bring it down as an infrastructure. So overall, from the Talos point of view, we look at various types of telemetry. We share the data with customers and competitors. We discover vulnerability. We have various types of honeypots and spam traps and so on. So this is the initial phase of the information. Then Talos sits as the central piece, which you have probably seen in some previous slides, for the Cisco security product, and our IOCs, rules, and signatures are then deployed to all sorts of level of Cisco security products, overall from endpoint to the cloud, or cloud to the endpoint rather. But we also have services such as incident response services. This is a relatively new thing for Talos. We have about 50 people globally right now working on incident response, and you can, as a part of the Cisco security product and the agreement, you can also agree to have the incident response on retainer, which means that for a certain fee, a subscription fee, you get a number of hours which can either be used for emergency incident response, for training of your systems or security operations centers, for having various types of exercises, and estimation of how good is your security posture. So the people in threat response are really great if you want to use them in your own environment. So that money that you spend here will never be lost. So the next thing I wanted to talk about is the threat landscape. And specifically, I wanted to focus on the threat landscape in COVID-19 times. But before I dig deeper into that, let us just remind ourselves about what kind of actors do we have within this cyber crime or a cyber ecosystem. First of all, we have always some actors behind it. So we sometimes, especially within the security operations centers, but within Talos as well, often look at the technical indicators of compromise. And those technical indicators of compromise, we can connect to some of the actors, but we can't always track all of the actors. There's about over 150 groups that we track based on the technical indicators of compromises, but overall there are always some bad guys that sit behind the intention of the attack. So the bad guys have their own targets, have their own goal. Usually it's that goal is a financial goal, but it really depends on the type of the actor that's behind. So we'll talk about 3 different levels of actors and different types of actors that use different types of threats in their environment. So let us dig into actually what we're seeing in this COVID-19 time, where we really kind of change our way we work. Most of the people have started working from home, and therefore we could expect that the attackers will also try to shift their tactics and try to take advantage of some of that. So, like I said, we are talking about three different levels of actors and three different levels of threats. Starting with the commodity threats, those are the threats which are not particularly targeting any of the organizations. They will just try to, for example, send millions of email messages to anybody. So whoever gets infected, they will try to take advantage of it. So we call those commodity threats. And so most of the commodity threats are spreading either through email or over the web pages, compromised web pages. And if you look at the COVID-19 theme, we would expect that there will be a number of new threats that are created. But in fact, the traffic on our email spam traps has been on a decrease since February, even if we see an increase in the malicious numbers of blocks. But we also contribute that to the number of the new customers that we acquired during these times. Overall, we don't see relevant change in types of the observer attack, which means that the usual types of threats are also running in the background now. They only try to take advantage of the overall COVID-19 theme. So here we have a couple of examples. The first one is an email that came from Formbook, which is the banking Trojan that tries to scrape the web pages as the user browses it and steal the credentials for banking, for online banking, and then conduct malicious transactions in the background. So here we see one of the usual themes for malicious attachments is that they appear to be some kind of receipt or some kind of shipping notice or so on. And in this case as well, we see a DLGL Express attachment, which seems to be a PDF, but it's in fact an archive, which you have to unarchive, and then the PDF has an exif extension as well. So you have a double extension, but with Windows we only show PDF. So the user will always try to think it's a PDF file and open it and read it. So in fact, they get infected. The second example is a more recent one, which is a request for quote. Again, it's a malicious PDF, which is in fact an executable file. And in this case, it's an agent Tesla, which is another information well-known stealer. So apart from those threats, the attackers will try to bring the infrastructure up, which will try to entice the user. So they will use the social engineering tricks to try to entice users to visit some site. So one of the most popular resources for learning about how many people have been infected by COVID, or how many people are sick from COVID, is the Johns Hopkins infection map. And so these threat actors in this case decided to copy the map and to create their own infrastructure and the domain called coronavirus.stats.space. And so here we see also results of the umbrella, which quickly blocks it as malicious because it's a new domain and it's a .space top-level domain. So in this case, automatically we will basically block these domains. And if you actually visit this, there will be some download happening in the background, and that download would be part of the Azerult information stealing Trojan as well. And here we also see the results of threat grid. So if you look at think about the way how we approach the analysis, we would do this in a simulated environment. We would visit the page, and then we would let the execution run, and in systems such as threat grid, which will then give us indicators of what the threat is. Apart from those threats, you will regularly see at least two classes of commodity threats. The first one is the class of ransomware, which everybody knows about and everybody is afraid. There are some developments there as well with families Ryuk and Sodinokibi, as well as some of the other ones like a Maze Cartel, for example, or Logbit. They have been upping their game in terms of the way how they all operate, but generally standard ransomware we do work in the same way. They will infect the system, they will encrypt the data, and then it will instruct the user to how to pay for the ransom for the data. So the encryption key is given back to them so they can restore the data back. The second class of the commodity threats are crypto miner. Many people are not that much worried about crypto miner, but I would warn against being not worried about them because although they only utilize spare CPU time to make money and to mine cryptocurrencies, usually it's Monero these days, these guys are also upping their game and they're using more or less the same TTPs or tools, techniques and processes as some more organized groups and even APTs. So if you look at the kind of Mimikatz, PSExec, living of the land binaries, spreading using exploits over SMB, over RDP, these guys are having it all. So you can't say if you get infected over a remote desktop protocol that you've been targeted by some group these days because everybody is using all these tools. For example, we had recently an example of Prometei cryptocurrency miner who would actually also steal all of the credentials and then use those credentials to laterally spread around the network. The next level are the more organized groups. So these guys have some kind of goal. They will go for the particular organizations. And usually, if we talk about ransomware groups, for example, they will not ask for the $500 to $600 in Bitcoin as the commodity ransomware. Their ransom requests will usually range in millions of dollars. And so there are actually quite a lot of companies who end up paying those ransom to restore their operation because that significantly the reputation of those companies can be lower at risk when something like that happens. So we'll just see why. So there's this sort of term called big game hunting. Big game hunting really refers to the groups of organized crime members that generally with ransomware go and if you think about the standard cyber kill chain, when you move from reconnaissance to launching the payload over several stages, they will do their homework so much better. They will learn more about the target they are trying to infect and attack and compromise. And once that they learn it, then they will try to launch the best possible attack. If it's an exploit for a vulnerability for the application, they'll do that. If it's an email, spear phishing email to the management, they will do that as well. So as long as they have this first system infected, then they will actually stay hidden and they won't show that they are present in the network for months. However, they will then do the reconnaissance within the network of the infected organizations. And then once they find those crown jewels, those most important pieces of resources like the servers or the database, the Active Directory controllers and so on, then they spread laterally and try to infect those. Only once they infected those, they will activate the ransomware and then compromise the whole network and ask for the ransom. One new thing that we've been seeing certainly in Logbit and Maze and part of the Maze cartel, and this is the new trend, relatively new trend, is that the actors are also stealing the data. So they're sifting up all the confidential data to their own systems. And because they know that sometimes organizations have sound backups and they're able to restore from restore from the attack using the backups, there's more likely the organization will pay for the ransom if they also, the attackers can also show that they stole the data and that they are willing to publish their data to everybody. So the companies are now more willing to pay, and you have to be very much careful about those network flows to potentially interesting and malicious IP addresses. The third and the final level of the attackers are the nation states, or the one which are connected with the nation states. So they have very much different goals than the previous ones. The commodity malware and the opportunistic threats are usually just want to make money and to have some kind of financial benefit from the attack. With nation states, it's much more rare, but they mostly try to bring disruption to the operation of the target they're targeting, which can be another nation state, or it can be part of critical infrastructure of another nation state, such as we've seen in Ukraine and the attack on the electrical power grid with Black Energy in 2016. And there were some other types of attacks. They would go for denial of service. They would go for the disruption or destruction of the infrastructures, which we see, for example, in VPN filter in Ukraine as well in 2017. But example of what we consider to be a nation state or an APT threat. So we usually talk with the advanced persistent threats means there's a nation state behind it, and this is somehow terminology which get very much accepted, although advanced persistent threat can be any threat. So we will be talking about the Indigo drop, and the Indigo drop is interesting because it shows that every country needs to be able to kind of defend itself. And in this case, we have Indian Air Force as a target. Recently, we spotted this attack, and the attack started as a usual spear phishing email, but that email really didn't contain the document. It contained a link to a website which hosted the documents, and that website looked like a legitimate website. And when you actually open the document, you could see that this is a publication from Indian Air Publications, prescribing and estimating the IT security infrastructure or security infrastructure of the Indian Air Force. And in fact, usually with the malicious documents, you only have like a single page. And here we had 64 pages with about 15,000 words, which kind of indicated this is not your type of commodity threats. And this document was clearly taken from a legitimate source and then modified by the actors to include some malicious data, such as the malicious macros and the template that will then infect other documents as well. So if you look at that document, the whole infection started from the malicious document, which was the first stage. So when the user opens it, the macro runs as soon as the document is open, and the user allows these macros to run. And then the first stage is the actual dropper or the Indigo dropper. What happens in the first stage is that this dropper is not launched immediately, but it's dropped in the startup folder in the user startup folder. So it will run only next time the user logs into the system. But it also established some persistence via the registry, and there are some anti-infection checks based on the IP address, the username, and the name of the system, where the Indigo drop will not actually execute its malicious payload if it's something, a system that is considered either friendly or maybe a system that was used by security researchers to analyze the threat. So the next stage is it goes to the pastebin.com, which a lot of people host their own pasties, so-called, and the paste bin is the legitimate site, and it downloads a version of jQuery library, the standard HTML library, which is modified to include a binary blob. That binary blob is then decoded and launched by the Indigo dropper in the memory of the system. And in fact, it's a Metasploit framework shellcode. And that shellcode then downloads the next stage, the stage 3, which is the decoder shellcode. The decoder shellcode simply decodes Cobalt Strike DLL, which is the Cobalt Strike beacon with certain configuration, into the memory, and then jumps onto the entry point of the Cobalt Strike, which then starts its execution and then connects to the command and control server owned by the attacker actors. Cobalt Strike is one of the most popular tools, not just for the bad guys, but also for the good guys when they're estimating and doing penetration tests on the various types of organizations. So the red teams are often using Cobalt Strike, and it will be either Metasploit or Cobalt Strike these days. And because we see so much of the Cobalt Strike in the wild as well, we created a recently published white paper about Cobalt Strike. So if you would like to know a little bit more about Cobalt Strike, you can go to talosintelligence.com and you will find that white paper there. In terms of the evolution of Indigo Drop, we have known these actors from, let's say, April 2018, where we saw the earliest Discover campaign. There were no droppers, and there would be like a direct Cobalt Strike executable that would be connecting to the command and control server. Then the next stage is when they added the macros to the document. The third stage is when they also included the Metasploit framework in all of that. Then they, at one point in September, decided they're going to also use Python-based downloaders to execute some of the malicious functionality. And finally, the last stage was when the anti-infection checks were added and when the various types of IP addresses, usernames, and system names are then avoided from infection. So if you think about the COVID, now we know that there is not many difference between the threat landscape before we started mostly working from home, and now we see commodity threats, opportunistic malware, and state actors all trying to use the theme. But in terms of the types of malware that are released, there are not that many changes. So the Talos is, as usual, in normal times, we will continue to monitor all the attacks, especially the ones that are using the COVID themes, and we will definitely aggressively detect and block all of the attacks. And as before, as a part of the collective response, we will share the intelligence with law enforcement agencies, with our partners in our Aegis programs and the Cyber Threat Alliance, but also with everybody who's interested in learning and knowing more and participating in this fight against cybercrime actors and all the bad guys that are trying to compromise our infrastructures. So with that, I would just like to, if you'd like to know more about Talos, there is a website, talosintelligence.com, where we host our blog, which we regularly update with the analysis of the latest threats for technical people, but also for people who just simply would like to know more on the management level and executives. And we also have our Beers with Talos podcast, where regularly we update. And if you have like a long time commuting, it's a nice way to spend your long time commute to work, to learn more about what's happening in the security space and the ecosystem. So with that, I would like to thank you for listening and attending this presentation, and we'll possibly invite some questions.
Wow. Vanya, thank you so much for getting us so close to the bad actors. Clearly, as takeaways, what we learned were 3 attack scenarios, and the number one was the commodity-based attacks, which require us to put a lot of focus and attention early in the attack kill chain. Look at the web and the email vectors, catch them early, reduce the noise. I think it was also interesting to capture how we also need to focus on the crypto mining based attacks, which essentially go beyond just being worried about somebody using your CPU. I think some of the attack scenarios that you called out were very, very interesting in that space. We also discussed opportunity-based attacks, clearly talking about the big game where attackers are pretty much sitting in and trying to find their way and get the big stuff out of you and probably getting a handle on their data. Very, very interesting scenarios that you captured there as well. And last but not the least, the nation state attacks. I think what we would want to dive in now is a few questions that came up from our audience. And the first one that came up was, is there a way for us, for existing Cisco security customers to improve their reach to the Thales threat researchers?
Yes, thank you for that question. That's an interesting question that comes up relatively quick, often. People would like to learn more, of course, and I can just say that there are the official ways and unofficial ways of getting to Cisco Thales. The official way certainly is to work with your account manager, and also the account manager can help you to connect with Cisco Thales through our so-called Aegis program. And the Aegis program is open for all of the customers, and so you can immediately communicate with all the participants in the program. The other way, of course, is by using Cisco security products, because all of our actionable intelligence are usually published there. And the unofficial way is we are all present on Twitter usually. So if you have anything that's very much pressing and maybe interesting threats that you encounter, we will be very much happy to talk to you and to communicate like that.
Thank you so much, Vanya. The next one is interesting as well. The question says, can we buy Thales threat feeds?
That's a good one, and it's a question that I often get asked from the account managers as well. All of the threat intelligence, like I said, is shared through the Cisco security product. So in theory, the more of the products you have, the more intelligence you're gonna have from Thales. The relatively new thing that we do actually sell as a part of Thales is the incident response services. So as a part of incident response, you will get people who are really skilled in incident response, but as a part, because they're part of Thales, you will also be able to get all the latest intelligence as a part of incident response.
Thank you for that. Now, you shared some details on COVID-related themes. Clearly, a lot of countries have seen COVID for over 10 months now. And I think there's been a lot of awareness around some of these themes. Do you see a change in trends around attack scenarios specifically pertaining to COVID? And do you see this evolve further?
But I think I already kind of covered part of it. We have expected a change in the way how the threat actors are operating, but that change hasn't materialized. Perhaps materialized. The biggest change perhaps we see now is this emergence of the big game hunting. And you know, we sometimes call it before targeted attacks, but they are not as skilled as these guys today. So it seems that in part of the COVID, when a lot of the people are working from home, perhaps there is a little bit less emphasis on securing the data centers and people operating there, and maybe this is where the bad guys are taking advantage of that.
So clearly, leverage is going to be on users who try to prioritize connectivity over security, and that's where the attackers will try to get in. Now, another question that came in is that you made a mention of Thales discovering close to about 1 million unique malware samples every day. Do you have to write signatures for all of them? How does that really work?
Yes, that's also an interesting question. If you imagine the manual analysis process, it takes anything between half an hour to 2 hours to analyze a single piece of malware. So we would have literally millions of people working for Thales. So that's really not possible. But the fact is that out of all of these millions, They really are unique malware samples, but they're not unique malware families. So we usually have about hundreds of well-known commodity malware families that are out there that are being collected in honeypots, spam traps, and so on. And over 90% of them will be immediately detected by existing rules, by machine learning engines and models, and so on. So generally, we won't have to do anything about, I don't know, 90-95%, depending on the days. And with 5% of the threads, we generally have like a very automated process where very few of those threads then trickle down, that they have to be looked at manually and analyzed, and then their signatures created manually. So overall, we have to create hundreds of signatures a day rather than millions.
Wonderful. So I think this was a great session that we had with you, and thank you so much for getting us so close to the bad actors. But before we let you go, just one last question. Seeing the bad guys at such close quarters, what is one thing that interests you the most?
That's a good one. The thing that interests me the most is so I don't get any of those bad guys knocking on my door any times, I guess. Because we try to interfere with their work all the time, and whatever they're doing, there's a real risk for security researchers. And in fact, there have been some cases in the past where there's some kind of physical threat on them. But generally, yeah, I'm trying to. Well, my interest is to bring those levels of threats down as much as possible to eradicate them in a ideal way.
Thank you so much, Vanya. It was great having you over on this session. You have a great day. And with this, I would like to hand this back over to Afsan. Afsan, please take it over from here. And thanks once again, Vanya.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anubhav, for seamlessly conducting the Q&A session. And thank you, Vanya. That was truly a very knowledgeable session. Moving forward, imagine a place wherein you can experience all of Cisco's security solutions under one roof. That is Cisco Security Experience Center. Here in Cisco Security Experience Center, you will find all Cisco solutions stitched together and working in tandem to solve the toughest security issues faced by our customers, from enterprise to service providers to cities, banks, and corporations. The Security Experience Center is designed to provide that immersive experience and an interactive learning chaos for our customers and partners. Stay tuned as we bring live demos in later part of the day. But for now, here's the sneak peek. After a huge array of learning, I take the pleasure of thanking our partner sponsors, Spirent, Synopsys, and VRV Solutions. Thank you so much for your warm support. Well, let's quickly have a look at the sponsor videos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are charged up for the next session. Our next keynote, Decoding Zero Trust in a Pandemic Environment. Let's quickly have a look at the intro video.
Hello, and it is an absolute pleasure to be here with such an esteemed audience, and as part of the agenda that I've had the pleasure to witness in the past few hours. I think I just want to reiterate what our previous speaker mentioned around the attack surface, and the fact that the attack surface is still absolutely relentless. We might see the same types of techniques and procedures in the market today. But absolutely, the tools are changing, and you heard about commodity malware and what we're seeing in terms of the use of Cobalt Strike, and what we've seen in terms of the resurgence of ransomware in our environment, whether that's Maze or Reorc or other types of ransomware. So I want to just build on the fact that it's fantastic to be here at Cisco with the partners that you also saw and the sponsors that you saw for this event. Because we can only win this fight together. We can win it through integration, and we can win it through partnership in such an industry that we face today. And the good thing about us having Talos within Cisco is that it is the largest threat intelligence, threat research organization on the planet. And it is built into every single security product and solution that we take to market. And that gives us the unprecedented visibility and remit to talk to you today about what we're seeing in customers around the world and how that threat landscape, the tools, the techniques, the procedures, how that plays into what is today the new normal. So what are customers facing today around the world? And I'm going to bring you some stories from customers around the world. But then how do we think about that in the context of zero trust? What does zero trust really mean when people talk about decentralizing security, when they talk about continuous verification? And zero trust today absolutely is a buzzword, and we need to make sure that we have clear definitions and a clear understanding that zero trust is about people, process, and technology, with technology being last. This is about how do we re-engineer our businesses to take advantage of security in the new paradigm, and that we understand what that means to protect in the new normal. And so what do we mean by the new normal? And the way that we've worked and the way that we work today has fundamentally changed. And I don't need to tell individuals and teams in this audience today that the workplace today that we're dealing with, I'm at my home and everyone is at their home working. Work is now an activity, and it's not necessarily a place. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the new ways of working for all customers, whether they're large customers, small customers, government agencies, government departments. And this is not just a point in time. This is going to be a long-term scenario. It's fundamentally changed about how we think about remote working and how we take the benefits from remote working in terms of productivity, in terms of lower real estate costs, in terms of the overall burden, reducing the burden of change management. But what it does is it fundamentally changes how we think about securing our environments. And so what we saw as Cisco with our ecosystem partners and with our partners and within our customers is that we've gone from an initial response to the pandemic to a long-term focus. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. So the initial response to the pandemic was very much, how do I secure hundreds of thousands, in some cases, of employees remotely working at scale in parallel? And what does that mean in terms of my security infrastructure, in terms of the visibility I have over my estate, how I focus and how I stand up secure remote working at scale? And that was a very urgent need. And so we were talking to customers about how they protect their network infrastructure and stand up VPN head-end infrastructure to get these VPN connections up and running to be able to have simultaneous access for hundreds of thousands of users at scale. And so that conversation around network security, around a head end for the VPN, and to make sure that we could scale the connectivity and the connections, morphed into then, okay, I need to think about multi-factor authentication. I need to think about the fact that not every workload and application needs a VPN connection, that we have remote employees accessing workloads and SaaS applications directly, that don't necessarily need to go and be backhauled over the corporate network. And so multi-factor authentication, how do I start to think about securing at the user rather than necessarily at the network? And so what that's meant, as remote working has stood up at scale, we're having a very different conversation with our customers. And actually, it's an acceleration of what we were seeing already over the past couple of years. And that acceleration is how we think about cloud-based security. If you think about users working from home, essentially they are remote offices and branches of one individual. And so we've been talking to customers about how we secure the remote office, how do we secure the branch, both from a networking perspective with SD-WAN, but also with a cloud security controls-based thought about how we take these on-premise security controls and move them to the cloud so that we simultaneously have network performance and application performance and visibility that we have security built in. So what that's done effectively is taken the branch of the remote office paradigm with SD-WAN, and it's made it into the remote worker and effectively looking at that paradigm for each and every single employee. So how do I think about accelerating application and workload performance? How do I think about securing that at scale? And then how do I think about securing that in the fact that we're not necessarily using the corporate network to access these workloads and applications anymore? So that's accelerated. How do we think about SASE, the secure access services? How do we think about cloud-based security? And what that's meant is, how do I think about zero trust? How do I think about what we're going to talk about today, protecting the user, understanding the device, and directing security specifically at the application and at the workload? In addition, the conversation continues around integration of these security controls. And so the security challenges that our organizations are facing today continue to be increased complexity. Right? In our recent security CISO benchmark report, 81% of our CISOs said that complexity of the existing IT and security infrastructure, the fact that we have multi-vendor, non-interconnected, API-driven integrations into our security environments just creates that complexity. IoT, bring your own device, and everything around remote working is increasing that complexity as we think about deploying more security controls on top of an already fragmented security infrastructure. The increased attack surface, we've talked about that with, whether that is the remote worker at home or whether that is IoT devices, OT devices, everything that we're doing around connectivity in terms of those devices, which are generally unknown and unsecure, and connecting those to the network and giving them access to certain databases, network resources, or applications. And what we've seen with everything around remote working at scale is fundamental gaps in visibility. You don't have enough control over those devices. You don't have enough visibility over those devices. It's accelerated the non-corporate managed devices being used to access these applications. So there's a fundamental loss of visibility and control about what you do in the case of both detecting security and then responding to a potential breach situation. And so what that's meant is there's three main customer challenges that organizations are asking Cisco today. And these are specific use cases, but they also feed into a specific start in the zero trust journey. And every customer that we deal with and talk to is at a different stage in both these use cases and on their journey to zero trust. And so I'm sure you've got many of these initiatives underway in your organization that may be specific use cases, but essentially they can be used as a building block and a set of building blocks towards that zero trust security paradigm. And so when we think about zero trust, the fact is that we can no longer think about the location and the location of the individual on the network as an indicator of trust and whether that user is trustworthy. We can also no longer think of defining trust in a single point of time. The fact that, if you think about physical security, John badges into a Cisco building, that is verification of trust at one single point of time. The fact that I may be anomalous and I may be malicious when I enter the building, the fact that I've only used my swipe card to enter that building, effectively it's one point of time to verify trust, and it doesn't detect and it doesn't continuously verify whether John is trustworthy inside that building. The same applies to our network and our workload and applications. We have to consistently verify trust, and multiple different ways to verify that trust, not just one or two. And so that takes us into a different mindset, a different way of thinking, that we can't think about trust on the basis of location, and we can't think about a single point of time to define and to automate and define trust and to define, to implement policy on the back of that. And so it takes us on to the definition and the security, the solution of what we mean by zero trust in the market today. And so the traditional way of thinking about security is trust is based on that location. It's based on the network location at the point in time at which an access request is made. And so what that means is, as long as you get past that first hurdle, you can move laterally within the network, you can elevate privileges, and effectively that does not extend to the new perimeter in which we're dealing with, which effectively is the dissolved perimeter and the world of bring your own device and cloud. And so zero trust effectively turns that on its head. And it says that I will determine and establish trust based on every access request, irrespective of where that request is coming from. And so what that means is that you're securing access across applications and the network, making sure that the individual and the users only have access to those workloads and applications based on how you treat the risk profile of the user, the health and the hygiene of the device, and against the policy, which is continuously verified against the definition of least privilege based on the combination of that user and device. And so this paradigm allows you to extend that across a modern enterprise and to deal with bring your own device, cloud applications, hybrid environments, and how you think about deploying one model irrespective of the type of infrastructure and the type of environment that you're dealing with today. And so when you think about our approach to zero trust and the principles that we're talking about is essentially enforce and establish trust at the point of access. But don't stop there because you need to continuously verify that connection and that access request can still be trusted even after the initial access is established. And so what that means is that establish trust at the point of access. Do that by verifying the user and the device. And we do that by essentially looking at the risk profile and the identity of the user, by looking at the device and assessing effectively the health and the hygiene and the security posture of that device. And those two things can be determined irrespective of whether that user is on network, off the network, or whether the workload is in a data center, in hybrid infrastructure, or in public cloud. At that point in time, we can enforce trust-based access. So we can enforce least privileged access to applications, network resources, workload communications on all users and all devices. And then this continuous verification is vitally important, that this is a continuous process that we are continuing to verify that the original tenants that we granted access to these workloads, network resources, etc., continue to hold true. So if this user is behaving maliciously, if the behavior is anomalous, if we see the device has got infected, if we see that the device is now jailbroken, as an example, we can change the access based on policy that user is granted to. And with simple things that we've done around integrating, for example, our user-based zero trust tool, Duo Security, with our AMP for endpoint, endpoint protection, endpoint detection response capability. If the AMP tool on the endpoint detects and knows that there are vulnerabilities on that device that have not been patched, or if there is a malware and there is malicious actors on that device, we can integrate directly into the multi-factor authentication device visibility capability that we have to fundamentally take that off the network, to quarantine, to take action on that device, but also restrict the user from accessing applications that maybe that are not required based on that trust policy. And so what we've done, and you heard from Al earlier in the agenda, is we have made the adoption of these technologies much simpler through the integration of everything into the SecureX platform. And this gives visibility of network, endpoint, cloud, and application so that you have that simplicity. You can drive visibility, and you can think about user, device, and applications directly inside the SecureX platform. We've also designed this as being completely open, so we can integrate with any third party in the market today so that we can mix and match and integrate with what customers have today to drive that efficiency upwards. And so when we think about zero trust, we've got to think about how we need to secure the environment today. You will hear zero trust from many vendors and many solution providers, but essentially we at Cisco believe you need a broad-based approach to how you think about zero trust. Remember, establishing, enforcing least privileges, continuously verifying that access request. And so we think about it in three ways: securing the workforce, securing the workload, and securing the workplace. When we think about the workforce, what we're doing is enforcing trust by verifying the user and making sure that the user is who the user says they are, by making sure that that user has access to only the applications that they need to get their job done, least privilege, and then making sure that the device that they are using to access those applications is secure and trusted at all times. From a workload perspective, what we're doing is we are making sure that you have full visibility of all the workloads and applications that are running in your environments today. And that is within the data center or in cloud-based environments, having a consistent view of what applications are running, what is communicating to those applications, and how applications are communicating to each other, so that you can see the dependency between applications and data and network access, and that you can verify that the communication between these workloads is, again, secure and trusted and continuously verified as being accurate and not anomalous. The other area is around the workplace. And this is making sure that users and devices authenticate before being connected to the network, and that we think about how we segment our network, again, based on the principle of least privilege, to make sure that those users only have access to those applications and those resources to get the job that they need to get done. And so how we think about approaching zero trust based on securing the workload, the workforce, and the workplace, I want to run you through a few questions, and then I'd like to run you through some of the dialogue and some of the experience that we've had with a number of customers to try and bring it to life, so you can see how customers are going on this journey and how they're starting the conversation with Cisco and our partners around zero trust. So you think about the workforce. Remember, this is making sure that the user and the device is driving the policy of the application, the resource that we're giving access to. So ask yourself, is the user who they say they are? Can you verify that that user is who they say they are? Are you sure that they have access to the right application at the right time? Are you sure that the device that that user is using is secure? Are you sure that that device can be trusted to access and have authority over those resources? And so an example here is the University of Louisville Hospital in the US. And so they had a use case where, you know, they really wanted to deploy multi-factor authentication and security on their Microsoft Office 365 deployment. And so what they wanted to do was effectively consolidate multi-factor authentication, single sign-on, and mobile device management to make a seamless and simple experience for clinicians and practitioners in the hospital to effectively get their job done. And so we know that the enemy of security is complexity, especially at the user level. And so what the University of Louisville did was essentially deploy Duo Security into their clinicians and into their hospital environments. And what that did is effectively that allowed them to get visibility of all the devices that were accessing resources. It allowed them to effectively provide to be able to see a full inventory of their devices and the state of those devices through a single pane of glass. It allowed them to enforce policies by, for example, blocking access to applications from unknown locations. It allowed them to achieve HIPAA and PCI compliance in a very simple and seamless step. And importantly, it also allowed them to reduce operating expense by 50% by deploying these controls in a seamless way that did not impact the user. Moving on to the workload. So again, this is how do we know what applications are communicating with other applications? How do we think about east-west traffic in the data center? How do we think about the application transition and application movement between on-premise and cloud-based infrastructure? And then how do we know that those connections and those data exchanges are accurate, are needed, are not malicious? And so can you answer today what applications are deployed and where are they deployed? Can you answer the question, how are my applications communicating with each other? Can you actually verify that those communications are secure, are needed, are trusted? And then can you answer whether you have vulnerable applications, ports, protocols in your environment today? An example of what we've done with a customer here, specific to this type of use case of zero trust, is the First National Bank in South Africa. And the First National Bank, what they really wanted to do, and the use case that they wanted to drive in the context of starting on their zero trust journey, was effectively getting visibility of the data center and the applications running in the data center. Really understanding those data flows between applications and network resources. They wanted to be able to identify emerging threats that were impacting or potentially impacting those applications. And then they wanted to think about how do they get the same level of visibility based on cloud services? How do they think about mapping on-premise and cloud and mapping those data flows between resources in a very consistent way? And so what they deployed was our offering Cisco Tetration, which effectively gave them full visibility of the applications within the data center, a full mapping of the data flows that were happening in their environment, a full understanding of the dependencies that exist within and between those applications and network and data center resources. And then lastly, the ability to effectively profile what was trusted communication, secure communication, and what was malicious and anomalous communication that was happening between their applications. What they also did is want to optimize efficiency of those applications, and in the case of a malicious threat, or a breach situation, they wanted to be able to take action very, very quickly. And so what they did is effectively integrate their Tetration application visibility stack with the Cisco ACI software-defined fabric in the data center, so that they could very quickly move from that visibility, dependency mapping, and profiling to enforce policy on that data center software-defined fabric using the Cisco ACI fabric. And effectively, what that allowed them to do by doing this was, again, to significantly reduce their malware infection rate to very close to zero. It allowed them to drive operational efficiencies in threat detection, and it allowed them to take out complexity, given the integration that some of this technology has with our Cisco Nexus 9000 switches. Lastly, I want to cover the workplace. And so the workplace, very much like, can you answer these questions based on your campus-based network? Can you answer the question of what users and what devices are on your network today? Can you answer the question of, do they have the right level of network access? Do they have the ability to move laterally within the network environment? Do they have elevated privileges that they should not have in the environment today? And then, do you have the ability to very quickly identify and contain threats that may exist on your network? An example here is AT&T. And AT&T uses our identity services engine to essentially provide visibility of all devices connecting over the network. And it allows them to effectively profile those devices, understand the posture and the risk posture of those devices, and it enables them to provide secure access by implementing segmentation policies on the network environment to make sure that they have the right access, the right user based on posture and policy, and that segmentation policy. You know, a good example here is IoT devices, so that they can make sure that those devices connecting to the network, you know, have very little access and only have access to what is needed on the network today. And so I'd like to leave you with three main thoughts before handing back to Prateek. Zero trust is a way of thinking about security. It's a way of thinking about how security is delivered. It is not technology. It is technology, people, and process. It's about how you think about the new paradigm of security, how you think about the workplace, the workforce, and the workload as a continuity, as a way of thinking about starting in one place, but effectively covering all of those areas to get to a position of zero trust. And Cisco is very fortunate to be the market leader by Forrester in the zero trust world today, because of the breadth of the way that we think and the way that we talk about securing zero trust in the new normal today. Bear in mind that every organization is different, and every organization has a different starting point on their zero trust journey. You heard with those three customers, could be multi-factor authentication, could be single sign-on. It could be device visibility. It could be application performance and application dependency mapping, or it could be segmentation. So I would ask you, reach out to your Cisco team to learn more about how you can get started on your zero trust journey. Prateek, with that, I'll hand back to you for any questions.
Yeah, hi, John. It was a very insightful session. Let me introduce myself. I am Prateek, cybersecurity sales specialist, regional lead. So for BFSI, banking and financial services. So it was a very insightful session, John, by explaining the different paradigm shifts which are there, which the world is going through, and also the way people are changing and adapting to the new normal. Where primarily you have covered main 3 points related to workforce, workload, and workplace. Now, considering that, we had a few questions from the audience. The first question was basically that, what is your view on customers' adoption to zero trust during the pandemic? Meaning how they could have actually looked at adoption of zero trust during the pandemic the way all situations have changed drastically?
Yep. Yeah, particularly it's a great question, because I think I would answer that question, based on a changed profile over the last 9 months, right? Initially, it was about network, head-end infrastructure, VPN, and MFA. Now, if I look at our business in Cisco, we are seeing exponential requests and growth in the Duo security platform, and how we think about integrating that user and the device visibility into effectively how do we then broker that into, if you think about like a single pane of glass for all applications, right? Whether it's on-premise, hybrid, or it's SaaS-based applications, you want to be able to present that to a user, right? Based on the risk of that user and the device. That's what we can offer, from a Duo security perspective. It's called Duo Beyond. But effectively, it's seamless, it's easy, and that's where we're seeing exponential growth today around requests from customers is, how do I move from multi-factor authentication into consolidation of MFA, SSO, and mobile device management? How do I think about merging device visibility into that as well, to get that holistic view of user and device? So that's a big growth area that we've seen over the past 6 months, as we've gone from initial response phase into the new discussions that we're having, or the accelerated discussions. The other area of big growth in our portfolio today is cloud delivered security. So that's our Cisco Umbrella platform, and that's effectively, the number one thing that you can do today to secure yourself is make sure that you have visibility of outbound connections, and that's the DNS layer. And so we've seen big growth in our Cisco Umbrella platform, because it starts with DNS visibility, and then it allows effectively you to deploy security controls in the cloud, around cloud delivered firewall, around secure web gateway, around cloud access security broker capabilities. So the full gamut of data loss protections, full range of security controls in the cloud. And we've definitely seen an acceleration of customer conversations and deployment of that type of technology, right, into cloud delivered security controls, because frankly, it's a faster time to value for customers. It's speeds adoption in terms of these technologies. The feature and the development and the roadmap, because it's cloud-based, there's a very high velocity of feature development that we can build into the platform, and customers get value from that immediately, right? So I think those two areas are very, very strong growth areas for Cisco right now. And then I would say our endpoint, our AMP for endpoint technology is growing, very, very quickly right now, because of that device visibility, because of what we've seen, from a ransomware perspective, and from using these commodity malware techniques. Securing those devices, couldn't be more critical than it is right now. And so, our endpoint technology is we're getting a lot of requests and a lot of demand for our endpoint security technologies, in addition to securing the user and the cloud.
Yeah, that's quite insightful. Another question leading to the what you mentioned about cloud-based and organizations going towards a digital transformation. What we have seen is that they have already made some investments on premise, and they are looking at an investment in cloud also. So how does zero trust approach balance between the on-premise and the cloud-based investments that an organization would have already?
Yeah, so we, firstly, the way we think about security architecture here at Cisco and product development is ensuring that our platform and our technologies are open, right? So we believe in native integration. We believe in open-based platforms. Many of our other vendors maybe do not believe in open platforms, but closed platforms. So our platform is completely open. We are integrating and driving the integration ourselves for our customers. So, we already have a tremendous amount of out-of-the-box integrations into non-Cisco technology that the customers use today. And we're finding that paradigm and that ability to be open and to drive pre-integration for our customers, is simplifying their journey to the cloud, is making the adoption of these technologies much easier, because we can integrate with what customers already have and the investments that they've already made in their environment. And it just means faster time to value for customers, and our ability to accelerate their journey to zero trust and to cloud delivered security. So I would say, Pratik, that those are the big ones for me, and it's all about how do we drive, again, that fast time to value, operational experience and operational efficiency, whilst also increasing threat efficacy across the environments, and that's something that I believe Cisco does the best in the market.
Yeah, thanks, John, for that explanation. So one last question, which is there from the presentation, what we understand is zero trust is a journey which any organization would actually eventually end up achieving over a period of time. So you're considering that. How do you see this helping organizations in conjunction with the existing security landscape that they already have?
Pratik, so I think the benefit of those types of discussions is this is a journey, and this is an architectural based approach. So it goes back to the fact that organizations of all shapes and sizes and all types of industries can start their journey in different places and in different directions. And so I think being able to start from workplace, workload, or workforce, but mapping that into an overall strategy and an overall architecture, getting that advice, from a services perspective, whether that's from Cisco or from our, a wide partner ecosystem, that you take the first step, but that first step is part of a architecture and a platform first approach, but it's also an accelerant to how you get to zero trust and how you get to a simplified efficiency at a higher threat efficacy. And I think that's part of effectively an overall strategy that needs to be executed to drive that across a common architecture.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, John, for that. For the questions which we had now, I would go on to John and take it over. Thanks a lot for John for this session.
Pratik, thank you very much for having me. Have a fantastic rest of the session.
Thanks.
Thank you, Pratik, for monitoring the Q&A session, and thank you, John, for a phenomenal session. I'm sure everyone thoroughly enjoyed it. It's now time for some excitement. Yes, I'm talking about the online gaming break. All the very best, everyone. It's time for you to answer questions based on what you have grabbed so far. All the very best. I'm not going to make you wait any longer. Over to you, Palani.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Avshan, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the next segment of the virtual game show. And I hope that you are ready with your keypads. If you're not ready with your keypads, and here is one last time where you can have a look at how you can launch your virtual keypads on your mobile phone. So step number one, gvt.la/mplay2. That's the link. And it's going to prompt you to enter two things. That's your nickname as well as your price verification code. Please do make sure that you keep your price verification code handy to claim your prizes. And of course, the last step is that you will get a keypad with A, B, C, D as an option. And I'm going to ask you a question, and you can take any option of your choice, and the fastest correct answer is going to get a prize. Remember, to claim your prize, email your nickname, your verification code to secon-india@cisco.com. So I hope you got that, and I hope you are excited as much as I am to get started with this question. Right, so first question for this round is coming up on your screen. Have a look at this, please. Here we go. Right, the number of IoT devices in India today number approximately, right? Is it A, 100 million, or is it B, 400 million, or is it C, 600 million, or D, is it 1.9 billion? 15 seconds time starts now. So the question was the number of IoT devices in India today, number approximately, and you had 4 options to go with, and that was A, 100 million, or is it B, 400 million, or C, 600 million, or D, 1.9 billion. So those are the options that you could perhaps go with, and we're receiving quite a lot of responses for this question now, and I'm trying to see if we can take your responses. Yes, now we'll take your responses and see what are we looking at on the screen now? Right, so 40% being shared between B and C, 20% believe it is D. So quickly, let's have a look and see what the right answer is. The black and the wrong ones now on the screen. The right answer was 1.9 billion there, and 20% here getting it right. And quickly, let's have a look and see who is the fastest one to get this right on the screen now. And here we go. Krish, congratulations. Wherever you are, be listening. You are the winner of this question. And remember to send your nickname as well as your price verification code to the email ID mentioned, and you can claim your prizes as well. We move on to the next question now. The next question is coming up on your screen. Let's have a look at the next question. Right, the question is, among exploitation vectors, which of the following is the biggest concern? Is it A, SQL injection, or B, cross-site scripting, or is it C, security misconfiguration, or D, directory listing? 15 seconds time starts now. That was an interesting question there, and we will just wait for responses from your end. And remember, if you still don't have your keypads with you, this is your time. Get onto the link, and you can send in your responses so that you can win yourself some prizes as well. So don't forget to send in your responses as soon as you can. Right. So with that, let's have a look and see what are the responses we all are going with on the screen now. Okay, so 43% B is the highest, followed by 29% shared between A and C. Let's quickly have a look and see what the right answer is on the screen now. Security misconfiguration is the right answer there, and 29% here getting it right. And it's time for us to have a look and see who's the fastest one to get this right now. The fastest correct answer is coming from Jimmy. You are the one getting it right. Congratulations, Jimmy. This goes to you. You know what to do. Send in your nickname as well as your price verification code to the email ID, and you can claim your prizes. With that, we move on to one last question for this segment, and that's going to be coming up on your screen now. Right, what does ORGANS principle represent in the consent artifact? Right? Is it A, open, revocable, granular, auditable, notice secure, or is it B, open, reachable, great additional networthy system, or C, open, readable, granular, auditable, notice secure, or is it D, open, revocable, granular, additional notice system? I'm going to give you 15 seconds time now. Please don't forget to be glued on to this, because we will have a few more rounds of this gaming coming in for you. And if you didn't get any prizes so far, don't worry. Get out your keypads and you'll be able to win some prizes as well. Right, so with that being said, let's quickly have a look and see what are the responses we all are going with for this question on the screen now. Right, so 30% being shared between D and C and 20% being shared between B and A. Let's quickly have a look and see what the right answer is on the screen. A is the right answer there, and congratulations for 20% of the population getting it right. And it's time for us to now quickly have a look and see the fastest correct answer on the screen. And the person to answer this fastest is right. Sunil, you are the one winning this. Congratulations, Sunil. If you're listening to me, please go ahead and send in your nickname followed by your prize verification code, and you can claim your prize with us. Yeah, congratulations and very well done for all the 3 winners of this round. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I come to the end of this segment, and I'll see you soon in the next segment. I hope you enjoyed it. And for now, it is over to Avshan.
Thank you so much, Palani, for an enthusiastic session. Indeed, a great participation, and congratulations to the winners. Well, after thrill and excitement, a time for Security Experience Center demo. And I request Giri to take over. But much before Giri joins us, let's quickly have a look at the Security Experience Center teaser.
Thank you, Afsan. A very warm welcome to each one of you to the Security Experience Center. I'm Giri Govindrajulu, and I lead the information security team for Cisco in Asia Pac. And our team's goal is to keep Cisco secure. Let me give a very high-level overview of what our scope looks like. We are dealing with 51 terabyte of internet traffic that we scan every day. We are having 1.2 trillion security events that are generated. We look at 28 billion net flows that are analyzed. If I were to spend a minute or a second on each of the net flow, we are talking about 887 years to analyze 1 day's worth of data. And we are also looking at 7.6 billion DNS requests, which means almost like each one in the world is asking for directions every single day. And the best part of it is all those things lead to around 22 cases or incidents per day on an average. How do we do it? We know we have lots of products that are in this domain that can solve one problem at a time. We look at Cisco's strategy as an integrated architecture that makes security effective and simple. We look into the capabilities in a kill chain perspective. What are the capabilities needed before an attack, during an attack, and after an attack? And we also look into the defense in depth, all the way from the endpoints to the network, all the way to the cloud. And we have a suite of products that can talk to each other in identifying the problem much earlier on and can take action at the right level in a timely manner. So as security practitioners, we want to share the best practices, learnings, and reality checks with all of you. World has changed a lot in the last 6 months. Even though the foundations are still the same, some of the problems have accelerated, and there are some new problems that has come in. And what we wanted to do is to talk to you about 5 strong and powerful use cases that our subject matter experts will be talking to you in the next 75 minutes. They will be talking about the problems that they are trying to solve, what are the solutions that make it effective and simple, and they're also going to add demonstration using real and actual products that actually solve the problem. I strongly believe that this is going to be a lot of fun, relevant, and meaningful content to keep the bad guys out. Thank you and enjoy the session.
I'm going to take you through Cisco Secure Future, wherein I'm going to talk about how Cisco has built a new architecture framework wherein the security moves with your changing environment and your needs. We live in this new era wherein post-COVID, a lot of things have changed. Today, our networks have become so diverse and so open that virtually every single employee sitting at home is a branch office for us, is a connected entity for us. While all of this has enabled business to grow and to adopt to the new normal, it has also led to quite a lot of security challenges, some of which are definitely around the new threats which are getting increased day by day. The way we used to identify our workers has gone a significant change because of the old way of doing things is no longer valid. We have users trying to connect to different applications, different personas, and virtually COVID has become a digitization officer for the whole world. Now, what we at Cisco have done is we have broken it down into fundamental problems which every business, irrespective of your size, we understand that you would be facing. These are some of the questions which we are trying to help our customers to understand, to solve these business problems. And it starts by the very fundamental thing of identifying and establishing a trust, which means who are the users, who are the devices which are connecting. Once you have identified and established the trust, the very next thing is to identify and enable the people to work from any device that they have, not restricting them to a particular laptop or a desktop which we have provided. And then ensuring a seamless access to the corporate resources, be it over a VPN, be it an open channel, and yet protecting all of them from the threats of the modern day world. The malware attacks, the phishing attacks, the ransomwares, and whatnot. And while all of this is a great problem to solve, there is a fundamental issue in how we look at or how we operate traditionally. There is not a single security solution which gives you a uniform integrated view, which basically simplifies your posture, enables you to efficiently and accelerate your response to threats, enable you to modernize and have a sound peace of mind when you're working. In order to mitigate these problems, we have created a solution which looks at all the attack surfaces, all the touch points, and provides you a secure workforce environment wherein we identify the identity, we verify the identity, we enable a secured access, be it from any device, anywhere in the world, to any kind of a resource that you may have today. And then defending you against all the dynamic threats which are out there, the threats which have been seen in the past and the threats which may be coming in future. And all of this gets tied together and enables you to efficiently and securely work in a single framework. Now, let's take a deeper look at the Cisco Secure Workforce Architecture. The architecture starts by enabling and using some of the existing technologies like AnyConnect, Umbrella, Cisco Duo, AMP for endpoints, which are a great technologies, but they increase and they enable the workforce to adapt to the changing needs when they all come together cohesively in a single integrated manner. You have AnyConnect providing the secured VPN tunnel back to your resources, be it the corporate network, be it cloud applications hosted either on various cloud platforms like AWS, Azure, and then you have Umbrella, which is securing all your outbound connections, which is securing every single request that gets generated from your device towards the internet. And then Duo, which enables an adaptive MFA solution to securely validate and authenticate that is the right user, the right device who's trying to connect and get onboarded. Now, in the course of next 30 to 45 minutes, we are going to take a look at some of these use cases and scenarios, how Cisco is addressing in an integrated manner. We have taken down those 5 fundamental problems and broken it down into how do we address all of this in a single solution stack. Now, in the demo, we are going to be looking at Acme Corp, wherein there'll be a remote worker. We're going to use Alex, who's a sales guy. We're going to use Eric. We're going to use Eva. Those 3 different users who will connect using various devices, various mediums, in a secured manner to their application. We will also look at how do we secure them with the help of technologies like Umbrella, AMP for Endpoint, and then towards the end, we'll address the long-standing question of security. How do you simplify all of this? How do you efficiently manage and respond to threats in your environment? So with that, I will hand it over to my friend who is going to take you through the first part of the demo, wherein we'll take a look at how Cisco is addressing the problem of verification of identity, trust, and providing a secure access using VPN.
Thank you, Bish. Let's quickly take you through those use cases which we have discussed in the previous section. The first one which we are going to see here is establish and identify the trust and connect to the corporate VPN with either a personal device or the corporate provider device, and see how Cisco solutions are going to provide a secure access to your company's resources. So let's quickly jump onto the demonstration. As we see here, there are 2 machines. One is Alex, which is joined to domain. And also the second machine we have is Eric, which is also joined to domain. Now, these users, both of them belonging to the Active Directory group over here, where one, the Alex belongs to the engineering group, and the second one, Eric, he belongs to the sales group. As we can see over here in the directory properties, each one of them belonging to 2 different Active Directory groups. Now let's move into the VPN configuration part. So we have an ASA cluster which is configured as a VPN gateway. As you can see here, the details where the host name for this specific gateway is configured as the VPN GW. You can see that over here. And this VPN cluster is configured as a corporate VPN gateway. Now we can see the tunnel groups also configured over here using the show tunnel group command that lists the tunnel properties as well as the identity configuration, which is tied with the SAML authentication. Now, it is also integrated with ICE for authorization, where ICE would be validating the user and providing the right security group context to the specific user. So if you see over here, we are going to see the specific device, how it is integrated with the identity services engine. You can see the VPN gateway. And also, we can see the logs where these particular VPN gateways are getting authenticated against the ICE. Also, we have a third machine, which is not a corporate issued machine, which is a BYOD device. And we will be connecting from this machine also to the VPN gateway and see how the VPN gateway responds to this. Let's log into this VPN. I'm using the user Eva over here, and let me log into this via VPN. Let's click login. Okay, now we can see that the user access has been denied because this particular device is not a corporate issued device. This is a personal device, and we have set the policy in such a way that personal devices are not allowed to use the VPN. Now let's log into the user Alex. And in this machine, we have the firewall services as well as the Cisco AMP endpoint security services has been turned on. Now let's quickly move and connect this machine to the VPN. We are connecting to the VPN gateway here, and let's use the username Alex over here. Once we are connecting, we do see a pop-up from the Duo health check. And the Duo health check clearly says that the firewall service is not enabled on this particular device. And let's go and fix this particular problem. Unless until this problem is not fixed, it is not going to allow us to connect to the VPN. So you can click from here and turn on the firewall service for the system security properties. So let's go and turn on the firewall services. Let's go here and turn on all the three things. Okay, now the firewall services are turned on. Now let's connect again to the VPN gateway. And here we have integrated this particular application or the VPN with the Duo multi-factor authentication, where the configuration is in such a way that it requires multi-factor authentication as well as it requires AMP for endpoints to be present on that particular machine. So if you see this configuration, block access if firewall is turned off, and also block the endpoint if the endpoint security agent is not running on that particular machine. If you go back to the authentication logs, we just now tried logging to this particular machine for the user Alex, right? Let's expand this particular log, and you can see over here that the existing connection is just not allowed to connect is because the endpoint is not a trusted device. Now the other user, which is Alex, if you see over here, you can see that access is denied, and it says that it's a trusted endpoint, but still the firewall services are still off, and because of which the connectivity is denied. Now let's connect back here using the user Alex and log into the VPN. This time again, we are getting this, but we have received a warning that the Windows machine is not up to date. Now let's use the second factor authentication. And once it is allowed, you see that warning saying that Windows is not up to the latest version, but we can skip this. It's only a warning. It has been configured to do that way. Now it is allowing the user to connect to the VPN. Now let's go back to this VPN gateway management and see what are all the ASA connections that we have. Let's use the command show VPN session DB anyconnect. We can see there are two users. One is Alex, who has been given the security group tag of 18. And likewise, we will be able to see another user as well. And we can see the user Alex, who has been given the security group tag of 18 using the Windows machine with the AnyConnect version 4.8 and the Windows OS version 10. So the connection profile is via the TG SAML. Now the user is successfully able to connect to this VPN. Now let's go to the other user, who is Eric. Let this user as well connect to the VPN. Log in as username Eric and the password we'll put in. Let the user log in. Let's send the two-factor authentication. Once the two-factor is accepted, the user will be able to log in successfully. Here we can see that Windows is not up to date. We can skip that. The VPN is getting established. Now this user is connected to VPN successfully. Now let's go back to this ASA console where we can see the Alex user. Now we can rerun the command and we should be able to see additional one more user, who is Eric, who has been protected with an access list. So this is the user Eric, where you can see the username Eric at so-and-so domain. And the user has been provided with a security group tag of 16, right? So this security group tag differentiates between the two users. And for each user, we have a dedicated access list. So here he has been protected with an access list, which is named as sales. Let's go to the VPN monitoring section. Now we will be able to see both the users over here. And if you see the user Alex, he has been given with a security group tag of 18, and the user Eric, he has been given with security group tag of 16. So both the users, you can clearly see that differentiated security group tags. we have all the details about their IP addresses and the endpoint details as well as the OS details. Let's go back to the application access. And in each of these users, let's try to access their emails and other applications. Let's access, Alex user, and he is able to open the email application, and he is able to, browse and view through his emails. He's trying to open up an email, and there is a link which he's trying to click, and the link is trying to open up, and that's being blocked. Okay, we'll see why it is happening. And next, he's trying to open a web page, a web application, which is able to open successfully. And also he's trying to access the FTP application, which he's able to access successfully. He can see the files. He's going to browse through the FTP, and he's going to copy certain files. Let's see what are the files that he needs. He's accessing the FTP, and he needs a specific file, the Safari setup, and he would be copying this to his local machine. The Skype for Business and the Safari setup. So he's trying to copy this file to his local machine. The file is copied successfully, and he's trying to copy the Safari setup as well. He's not able to copy this second file. There is some error where the server has reset the connection. We will see in a short while why that has happened. And once he is connected to the VPN, he is trying to probably do a port scan using the Nmap. So he was, specifically targeting a specific IP address, and he is initiating a scan. So now the user is connected over VPN, and he's trying to scan a specific IP address or an application server. Also, he's trying to initiate a batch file, which is going to copy certain data files to a remote server. And he's doing his other activities as a day-to-day user. Now let's go back to the other user. Right, the user is having internet access as well once he's connected to the corporate VPN. Now the other user is trying to log in. Eric is logging into his email application, and he's successfully able to access his email. He's trying to access his web application, which he's able to access successfully. And the user tried to access the FTP application, and he's not able to access FTP. And he's trying to access internet. He's trying to open Google. He's able to open it successfully, but FTP is something which is not working for him. If you go and see on the identity services engine, which is integrated with the VPN gateway, you can see that the specific user, when they are logging in, both Alex and Eric, when they are logging into the VPN, they have been assigned with a specific access list based on the group or the department which they belong to. If you see over here, Eric is being part of the sales, and Alex is part of the engineering group. So the engineering group is allowed to access the FTP application, whereas the sales group is not allowed to access any files or anything from the FTP server. So that's the reason the user Eric is not able to access. Now we are trying to use a non-domain machine, and we are trying to log in. So the user is able to access the web application. We are using the two-factor authentication to log into this, and now he's able to access an internally published application within the corporate using the Duo Network Gateway. So this way, the applications which are internal to an organization are, the user is able to access it over bring your own device or BYOD device using the Duo Network Access Gateway over a secure channel. If we go back to this Duo admin portal, we would be able to see that user Alex, who is having his firewall turned off, is not able to connect the VPN successfully. And likewise, if you see Alex, once the problem is fixed where his firewall services are turned on, he's able to access successfully, or he is able to connect to the VPN successfully. You can see that it is a trusted endpoint, and it is running the Cisco AMP as well as the firewall services are turned on. If you see that Eric, where his machine is also a trusted endpoint, and also you can see the firewall services and the AMP, all of them are running. And if we go back to Eva, where we can see that that particular user is using a specific browser, and he is accessing from a different place, and that's completely a bring your own device. In this way, we are able to establish and identify trust when the users are connecting to the corporate VPN. And also, we are able to establish that user has a secure access, and we are able to enforce the same level of security when the user is accessing over a remote VPN. How he is able to enforce security when the user is in the corporate on-prem. The same way we are able to enforce security when the user is connecting via the remote access VPN as well. With this, I'm handing over to my colleague, Bish, to take you through the rest of the use cases in terms of how to protect the endpoint devices as well as how to protect the user's internet access. Over to you, Bish. Thank you.
Thanks, Paswa. Next part of the demo, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at how we at Cisco are securing the devices, your users, when they are browsing the internet or when they are accessing something locally, and extending the capability to access the corporate resources even when they are within the comforts of their home. To carry on with my demo, I have my friend Alex, who's a software developer working at Acme. Typical operations is a typical software developer browses the internet, works from home, downloads a lot of files, accesses Google accounts, does a lot of data transfer locally, and at times he needs to access the corporate applications, but he doesn't tend to log into VPN that often because he doesn't require a VPN connectivity. So with this, let me move to the demo part where we'll actually see how Alex works on a daily basis and what are the security controls that have been enforced onto Alex by the Acme Corp. So now let's go ahead and take a look at all of these use cases in action in real time. And as you would have observed, Alex uses a Windows device which has the AnyConnect installed, which provides a variety of functions including VPN, ICE posturing, and umbrella roaming security, with which my organization Acme is able to enforce granular security controls onto my device. And let me show you real quick the status as well. So as you can see, the roaming security client is enabled, it's in protect mode. That's the username, that's my client machine name. And let me go ahead and try to access the internet and see the experience with Umbrella in play. Now, I'll go to Google and I often want to read about stuff and try to download a lot of tutorials. So I'll try to download a PDF document. So I'll go to Google, I'll just type in give me a Python tutorial. I'll get the access to a PDF document. I can go ahead and download it, save it, and read it at later point of time. But there may be certain use cases or certain scenarios wherein certain file types are restricted from a business nature, from a requirement. So what I'll do is, maybe let's say try to download an ISO file. As an engineer, ideally there is no real reason why I should be accessing an ISO. I'm not an IT guy, and that's precisely the reason why Acme has decided to block my access to downloading the ISO files, because I belong to an engineering group. I belong to a group which doesn't require the access in general, and I have all of the information which I would need to understand my policy, why this is actually being blocked, and have the right tools and information which I would need to give it back if I need to provide or have the access to this particular file type or to this particular website. Let me also think of a scenario where I'm browsing a certain website or I'm trying to download or access certain files from the internet, which could be malicious. And as a user or as an organization, I want to make sure that I protect my users no matter what sort of an activity they perform, whether it's a file download or they accidentally land onto some domain which might be hosting or which might be providing them with malicious files. So in order to simulate it, I'll just go to the ecar.com, which hosts sample test files which are used often in the industry, and I'll try to download this zip file and see the experience and see whether it gets blocked or not. But before I do that, let me show you one real quick thing, which is actually the secret sauce, or which is actually enabling me to perform all of these operations when I'm able to decrypt the traffic. As you can see over here, when I'm going to eCard, I look at the certificate. It's a Cisco provided cert, which is provided by the umbrella, and I'm doing the inspection of the traffic in real time and enforcing controls based on my policy, my organization's policy. And as you would see just now, the access to this malicious file hosted on the internet is blocked because that's a malicious site hosting a malicious content. As my organization, I'm not supposed to download this malicious content. But often we are challenged when we enable this sort of a decryption, that there are a lot of financial websites, a lot of banking sites, which mandates that there shouldn't be any decryption in the path. And for those websites, if I'm landing there, I can enforce a bypass rule where I wouldn't decrypt that traffic. And this is something which I am just showing you right now on your screen with going to ING, and you can see that the certificate is by the ING, which is an interest verified certificate. And I'm not doing any sort of an inspection in the path. I'm just bypassing this traffic and protecting the user from all sort of a malicious content and enforcing my organization's policy in terms of file control, web control. Now, one important thing what we all often do is try to log on to our accounts, and when we are logging to our cloud accounts like a Gmail or a Hotmail or an Outlook account, we try to log on to both personal and our corporate accounts on the same machine. And as an organization, if I want to put a policy wherein I will only allow my users to access the corporate account, not the personal one, I can do that. And let me show you real quick this as well. So I'm a user, I'm logging on to Gmail, and I'm trying to access. I wouldn't get the access, and that's because as a policy, my organization restricts me accessing from my personal account on my device. And now let's also see whether I'm able to log in to my official account or not. And let me just go ahead and put the password in and browse it. And as you can see, I'm able to log in to my corporate account. I'm able to access all my emails and everything. So now what we've essentially looked at is the user experience when he's browsing in the internet or trying to access something over the web or from outside this machine. Now, there is one area which is still we haven't discussed yet, which is around securing the end device from the activities performed onto it. Now, because we are working from pretty much any location these days, and we access our devices, so there could be scenarios where I'm trying to access some file which are copied through a USB or any other media, and just to simulate that, what I've done is from my USB, I've copied this Skype file onto my device, which to me seems to be my official one, and I'm trying to extract it. And when I'm trying to extract it, it is getting blocked. I will try one more time whether I'm able to see it or not, and immediately the file gets quarantined the moment I try to access it, and my system is protected. Now, let me show you real quick the secret sauce behind it, the technology which is working behind and providing me this great controls of enforcing my security irrespective to user's location. Now, I'll go to first the umbrella, which provides me the complete view to my organization's health just by logging onto it. Here I can see the deployment health, how many connectors are live, what's the network, what's the total request volume, whether there is some security attack happening, what's its comparison comparing to last 24 hours, and so on. Now, I also have granular reporting built into it, which we'll just take a look in a while. But before we get to the reporting, let me show you the magic piece, the policies which were actually enforcing all of those controls which I just showed you onto this device. So the first policy, which is the engineering policy, is where I have enabled my file analysis. I have enabled the identity based policy, wherein I have the user Alex called in. He belongs to the engineering group. And I have enforced content-based policies. Now, what I've also done is I've created a web policy which is protecting this user's traffic and enforcing controls around the file types, which I showed you, where I was able to download a PDF, but I wasn't able to download the ISO file because as a policy, this was blocked by me. Same way, I was enforcing a tenant control, which I have enforced through here, where I have Google Suites available as an application, as a tenant, which I can enforce. Now, one more thing, and which is kind of very cool, and which would solve our problem of reporting about the shadow IT, wherein there are a lot of application which runs in the environment which we have no clue about. And as you can see, Umbrella reports all of those shadow IT applications and enables me to review them, to get a view to who consumes those applications. And then if I want to block them and put a control, I can do that right from the same console. Now, let's swing back to the AMP console, which was actually protecting me or enforcing the control onto my device and providing me the capability of granular security from the endpoint. Now, the dashboard, the moment I log into it, gives me the complete view of my health status. I can go to the inbox to see the events which might require my attention to be looked into it. I can see that there is a significant risk in my organization. What I'll do is I'll take a look at the events and see what is happening. And as you can see, the user Alex is trying to access a Skype for Business application, which I have detected as a threat. And I've actually went ahead and quarantined it successfully in real time, as and when this was happening. Now, what we have achieved so far is we have successfully mitigated the threat what may come to this user machine. So far what we have done is we've looked at the use cases of securing the user from his access towards the internet or locally from the activity that he performs. Now, let's take a look at the remaining use case of providing the access to internal applications without logging onto the VPN. As you can see, mango.local, I'm not able to access because I'm not on the VPN. But when I go to Duo and try to use DNG to provide me access in a secure manner, this access gets blocked because I recently had a malicious infection on my device, and till the time I don't clean it up, I'm not able to get access to my applications. And when I clean it up, I'll be able to access my applications, my resources, without even logging onto the VPN in a secure manner. What is happening is the AMP endpoint is talking to Duo and providing the threat intelligence and enforcing controls through Duo. So this brings me to the end of the demo, and let's swing back and try to understand the different technologies involved in providing this end-to-end security and answer the mystery question that we still have open to be answered. So now that we have looked at how Alex works on a daily basis, how he goes ahead and does a safe browsing, how he connects back to his data center to access the application he requires for his job purpose. Let's revisit what we have seen so far. So this is the Cisco Secure Workforce Architecture, which enables the user to access their resources, their applications in a secure, seamless manner and provide them end-to-end visibility irrespective of their location, their devices, and the nature of their operations. With that, let's revisit the use cases and the technologies involved in those use cases. We started off with talking about how Cisco establishes a verification and establishes the trust of identity, be it a user or be it a device. Once we have established the identity, we go ahead and secure the access. And once your access is secured, we go a step forward by protecting and enabling you to access from all the devices. And the technology stack that we are using to enable all of this is the AnyConnect VPN client, along with the AMP endpoint, Duo, Cisco ICE, and Umbrella. That brings me to the end of my part, wherein we've seen the technology stack involved in building a robust security architecture. But still, there are a lot of questions which still needs to be answered. The number one, how is Cisco solving the problem of security unification? To answer this question, I would hand it over to Sandeep.
Thank you, Vishnu and Pashwa, for a detailed demo. I'm sure that was interesting. We have already set the context, right? How we are extending micro and macro segmentations to the users working from home, right? You eventually saw how was the user or our admin experience, right? Going and configuring adaptive MFA, going and configuring VPN, and so on, right? I'm sure there are a couple of questions which are still left unanswered, right? So the questions you must be having, how can I visualize or how can I get a unified visibility into everything or all of these consoles? You saw users hopping around multiple consoles during the demo, right? How do I extend and integrate my existing tools with Cisco? You must be having a lot of Cisco security products. How do you use your existing integration along with other third-party products? Next, how do you efficiently or how do I efficiently do the threat management and the response? How can I confidently get answers for the observables that I may be investigating for my leadership, right? And how do I accelerate my response? How do I accelerate my response with fewer clicks possible, right? And is there a way or is there a possibility that I can offload some of the workflow, some of the mundane tasks that I do day to day, right? Let's look at the demo.
So you are looking at AMP for endpoint dashboard. If you are an endpoint admin or if you are a SecOps team, right, you're looking at isolated console, right? You are looking at endpoint details. You can go and look for indicators, which would typically give you information of different events, right? Based on MITRE attack techniques, right? We select only show the results which indicated compromise. We're looking at a critical event where execution technique was used. We can run through, read through, right, and look at different events, expand each of one and click on events to get more granular detail. But ultimately, you're looking at a single console. Now, let me take you to the another product, right? Firepower, right? You may be using some firewall. If you look here, Alex is the same user which was used in the earlier demo for VPN. We have 70.109 if you recognize this, 70.108, 109. These were the same IPs used earlier to connect to the VPN. 70.108 has two events, right? I get details. Yeah, it has malware phishing related events. Then when we scroll down, you can see this one is interesting. There are two intrusion events. That's good. Two intrusion events. And On top right here, we have security related events which seen on the firewall. Next, you are a SOC team monitoring your event using NDR. We still have 70.108, 70.109 categorized under VPN block, right? There are a couple of alarms generated, but again, it's a single product dashboard that I'm visiting. I'm looking at. There is a data hoarding related event, right? I can click on any of these filters up over here just to look at that specific one. Let me deselect all for a while, and let's select only data hoarding. There is one data hoarding event. We will try to find out what this data hoarding event is for. And interestingly, I have a machine learning generated event as well, right? It is encrypted traffic analytics, where we looked at malicious traffic in encrypted traffic. If you're an IT guy, you are looking at email. Again, someone from a different team, a separate admin, looking at email statistics, how many emails were with malware, how many were anti-spam, caught by anti-spam engine. If you may want to take a deeper look into what bad files traverse, you can get those information, right? Like for example, in this case, so there were some emails with Singapore specialist coronavirus, typically COVID themed phishing emails. And now you are on a landing page of SecCureX. Why a consolidated visibility, right? Why a consolidated visibility compared to point products? So I have dashboard, I have a SecOp dashboard. If you see, I'm able to see umbrella related statistics, my email related statistics, my web related statistics as a SecOp. I want to know how many of them were blocked, right? 2 blocked, 32 blocked under games, and 2 blocked under advertisement. So we saw all of these in bits and pieces on single consoles. Remember 70.109, the VPN user, 70.108, the VPN user, Eric and Alex. We still have that context, but I have it in one single place. I have a unified visibility. Let's look at this event over here. Remember the NGFW, there were 2 intrusion events. It's right here. I still have the visibility. I still have the information what I need, but on a single console. And if I scroll down, here are those 2 signatures which were hit. This is related to scanning of using SSH and DNS. So those 2 intrusion signatures which were triggered are here. About 29 DNS requests related to malware category, about 30 something related to phishing. On the left side panel of SecCureX dashboard, this will typically show you your integrations and the third-party available integrations, like right. For example, something like Microsoft Graph API, right, or something related to ServiceNow, right. These integrations could be done. I will talk about 2 to 3 of these third-party integrations in a while, but all those available integrations are listed right over here. Now you see a ribbon right below, which is typically for giving. This is a built-in experience, right? We have casebook, incident handling, orbital. You can search, you can find observable on a particular page. And all of this is being done by SecCureX ribbon. If you see, this is where we started. I'm for endpoint. I have SecCureX ribbon. I'm on ThreadGrid, which is a sandbox. I have my SecCureX ribbon here as well. Let's go to the next console. I am on Cisco Umbrella. I do have SecCureX ribbon over here. Basically, SecCureX ribbon it's meant for built-in experience, right? Now let's click on 70.108. I am trying to double click on the information, right? So 70.108, which is right here. Definitely there is some event against it. But for me, it's interesting. We were using Alex, and there is some event against Alex. So let's go ahead and click on that. Well, we understand by now it belongs to employee VPN category. Alex is the user, 70.108 is the IP, and here is the detail. So there it was triggered basis of phishing URL. Okay, that's fine. So first of all, the most interesting one is the process, right? I know what was the process at the endpoint level and under what user space it was running, which probably triggered this 29 seconds of this activity, right? I have this information. The alert currently is being investigated. That's a good information for now. But what I'm still missing is context. So let's try to build the context. So I launched this in threat response, SecCoreX threat response. This is what will help you find confident answers to the questions, right? If you see, I am only looking at one observable, but I have 13 indicators related to this one IP, right? You would ideally would have gone to multiple of these consoles to actually go and grab these informations, but because of the integration, I have all of these indicators available to me in one place, right? So if I click on this, if you see, for example, data hoarding, this is not coming from my firewall. This is coming from our NDR solution. Malware detected in Foxit, malware detected in Skype for Business. This is coming from my firewall, right? Phishing link detected. These are coming from different products. If you see this IP, there are what? 8 malicious domain, right? So if you see 8 malicious domain, most of them are related to COVID, and surprisingly, all of them are bad. Typically, the COVID themed phishing emails with these links circulating from last couple of months. I'm just running the SecCoreX ribbon to just scan these observable on this page. Nine of them are bad. Let's see who are the one who got in touch with these 9. I'm adding it to my ongoing case, right, which I'm working on right now, and we have the observables added. Now, what we do is we try to enrich these observables. So I'm back to my SecCoreX ribbon where I can see my casebook. I have the observables over here, right? Ideally, you would take this observable and go and try to grab the information from different products, right? I have also added 70.108, and let's investigate that. Now, what is happening is those observables are being queried against all the modules what I have. So at this point, they are queried against 6 modules. And you see, I have more details available now. I have details available about some files. Let's investigate them as well. So I'm adding it to my ongoing investigation, and let's see what happens. If you notice, the target count is now 8, not 2 or 3, right? It's gone up, and I've queried 7 different modules, right? So 12 observables, 7 modules, 12 into 7. That's the number of queries someone would make to grab this entire information or the context. And this is why context is important. If I had given you the file, if I had just given you the IP, you wouldn't be able to build this context. But with SecCoreX threat response, we could build this context. We know it was Alex and Eric, right? We eventually know there were 4 targets, which are those emails, the message ID. Surprisingly, the message subject is restored immediately. Okay, some sort of a phishing email with some sort of urgency. Now, how do you link these different incidents, right? So if you look at this incident is typically coming from a NGFW. I'm adding it to my ongoing case, which is this one, where we are investigating 10.10.70.108, which is a VPN machine. Let me just add this. Okay, so that's done. And I had taken a snapshot. So let's add a snapshot also. So if another analyst wants to look at this, he could look at the snapshot. Let me add it to different users who would be typically working on this particular incident. So we have all the details, right, from observables to snapshots to case linked here. There was a data hoarding event also, if you remember, which was for 70.108. This seems to be different target, and here is 70.108. Yeah, perfect. This is also related to the same investigation we are doing. So we also add this to the incident to the same casebook what we have been working. And now, as an analyst, if I am into analyst shoes, I would open this incident and I would start working on it. So this sounds exciting, right? But you must be wondering, we do not have all the products in our existing security stack from Cisco. We do have products from our third party, and that's exactly where in your current context, SecCoreX fits better, right? SecCoreX is basically, and because it's an API aggregator, SecCoreX is free with Cisco security products, right? It does work well with your product because be it third party or your ITS SIMs, be it your intelligence sources, be it your SIM or SOR, we have integrations with third parties, right? So as discussed right in the beginning on SecCorX dashboard, if you see on the left hand side, I have a couple of those integrations. Let me show you a couple of them. So we go to integrations right here. And as you can see, I have integration already done with Abuse IPDB, apart from the native Cisco security product integration, right? I have integration done with Security Trail. I have integration done with URLscan.io, VirusTotal. Most of these are third-party integrations, right? When we have these integrations in place, you can go to casebook back again, and I'm looking at one of the casebook over here where there are 6 observables already part of this casebook, and let's try to run or investigate them in SecCorX threat response. When I click on SecCorX threat response, it is going to throw these 6 observables. It has done enrichment of these 6 observables against 9 different modules, which is inclusive of both Cisco and non-Cisco, right? And eventually we happen to find 2 targets, which both of them are on the private subnet, right? And as to prove, you can see the different modules that are queried, right? Abuse IPDB, URLscan.io, PulseDive, which is Alien Vault. I have private VirusTotal. It is inclusive of my firewall being queried, Umbrella being queried, M4 endpoint being queried, and so on. That's basically is the power of third-party integration, and that makes it more efficient. Now, you must be wondering, how could you take this entire thing to the next level, right? Could you automate some more things? Let's look at that. Now, let's take the entire experience to the next level using orchestration and workflows, right? So I have a use case that is assigned to me. This is related to COVID-19 themed PEC email, where there are some IPs and URLs associated with those particular emails. And if you see, there is tiny URL. The tiny URL domain as such, if you see, it's clean. There is no problem, but we do not know what is behind this. So ideally, one way could be within the solution. The other way could be proactively you going and sandboxing it. Ideally, what I would do is I would copy this, go to other console, which is my sandbox, make use of submit sample control, submit the sample, put the URL, give it a name, give it some tag. Private, I want to receive a notification once it's complete, run it in probably Windows 10 environment, use certain playbook while you are analyzing this, and if there is a need for simulating the internet connection, just do that. And all of this is too much of a task. Can I leverage automation? Can I leverage the workflows? Absolutely yes. So ThreadGrid provides API and SecCorX provides orchestration. So we are looking at orchestration tab and workflows. There are atomic actions, which are single individual actions that you would do, and a workflow which can combine multiple single atomic actions, right? Let's start and build it up with a single simple use case. So here is one workflow. It's pretty simple. So you could ideally have used many of these APIs, right? We are going to use submit TG submit URL as an atomic action, and the workflow itself is pretty simple. Whatever you're going to submit, whatever you're going to input, is that a URL? If so, it will continue, and if not, the logic will terminate, right? So the input should be a URL, and if it is so, it will submit that URL automatically. That's basically the simple use case, right? So let's get back to the SecCorX, and I'm in this case, instead of copy pasting what I would simply do is load the SecCorX actions that are available to me right over here. So the simplest one, which is over here, which we just did, is submitting the URL, and all I would do is just click on that, and that would ensure that the URL has been submitted, right? Eventually, once you know that this URL has been submitted, what you could eventually do is you could go and say block this domain, right? And that's where you do enforcement, right? Again, one click enforcement, right? Your response and your remediation are with one or two or fewer clicks. Let's try to just complicate or take this to the new level or the next level. During this COVID-19 situation, if you were following the adversaries on internet, right, we had a couple of them. The one we are going to evaluate next is right over here. So if you look at this particular casebook, it's all automated, right? I did not do this. It's been done by the entire workflow, right? So the workflow is pretty simple. Let me just show you the workflow. So here is the workflow. This particular workflow is built by my colleague Oksana, but the workflow goes like this, right? You visit a website, ACSC website, you fetch the IOC file, extract all the IOCs from this, and try to enrich them using SecCureX threat response. And if you find any targets from your environment, make a note of which module has found which target, and then you create a WebEx team message. And if there are no targets, that's okay. But if there are targets, you post the message about the target details, or post the email about the target details and the modules who have seen it. And then finally, you go and create a casebook and update the observables. And if there were any targets, do so. And that's where you end. So this mundane task where you would go and query is already automated. This is something that could be automated, right? So precisely this is basically the site from where the workflow is going to pick up, which is Australian Cybersecurity Center, from where the workflow is going to pick up the techniques and other informations, right, or the IOCs from the file over here. Eventually, I have used other examples of Cyber Threat Coalition, which is community effort on building the block list for COVID-19 themed phishing campaigns, and eventually the US CISA Cert alert as well, which has a couple of articles around COVID-19 themed phishing emails, right? So this is mainly the target. Now let's look at the workflow. So let's get back to the workflow. So here is the workflow. One of the workflow is right over here, right? And it as explained, pretty simple. Get the indicators, particular site, parse those IOCs, enrich. After enriching, for each module, 9, 10, whatever modules you have configured, inclusive of Cisco, non-Cisco, query them. For whatever each module returns, read those targets, construct the messages, and shoot an email. Also, create casebook. If it does not exist, create it. If it does exist, just update the casebook with the new observables, or whatever you have found in the recent run, and finally end. Right? Pretty simple, straightforward workflow, but can save a lot of work hours for SecOps team, right? As a result, what has happened is I have the automated workflow and I have my casebook already created and already in place. Next, what I want you to observe is what could be the result of such automated workflow. So if you see here on the left, I have email where the module is umbrella, and it's triggered because there were some sightings against those observable which we queried. The second one on the right hand side, if you see, again I have used SEC Mango Pod 1 as a Gmail account for the workflow to automatically trigger email alerts to my email ID. But if you see, the module here is email security appliance, and because we were looking at the phishing emails, right, those observables related to COVID-19 domains, Eric was one of the users who had received such email. And lastly, towards the bottom, if you see AMP isolation approval, again one workflow is there which has automatically identified the endpoint, and it has already triggered me a tier 2 approval to go ahead and isolate this particular endpoint, right? So I can approve or reject for SecCureX orchestration to automatically take the action whether to isolate the endpoint or not. And next, now I want you to observe the results, right? So if you remember, we submitted the URL, the first workflow. Here is the workflow which I run, and here is the result of that workflow. You see the tiny URL Visual Sandbox, and it has a score of 81, which is bad. I showed you automated workflow where we received email alerts. Those email alerts were because of these automated workflow there, right? And all of them are over here.
So definitely, as we have experienced, it was more than just a dashboard, right? Before SecCoreX, as we saw, we were going to each of the console. It would roughly take 32 minutes for you to take observables, investigate each observable into multiple consoles, grab the information, and then for remediation, coordinate with multiple teams, right? Probably there is a firewall team doing a different blocks, there is a proxy team doing a different block, there's an endpoint team, and so on. But when it comes to SecCoreX, it was just less than 5 minutes, right? SecCoreX threat response is integrated across the Cisco security infrastructure, and we could get all of those intelligence in one single view and do remediations with 1 or 2 clicks. We eventually saw how SecOps admins could use secure threat response to get a bigger view or a complete context of that particular threat with fewer clicks, right? You could see what were the targets for the observables that you were querying, what modules were providing what sort of information about those observables. You could extract the observables with fewer clicks using the SecCoreX ribbon. You could eventually query these intelligence across multiple modules, right? That's something that was reducing the time to respond and remediate an attack. All the actions, the response actions were available right in the drop-down menu. As we saw in the automation workflow, the same workflow could further be optimized and you could bring in more atomic actions into this. So on top of whatever workflow was shown, further down the line, you can improvise it to be able to send approval requests for automated recommended actions. You could eventually send your automated actions in this email, or you can send messages in the WebEx team. So in the screenshot, if you see, there is already a message that is ready for the WebEx team, and it also contains recommended automated remediation actions. If the user or the admin approves it, what actions would be taken, and what is the context of the entire thread. And this is where the admin can accept or remove this particular action, and basis of that, the follow-up task would be done. Right? So this is what will help you continuously verify the trust and automate the changes that you need to bring into the trust as part of the overall Zero Trust implementation. Lastly, this is how we are doing the SecCoreX and Zero Trust, right? As demonstrated in the example, it's not just trust-centric. Cisco SecCoreX is making the entire solution clubbing threat-centric solution along with a trust-centric solution, right? More integrated product across Cisco plus the partner ecosystem. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Giri, Bhishma, Paraswatan, and Sandeep for a very splendid session. In the first segment, our presenters have taken us through secure remote access with Zero Trust, securing workforce anywhere, and SecCoreX. Moving forward now, in the next segment of Security Experience Center, our presenters will take us through the Cisco on Cisco use cases and Cisco MDR. Let's listen in.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're enjoying SecCon this year. Some amazing technologies that we've seen from Cisco. I'm James Jersh. I'm an identity architect within Cisco's InfoSec organization, and I want to share with you this cool T-shirt that I just got. Working safely from home. Isn't that awesome? Today, we're going to look at how do you improve that work-at-home experience. Many of the questions that you have are, how can I expose my internal application safely? How can I ensure that the health and trust of that device meets my corporate standards? And lastly, how can I trust that that it's my employee that's authenticating? Cisco IT had these same similar questions. And today I have with me Carlos Martinez, my counterpoint from Cisco IT. In a few minutes, he's going to discuss how Cisco answered these questions and give us a great demo. But first, let's take a look at the breadth of what Cisco IT supports. Cisco has a workforce of over 120,000 users that work out of 434 offices globally. Then in March, Cisco mandated a work-at-home mandate, and that 434 offices turned into over 120,000 remote work-at-home locations. To top it off, Cisco IT supports over 2,500 internal applications. Let's take a look at just one of those applications. I'm working at home, browsing my email from the cloud on my home network, and I come across an email for an upcoming training course I have signed up for that wants me to confirm my attendance. I take a look at the link. I validate that it's a trustworthy link. I go to click on the link, and what comes back? Site not found. Why is this? This is a really poor user experience. The reason is that this particular internal application has not been exposed to the internet. Now we're going to pass it off to Carlos to show us how we can expose this application to the internet securely and safely. Take it away, Carlos.
Thanks, James. Now, for all of you, you may think that allowing access to an internal application would be complex. However, in this example that aligns with Cisco IT's deployment, I'll show that it's actually quite simple using technologies from Duo. Cisco IT's requirements of the solution were to allow a corporate device access to an internal application. In order to access the application, both the user and device require they actually pass trust validation. The heart of the solution is a Duo Network Gateway that leverages the Duo Cloud along with the Duo Health Check, Trusted Device Validation, and Duo MFA. Now let's walk through the steps here. So starting with A, we have a corporate device connected to their home Wi-Fi network, B as shown on this slide. The device is requesting access to an internal application via C, the Duo Network Gateway. Before the Duo Network Gateway will allow access to an internal application, it'll reach out to E, the Duo Cloud, to validate the trust of the device, which is determined by Duo Health Check and Trusted Device Solutions. In addition to device trust validation, the user is prompted to authenticate and their trust is validated with F, Duo Multi-Factor Authentication. And finally, the user is allowed access to G, the internal application. Although a lot is going on to validate the user and device trust, it all happens in a matter of seconds and is seamless to the user. So now let's go ahead and we'll walk you through a brief demo. But in this demo, as part of the demo, actually, we'll show you the user attempting to access an internal application via the Duo Network Gateway. First, we'll start by showing you a user attempting to access an internal application from a computer that is not managed by Cisco. Next, we'll show you what the experience is when someone attempts to access a resource from a corporate device that doesn't meet the security requirements defined by the IT administrator. And last, we'll show you that same device successfully accessing the resource when the device meets all the security requirements. As I mentioned in this first example, the user is attempting to connect to an internal application made externally available via the Duo Network Gateway. First, the user will be prompted to provide their credentials, including MFA. The user receives a prompt indicating that IT will validate the device to ensure it meets all of the requirements in order to access this test application. In our particular example, we've implemented Duo's trusted endpoint policy, which allows Cisco IT to limit access to Cisco managed endpoints. In addition, we also require the Duo Health app be installed in order to check the security posture of the device. Now, because the device is not trusted, the user receives or will receive a prompt that they fail the check. Now, in this example, we'll attempt to access the same test application, but this time from a corporate-issued laptop that is managed by Cisco. Just like the last example, the user provides their credentials and device validation will take place. And here, what you'll be able to see is that the device fails to meet the security requirements defined for this application. And the user receives an explanation as to why the device check failed and what remediation steps they must take to gain access. So I'll go ahead and make sure that the firewall is now enabled. And as you can see, I met all of the requirements and was able to gain access. So this concludes the brief demo, and I'll pass it over back to you, James, for a conclusion.
Thanks, Carlos. That was an awesome demo. In summary, we saw how you can protect your internal applications leveraging the Duo Network Gateway. We also saw how you can verify the integrity of your corporate devices leveraging the Duo Trusted Device and Duo Health Check solution. And lastly, we saw how you can verify the integrity of the user with Duo MFA. Thank you and stay safe. And remember to wash your hands and to leverage Cisco technology.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Madsick. I'm happy to be with you today. I'm going to work through a description of the Cisco Managed Detection and Response Service. This 24/7 service helps to reduce the breach detection and response times. Some of the challenges that our customers have been telling us about are that they're having trouble retaining, keeping, hiring, and training security expertise, resulting in SOCs that are understaffed or security operations centers. Those that are staffing are overwhelmed with the number of alerts and disparate products in the environment. And last, those resources are unable to keep pace with the current threat landscape. And this results in businesses being prone to a breach more than ever. Now, this slide is not meant to be a scare tactic. It's meant to convey some statistics that we needed to analyze to determine how Cisco can help meet the demands of our customers are facing that we just spoke about. So let's spend a couple of minutes talking about these statistics. Nearly half of the alerts in an organization received each day go uninvestigated. In other words, organizations in a 2019 study were nearly 1/3 more likely to experience a breach within 2 years than they were in 2014. It took substantially longer to identify and contain a breach in the case of malicious attack. On this slide, you'll see a combined 314 days in the breach lifecycle that results in an average cost of a data breach of $3.9 million. We needed to consider these statistics and the challenges our customers are undergoing in the development of the managed security service from Cisco. We developed Managed Detection and Response, or MDR. This service uses an expert team of researchers, investigators, and responders located in security operations centers around the globe, threat intelligence and automation platforms that are hosted in the cloud-native delivery of analytics, defined investigation and response playbooks to bring rigor and discipline to security operations. This cloud-native architecture, leveraging Cisco's proven secure cloud architecture. This is Stealthwatch Cloud, AMP for Endpoint, Threat Grid, and Umbrella, deliver unmatched detection and visibility across cloud, network, and endpoint. Of course, we deliver this in a customer portal where you're able to interact and review all of the work that is being done on a customer's behalf. And something we're very proud of is implementing an integration with the Talos Incident Response Team. So we'll talk a little bit about the life cycle of advanced threat detection and response. The detection phase is driven by one of several possibilities. We receive alerts directly from these platforms or through correlation where there's not just a single event, but a combination of events in a series of events. Correlation could occur against threat intelligence or machine learning. Once the detection has occurred, we move into an analysis phase. This phase is all about information gathering. This is where the first round of automations also occurs. We enrich and add attribution to these incidents so that we have a goal to gather enough information to allow the Cisco threat investigator to answer one question. Does this event need to be brought to the attention of our customer? And then a ticket is created. In the investigation phase, the Cisco threat investigator runs additional playbooks and automations to determine the impact and urgency of the event by identifying the scope and hunting for root cause. In this step, they create a write-up of the activity and start to form their response recommendations. When we reach the response phase, response can take action in one of two ways: immediately via the MDR SOC for critical incidents or via ServiceNow approvals for a customer. This activity is all captured in the MDR customer portal, where we'll go next. So let's take a look at the interface that a customer would experience the MDR service through. This is the landing page for MDR. This provides a one-step for all service interactions. This is where a customer can access the service level dashboard. They can view all open and historical tickets and case management workflows for maximum visibility into all activities occurring on their behalf. Corrective action can be taken through the portal interface with the ability to approve or reject a response. This actions could be inclusive of blocking some suspicious files, domains, and more. So let's dive into what a ticket might look like. Here you see a list of all of the open tickets. You'll see here columns that state priority, created time and dates, and a description of these tickets that are open for this particular customer. We're going to look at an individual ticket here that I've highlighted as the third. DGA domains are randomly generated using an algorithm or formula that malware can calculate on the fly to find what domain they need to connect to for progressing their attack, such as downloading additional malware, looking for C2, etc. In the example that we'll go through, telemetry from Umbrella has fed our analytics platform and has triggered an alert for activity. A domain generation algorithm, or DGA domain, and a respective threat intelligence ticket has been created. This is triggered by the alert log from Umbrella. We can see the DGA in the title of the ticket here, and as humans, we can quickly see that the domain looks fairly odd. But for a computer, it's much more difficult for it to determine what is normal versus what is odd. To solve this use case makes use of machine learning, which in our usage means using and applying statistical models and statistical analysis to give the platform the ability to predict the likely validity of a domain. So let's transition from this main list of tickets to the detail behind this event. Opening the ticket, we can immediately see a few attributes bubbled up to us as the customer. Even knowing a little about DGA, we can read down this table and get a quick overview of the ticket. True positive, confirmed, malware, downloader. This information is at a glance on whether or not this is information that we need to read more about. The threat investigator has been populating this information through the course of the investigation. And in this view, it gives us a bit of a quick peek at what's going on and identifies what kind of threat is it, how far in the kill chain has it progressed. In this case, the threat is combined malware downloader that is attempting to install. From here, we can expand on the executive summary and get more of a write-up of what's occurring in real English language. So what you'll learn here, why was the ticket created? Why should the customer care? And how does it impact them? For our DGA domain example, the threat investigator identifies that there is not just one request seen, but more than 1,000, and that the domain requested belonged to a known malware family. The next section goes into more detail. A technical summary section starts to get into the technical information about this event. It has more specific information about DGA and how it operates to attack, and more information about the malware family that was seen. The investigator will also start to pull out information bits from the information from raw data and populate that information here, distilling down the relevant information for a customer to learn, understand, and capture the impact to their business. In our case, the investigator pulled out a list of domains that were seen. This provides an easy way for the customer to view important details about the event without having to wade through raw data themselves. The next supporting evidence section dives one step deeper. The supporting evidence section contains the proof that supports the explanations we saw in the previous sections. The first is host attribution information. It has been our experience that there is no such thing as too much identifying information about a host that is exhibiting suspicious behavior. But it is possible not to have enough. So to ensure that we are able to provide as much information as possible, we have created a playbook whose sole purpose is to go out and search for the information for each event. In our case, it was able to find the IP address that was in an umbrella log, correlate that to AMP, where it was able to pull hostname, OS, and other attributes. This section also contains the raw data itself. This allows the customer to review the same data the investigator did if they wish to. This leads us to the recommended mitigation section. The recommended mitigation section contains the investigator's recommendations, where we approach response, we view it as being able to isolate or remove a threat from the network, and to block or prevent the reoccurrence. The recommendations are tailored not to use case, but to each event itself. So we're correlating each recommendation to the individual threat, not making assumptions the same occurs for every event. In our case of DGA, we have domains and their associated IP addresses where we recommend blocking and taking proactive steps to prevent the threat from spreading or reoccurring. If during the course of the investigation, the investigator tracks the activity back to something like a toolbar installed in a user's web browser, where the subtotal threat is one user experiencing extra ads, the recommendation will be different than if the malware causing this activity is more nefarious one, such as Emotet or TrickBot. The recommendations would go farther and include isolating the host from the network, protecting the business. These recommendations are also done on a per attribute basis, an attribute being an instance of a domain, an IP, or a hash. This means the approval from the customer can also take place on a per attribute level. The recommended mitigation actions also appear at the bottom of the ticket for a customer's view. Here, the customer can view the recommendation of each individual attribute. Clicking on the Click Here button will open the dialog box as shown here, where the customer can then approve or reject the recommended action. Doing this will feed the response and automatically implement the action if it's approved. Next, let's take a look at the dashboard. The customer MDR dashboard is a single place where you can see the effectiveness of the MDR service to secure your business. It presents the service metrics that allow you to recognize the detection of threats, most common threats detected, the importance of each Cisco intelligence product, again, AMP for Endpoint, Umbrella, StealthWatch Cloud, and ThreatGrid, in detecting and responding threats within the environment. Which stage of the kill chain are you mitigating the threats, and direct launch to the main products for intel sources. Active incidents display the distribution of the threat incidents by assigned severity. This has a direct influence over the impact and urgency. By clicking in one of the severities, the portal will launch a filtered list of incidents by that severity. We want you to have a majority of minor incidents, meaning the security provided by Cisco products and detection is happening early stages to avoid threats from spreading and causing business impact. The active threats by category display is the distribution of threat incidents by threat category as defined in the attack market definition. By clicking on one of the categories, the portal will launch a filtered list of the incidents of that particular type. This allows you to understand the most common threats within your environment and implement security policies to evolve your defenses to be more effective in protecting the business. Active threats, the products that are involved in detection, displays the number of incidents detected by each of the products used to collect telemetry. By clicking in any one of these products, the portal will launch a filtered list of the incidents that were detected by that product. And then products involved in response. This displays the number of incidents response that contained information from each one of the products used to collect telemetry. By clicking in one of these products, the portal will launch a filtered list of the incidents that have response information. The above widgets allow you to realize the value of the Cisco product in both detection and threats and accurate response. Without telemetry from these products, a number of incidents would not have been detected or would not have been investigated properly, which could reduce the effectiveness of the mitigation action. Finally, incident state trending. This displays the trending number of incidents by state. As time passes, we want to keep control over the number of threats in a new state to ensure the security policy and monitoring are effective at avoiding the majority of threats. We also want to see the consistent number of we've detected threats are being mitigated timely. The cyber kill chain displays the number of threats in each stage of the cyber kill chain. This indicates the life cycle of a threat. How early were you able to detect and stop it? What you want is the majority to be in the early stages of the chain, meaning you've stopped them before they could do any actual damage to systems, impact the business, or cause financial losses. Access to the product portals and incident response. This is where you can cross-launch into the Cisco security products and relevant intel sources to facilitate ongoing research and investigations. The Cisco Managed Detection and Response Service can advance your security capabilities. With higher confidence in detection and response capabilities, with proven methodologies, unique intelligence, and an expert team. This 24/7 by 365 daily analysis, investigation, and response reduces the mean time to detect and the mean time to respond to security threats, protecting your business. Thank you and have a great afternoon.
On this Q&A panel again. It was just prediction of the demos which were there, including the products, showcasing all the capabilities which are there. So a couple of questions from the users. Bhishma, this is a question for you. In terms of the solution that has been shown, we would like to understand how will the agentless look at the posture of a machine and a user level? Will it look at both of them or only either a single one of them?
Hey, thanks, Pratik. What I feel is it's a very valid question. When we talk about it, we often talk about the two pieces and the user and the devices. They are not two separate entities. They are a one single entity. So when we talk about the posturing capability, we look at a posture of a device by using technologies like Duo, ICE, and especially you talk about the agentless. So on the agentless front, what we're doing is essentially collecting metadata and telemetry data from the device, where we are fetching what sort of an application is the device running, what sort of an operating system is the device having, whether it is meeting my organization's compliances or not. And based on that, we enforce an action. We enforce a trust validation and guarantee access. Now comes the user side. A user is slightly different from a machine. And when you want to enforce or do a validation of the user, you need to look at whether this is the right user and whether this user is connecting from where he is supposed to be connecting. For example, a user may be connecting from India at the moment, and all of a sudden, within less than 10 minutes, you see a similar request coming from US. Humanly not possible that you can travel across the globe in less than 10 minutes, which raises a concern. So the solutions that we're talking about look at enforcing this adaptive security, wherein the security learns that, okay, this is the posture of this user. He's never supposed to be logging in from here. And then it goes in enforcing the actions. And this goes back to doing the continuous verification periodically again and again every time we see a new request, which is essentially one of the foundational pillars of building an effective zero trust story.
Thanks, Krishna, for the elaborate answer. My next question is for Sandeep, who showcased SecureX as a platform. So, Sandeep, one of the questions that I had was, considering SecureX has a lot of capabilities in terms of identifying, in terms of integrations, in terms of having a single dashboard,
So we would like to understand that what are the upcoming exciting orchestration use cases which are there, and how do our customers get access to it?
Good evening, everyone. Prateek, I must say that's an exciting question. And during the demo, something that I couldn't show is SecureX to the customers basically offers a feature called as importing the workflows, right? So if you have already done some work, so the hint is or the lead is, as a customer, you guys can today go to GitHub, search for SecureX, and you would be able to find a lot of SecureX related workflows, right? Just to quote few examples, for example, if you are a StealthWatch enterprise customer and you are also using Cisco Umbrella and you want all those bad IPs which were involved in these alarms to be automatically picked up and an incident to be created, sent for approval, and on approval, you want SecureX to automatically go and add these bad IPs to the destination list of Cisco Umbrella. Right. Another example, if you are a StealthWatch cloud customer and you are using CDO and you have noticed data exfiltration or hoarding related events and you want to automatically create a workflow to add such bad IPs to the destination object or to an access list on the firewall, you can do that, right? So if you're asking me the count, I mean the use cases are limitless. It's on the customers how excited they are to go and try out these use cases. Over to you, Pratik.
Thanks, Sandeep. So how do the customers access it? With all security products, does it come, or it comes with selected Cisco security products only?
I mean, absolutely, it is. SecureX is free, right? So SecureX is free. You buy any Cisco security product, SecureX as a platform comes free with that. And during my demo, I tried showing how could someone go and leverage third-party integration. So definitely, I would say it's not limited to Cisco security product. It's on customer. How do they unleash the power of SecureX?
So thanks, Sandeep. Sarah, my next question is for you regarding MDR, which was a very elaborate explanation what was provided in terms of services of managed detection response. It is today's current need as we see, considering the right kind of skill set and the resources that we have in the market and the shortage against it. So the supply and the demand gap. So what we would like to understand is, if there is a shortage or the current way the COVID things are happening where people are facing a shortage in the market, this service will actually help address this challenge in a more comprehensive and a more informative way. Is the understanding correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's really what we're talking about here today is that these tools are amazing. We're thinking about Zero Trust and Duo and Tetration, StealthWatch Cloud, all brought together with the power of SecureX. But bottom line, some of our customers and partners are challenged with resources to monitor their existing technologies. And what we've built is a managed detection and response service that brings together the Cisco tools, the technology, and the people around the globe to be able to monitor on behalf of our customers and take those powerful actions that Sandeep was just talking about on the customer's behalf, maybe in the middle of the night when they're not able to staff their own organization, but certainly 24/7.
So thanks, Sarah, for the elaborate one. That's the questions that we had from the customer segments. Afshan, over to you now.
Sarah, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, was there another question for me?
So you are asking me? So I am the only representative from customer side?
I apologize if that question is for me. I missed the question.
No, Sarah, it was not for you. Afsal, if you could just take it over to the next segment, which is there.
Okay, perfect.
Of
Okay.
customer.
Okay, thank you, Prateek. Done. Thank you, Prateek, for moderating the Q&A session, and thank you, James, Carlos, and Sarah. I must really say this. The session was very impressive and very informative. I'm sure our customers loved the session. Thank you so much once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for recognizing our esteemed customers for the best Cisco security implementations. Over to Vishak Raman.
Good evening. What a day it has been, lot of great insights to what's actually happening in the marketplace. And after a day long, you got to actually honor the people, the real cyber warriors who actually withstood the storm. The pandemic has been very tough on all of us. And those defenders who actually mitigated those attacks needs to be recognized. And at SecCon, we continue to acknowledge those tireless defenders and acknowledge their hard work in terms of defending their enterprise setup and making sure that the cyber resiliency is met with their customers. So in this segment, what I would like to actually share is different customer implementations, which is actually being chosen, and we acknowledge those customers. And that's an exciting part for us. Let me start with the first segment of public sector. And public sector is on a constant targeted attack. And these attacks on them are state-sponsored, well-funded, and still those tireless defenders make sure their setup is protected against attacks. And if I have to bring upon the first public sector customer who we would like to acknowledge is Airports Authority of India, who actually deployed very strong email security, which followed by their NGFW deployment. And mind you all, email is still the largest single attack vector. Close to about 85% of attack vectors actually come through email. And that's the statistics, what we've seen in the last 6 months. And to actually sort of walk us through and help us understand how Airports Authority of India went ahead with their email security implementation, we do have Mr. S.K. Malik, GM of Airports Authority of India. Good to have you, Mr. Malik, and thanks for coming on live, and congratulations on this award. We just want you to, sir, you're on mute.
First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks for inviting me to this forum and allowing me to speak something. So during last 2 years, we keep on upgrading our IT infrastructure. And we have also upgraded the security features in our data center. And during last 2 years, we have taken a lot of initiative to upgrade our existing IT infrastructure. Now for maintaining the business continuity, we don't have DR. That also we have. We are creating now DR infrastructure in Hyderabad. And almost, I think, in DR and DCs, we are using the Cisco product and solutions. And regarding the security features, I think whatever security features now we have installed in our DC, I think that is meeting our requirements. And we have never found any cyber attack during last 1 year. And even if we last year, so we had, I think, one cyber attack on our AI website. So after that, we have taken the due attention to upgrade our security tools in our data center. So now I think say our security features are quite strong to protect our existing IT installations, and we are very much happy that whenever we have any technical issues, we are getting continuous support from the Cisco, and we want to maintain a very strong relationship with the Cisco, and we'll also hope that we'll continue to get the similar help and support in terms of technical assistance for the time to come.
Thank you, Mr. Malik. Thank you for your kind words. Appreciate you sharing your experience on Cisco email security and as well as our NGFW. That's the email vector and the network vector which you have actually plugged in. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you joining us. So with this, we'll shift gears back to a very important large segment, which is our enterprise segment. I would like to invite our Director for Enterprise Segment, Mr. Kunal Kaul, to walk us through these awards for Enterprise Segment. Over to you, Kunal.
Thanks, Vishak, and very good afternoon to everyone who's joined. Let me first start by giving a little bit of an overview of the enterprise segment for Cisco India. The enterprise segment comprises of the top 80 to 100 customers for Cisco India across all segments, ranging from IT services to banking and financial services to the industrial segment, which includes manufacturing, automotive, pharmaceutical, and so on. The enterprise segment is very, very important because this is a segment which sets the benchmarks for the rest of the industry to follow, both from a technology innovation and adoption standpoint, and also from the standpoint of how solutions are being deployed in large accounts and large customers, and then obviously that gets replicated to the rest of the market. So a very, very exciting space for us, and especially during the pandemic period, the kind of innovation that we saw happening across all customers in the enterprise segment was absolutely phenomenal. And with that, I am very, very happy to announce the first award in the enterprise segment for the largest Cisco Duo deployment in India. And the award for that goes to Tata Consultancy Services. And on behalf of TCS, I would like to extend this award to Mr. Ashish Narkar, Global Head for Internal IS. TCS recently became the most Okay, I'll go ahead and complete. So TCS recently became the most valuable global tech services player in the world. And the pandemic situation was the real test of resilience and agility for somebody as large as TCS. And they came out as a true winner for their VDI deployment for enabling a large number of users to connect remotely. It was critically important for the user security and authentication to be taken care of. And they did the multi-factor authentication for a very large number of users for the VDI environment using Cisco Duo. And it was a project which was completed in a record span of 45 days. Absolutely amazing achievement. And once again, I would like to congratulate Ashish Narkar and the TCS team for this award.
I am Ashish Narkar from Tata Consultancy Services, and I head TCS's internal IT information security practice globally. We have global workforce of around 450,000 people, and that means we had our task cut out to enable secure remote access to all the workforce in a minimum possible timeline during pandemic. While we initiated a number of projects to achieve secure remote access, adaptive multi-factor authentication for our VDI setup was one most important thing, and we partnered with Cisco for that setup. We were looking at a solution which is scalable, simple, with best-in-class security capabilities. We had evaluated Cisco Duo earlier, and we thought that fits into the security strategy very well. We straight away decided to go ahead with the deployment, and we had to complete that deployment within few weeks of time. What really helped us during this tough time was excellent support from Cisco and all other partners for that matter, which really helped us complete all the projects as expected with the pressure that our teams were facing. We thank you, Cisco, for this special award and recognition for our team's effort. With Cisco's customer focus and our team's excellent execution capabilities, we could complete all the projects on time. Finally, on behalf of entire IS team, I would like to dedicate this award to my ex-boss, late Mr. Amit Jain, who unfortunately is not with us, and we really miss you, Amit. All of us miss you dearly. Thank you, Cisco, for this opportunity, and looking forward for great joint successes together.
Okay, moving on to the next category, the award for effectively protecting users everywhere goes to L&T Technology Services and Mr. Chetan Shah, General Manager IT. L&T Technology Services implemented Umbrella for on-prem and roaming users, over 10,000 users, and this became a one-stop shop for URLs, malicious domains, and application visibility. The meticulous planning led to a very, very quick rollout of the project. I congratulate Mr. Chetan Shah and the team from L&T Technology Services.
And networking are facing a significant transformation today. Wide-scale adoption of cloud applications and increasing remote workers, expansion of branch offices has rendered this centralized on-premises security model impractical. The convenience, cost savings, and performance benefits of going direct to the internet is driving the new approach of networking. We at LTTS were looking at DNS security-based solutions. We have evaluated Cisco Umbrella as a solution where we looked at the application discovery, shadow IT reports, user visibility in terms of usage, either off-prem or on-prem. It also has a lightweight agent-based solution with minimum effort to roll out on all the roaming and remote users. It delivers the complete visibility into internet activity across all locations, devices, and users, and block the threats before they ever reach to the LTTS network or endpoints. Post-deployment, we could realize that it detects and prevents the various threats related to command and control, phishing, DNS tunneling, crypto mining, adware, potential harmful domains, malware, and dynamic DNS harmful domains. It also generates the in-depth report that gives us the complete visibility of threat over the internet across the organization. We are also in the process of integrating this with our proxy solution.
Moving on to the next award, it is for the largest Cisco Umbrella deployment, and the award goes to Cognizant and Mr. Ganesh Kumar Karupaswamy, Director Corporate Security. Cognizant is again one of the largest global IT services players, and they, along with the team from Cisco, built a robust yet cost-effective DNS security solution for over 150,000 roaming users globally in the shortest span of time during the pandemic. Once again, this is a one-stop solution for deeper visibility and control over users and preventing them from accessing malicious domains, URLs, and IPs. Once again, I congratulate Cognizant and Mr. Ganesh Kumar Karupaswamy for this award. Moving on to the next award, which is for successful Cisco security portfolio adoption. And the award goes to First Source, Mr. Samir Babu, Head Information Security. The increasing trend of advanced threats from multiple vectors and the complexity involved in defending them with heterogeneous point product environments has always been one of the biggest challenges for most organizations. The debate between having an integrated architecture versus best of breed has been going on for quite some time, but I think First Source answered that question very, very effectively. In order to simplify and manage the threat vectors effectively, they adopted Cisco products across 6 dimensions and had a single pane of glass for management and a single dashboard view using SecureX for all of them, which not only met but exceeded their expectations. So once again, I congratulate FirstSource and Mr. Samir Babu for this award. And now we get to the last award in the enterprise category, which is for transforming the security landscape with Cisco Security. And this award goes to Wipro, Mr. Sheetal Mehta, the Chief Information Security Officer for Wipro. Wipro is again one of the largest IT services players headquartered in India. Threat defense has always been about efficiency, but at Wipro, to keep the network, to keep the complex network, the widespread users and applications safe from attackers, Cisco Security turned out to be a very well thought choice. The deployment of Cisco Umbrella, Cisco Next Generation IPS, and the Cisco Identity Services Engine not only strengthened their threat defense capability, but it also improved their ability to gain deeper visibility and shorten time to detect potential threats. I congratulate Wipro and Mr. Sheetal Mehta for this award.
Thank you, Kunal. Thank you for stepping up and rightfully enterprise sets the benchmark in terms of defining the yardsticks in terms of deployment. Thank you, Kunal.
You're welcome, Vishal.
Moving on to the next segment from commercial, they have 1,600 accounts, and they've been the most highest penetration in terms of security has been with commercial segment. And to honor the customers, the cyber warriors, let me bring you back to Mr. Sudhir Nair, Managing Director of Commercial Segment. Over to you, Sudhir.
Hey, Vishak, just audio check. Hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, loud and clear, sir.
Okay. First of all, congratulations to the previous award winners. It's a great, all are fantastic brand names, and we are so fortunate that we have all of you as our customers, especially on security. Coming to commercial, as Kunal said, the top 1,800 accounts are managed by the enterprise team, and we manage about 1,800 accounts in India, and then we have valuable customers in SAARC countries, which is Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, because security threats doesn't spare anyone. Whether you are a small country like Maldives, which is a smaller country, smallest country that we manage, full of tourism, we have security threats there, and down to India. Look, over the last 30 years in my career, we were always trained that precision, precision, precision. And in the last 7 months, I learned that you need adaptability along with precision. Now, when you come to security, you need both, because it's like if you are a bowler, you have to get the batsman out only once, and that's really how all the mischievous people outside believe. And the job of all our customers and us is to make sure that we never get bowled out and we always are defending ourselves. So I'm so pleased to announce the next 5 winners. We'll go one by one. I think first up is an organization which caters to almost 8 different industries. They build digital solutions, and they have more than 18,000 agents. And they did a phenomenal job to make sure within the first couple of days of the whole problem starting, they got everybody to work safely from home. And they went ahead and adopted zero trust motion, and you will hear very soon from the customer themselves. But this is one of possibly the second largest duo adoptions within the entire country. So I'm so pleased to announce that this award goes to Global Logic, and they are represented by Mr. Alok Malik, who's the AVP IT.
My name is Alok Malik. I am the Global Head for Information Security in Global Logic. As part of our security ecosystem, while we have invested in the best suite of security over the last couple of years, maybe more, to improve our security posture, the cyber resiliency and compliance, But at the end of the day, these are the security tools that require good skill set to implement for them to achieve the best out of them. And then second, in a heterogeneous environment, it is extremely important to understand how these products can share context and threat intel across these control points to make informed decision to reduce the TTD and the TTR. Now, while we were looking out in the market for different security products, so we came across Cisco, and then Cisco did help us address our core security issues with the power of integrated security architecture to deliver unified visibility, accelerate the time to detect, remediate, and investigate. Then the new technology, which is based on the zero trust across network users and application, is well built and recognized in the industry. And what we feel with all these products, Cisco is doing the right things to deliver security and simplicity. Thank you.
So congratulations again to Mr. Malik and the entire team which works there. I'll now move to a slightly different industry. Healthcare, as you all know, has shown us over the last 7 months that how important is it to save lives. And then there are industries who work along on the technology part to enable healthcare. So the next award goes to another such company who's been doing some pioneering work in making sure that patient care is taken to a new high of digital. And in the last 7 months, they've again done a phenomenal job. Close to more than 16,000 professionals are working there. And again, the job was how do we secure them? So without any further delay, I'm very pleased to announce this award goes to R1 RCM, who are represented by Mr. Sunil. So congratulations to the entire team there.
Hello everyone. First thought of getting a clean shave and getting ready for this prestigious event. Then I realized, let me keep the way it is, because for me this is the realization, the importance of we instead of I, and moving towards us than me. So here I am, a senior manager leading global network operations for R1 RCM. We are an on-net company. When the incident started, the ask was to change to an off-net. We need to re-engineer our existing technology to meet the new business demands. Yes, we did have the technology. I always say we are a proud Cisco shop. But that was not the important factor for us in this journey. This was the partnership and support provided by Cisco and Cisco team. I still remember we had 3 VPN concentrators put into operations, and then suddenly the business demand was adding an MFA to it. And with the support of Cisco team, we could make the infrastructure ready in 4 days, and believe me, within 3 to 4 weeks, we had around 8,000 people enrolled and started working with MFA. So that is the importance of partnership and support which Cisco provided in this journey. Without definitely Cisco and Cisco team support, we would not have achieved this milestone of pushing around 10 plus K in India and another 15 plus K in US, or a total 25K users completely off-net. Thank you very much. Be safe, and let's hope next year we all meet in person and discuss our journey in this tough timing. Be safe.
Didn't I tell you that it is all about adaptability and precision? And here is what you saw, example of both 4 days, 18,000 professionals all starting to work. And I just want to also remind everyone that they are defining the global standards out of India and some of the pioneering work these customers are doing. And we are so proud to be associated with them. I'll move forward to the third award. This organization started working with us on their security journey many years back. And it went to the extent where all the 8 core security products that we have in our architecture, they're using each and every one of them because they are a very important system integrator and a services company, and they work with customers across the globe. So they have to make sure that every single endpoint to every single data point. Everything is highly secured for the thousands of customers they work. I'm personally very happy on this because I worked in this organization 20 years back. So 3 years of my career got spent there. So I'm so pleased to announce that the next award goes to Microland and Mr. Bala, who is now become, I think, a core presenter for all our products. He's using all of them. So if anybody has any doubt, we can always go to Mr. Bala. So congratulations to Mr. Bala and the Microland team.
Hello everyone. Microland is highly committed to deliver secure digital transformation services to our customers globally. To achieve an effective security strategy, you need visibility, control, and monitoring. With Cisco Zero Trust architecture principle based solutions, we were able to embark on this journey successfully. Thank you.
That's again congratulations to the Microland team. I'm moving now to the one industry which obviously we all know is so important, and especially in this time, which is healthcare. And they run probably one of the largest chain of hospitals, at least in South India. And they've done some amazing job during these times, working tirelessly. But the IT team equally has been working very hard to make sure there is zero security breach. So for the amazing work that they've been doing to make sure that Cisco StealthWatch, Cisco Umbrella, AMP Endpoint, all these things are deployed across their thousands of users. The next award goes to Narayan Health, or we also knows them as NH, and Mr. Kumar and the CI and the team are the proud winners of here. Congratulations to the entire team. Now, healthcare cannot survive without the medicines, the vaccination, and so many other pharma products which are really required to treat every single patient, and for sure the COVID patients. So the next award is from a pharma manufacturing company which is doing some amazing work in this field, and they have deployed various of our products from Cisco Email Security to Umbrella to ICE, and I'm so pleased to announce that the last award in my section goes to Divis Laboratories and Mr. Manoranjan and his entire team, who has been responsible for entire architecture implementation. So a big congratulations to them.
Hi, this is Manoranjan Jasti, AGM of IT department at Divis Labs. With the evolving threat landscape, especially with the targeted attacks towards the pharma industry, we were looking for a holistic security architecture and blueprint to address today's and tomorrow's threat. With Cisco security architecture, along with the value of SecureX and CDR, helped us to unify our security operations. And we think the implementation also went very well, and Cisco's features are very much useful in preventing our attacks for the today's and tomorrow's threats.
So thank you very much. With that, Vishak, over to you for the next section.
Thank you, Sudhir. It's amazing to hear the stories from the cyber warriors. It's like the war stories from the trenches, what they walked us through. And we really love those passion. And what is coming out very clearly is our ability to support the customer during. We heard it from R1 RCM, we heard it from Ashish Narkar, Cisco's support. And we would like to thank the CX team for actually holding the support there. And moving on to the next section, which is small, an attacker does not differentiate whether you are an SMB or an enterprise. The value of assets actually matters a lot in any organization per se. Their IP, their intellectual property, and those are extremely valuable even for a small and medium enterprise. And let's hear from our small and medium business leader, Panish PK, talking about his segment and his customer base in terms of awards. Over to you, Panish.
Hey Vishak, thank you so much, and good afternoon to all. Cyber warriors, that's a nice phrase. So congratulations to all the winners, all the cyber warriors. We truly treasure our relationship with you and value your business. So the small segment is a new segment within Cisco, and we cater to tens of thousands of customers. At least we want to cater to all the customers who are not serviced by the colleagues who spoke before me. So I'm very happy to announce two winners, in our segment, two cyber warriors. The first winner is OmniActive Health Technologies and Mr. Satyajit Sarkar, Head of IT. Thank you so much for partnering with us on an integrated approach towards your security architecture transformation. And we do look forward to partnering with you on more projects around network security and CX. So thank you, Mr. Sarkar, and best wishes to you.
Hi folks, this is Satyajit from OmniActive Health Technologies Limited. As a part of our business and operations, we generate a lot of IPs, hence the security is paramount. We also operate in different geographies, so geography specific compliance is also important. When it comes to security, I always prefer platform and a partner who can deliver comprehensive security from a different aspect than moving around here and there with the different solutions and different partners. So we chose Cisco, and our email security, web security, our endpoints all run on Cisco. The Secure is an excellent platform. Through SecureX, you can monitor the entire gamut of security tools together. And the beauty is there is a built-in intelligence in this tools where they can talk to each other and they can complement to each other. We are also in a talk of extending our relationship with some monitoring or SOC services. I am so far very happy with the performance of the tools which we are using, and wish all the best to Cisco and their team for their excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkar. Our second winner is from Lumina Datamatics. It's a they're a knowledge management company, and as you can appreciate, protection of intellectual property is extremely fundamental to their business model. So Mr. Madhavane K, General Manager IT Operations, congratulations to you and thank you for the partnership and business. And also thank you for participating with us in the SB Virtual Summit we had a couple of months back. So we really value this relationship and look forward to partnering with you for all your future projects. Congratulations again.
Greetings everyone. This is Madhavan from Lumina Datamatics. I'm happy to share that we have been exclusively using Cisco security products, right from Cisco Connect, AnyConnect, Cisco Umbrella, Cisco AMP, and all these three in combination have been a really useful tools for us during this pandemic time. So we were able to move almost 99% of our workforce into work from home. And these three products in combination have been really very helpful in ensuring that the endpoint security and the internet security have been taken care. Again, thanks to Cisco security team for being a partner with us and helping us through the tough times of pandemic. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Madhavan. Back to you, Vishak.
Thank you. What a fantastic story of Cisco Security Awards, cutting from enterprise, public sector, commercial, and small business. One thing which is I took away from as a learning out there, if you're standing behind the customer during tough times, they stand behind you. And this is fantastic to hear from the cyber warriors. And probably in the next year, we should coin this word as the cyber warriors per se. And I really thank each and every winners and as well as the segment leaders to step up and then sharing those awards and walking them through the selection process as well. Thank you so much, Sudhir. Thank you, Kunal. Thank you, Panish, for taking your time off. Excellent. Thank you. I will give it back to Ashwan. Back to you.
Hearty congratulations to all our customers. A big hearty congratulations and big kudos to each one of you. Your valuable contribution is definitely appreciated. I now request Vishak and Anil to kindly please do the closing remarks. Anil, you're on mute.
Okay, I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So, first of all, so this is the 13th year we've been doing SecCon across Cisco as a company, and it's a 10th year in APJ in India. We've been running this conference. So, if you look at the code that we frequently use in the context of digitization and security, every business is a digital business or a technology business, and every technology business is a cyber business. Security is so fundamental to operate in the world of digitization. And when we started the security conference as an internal conference 13 years back, the goal was, even though Cisco is a security company as well, we do a lot of business that's outside the core security. The goal was to ensure that our employees, all the way from the people who develop the products to the people who sell the product to service the products, understand the criticality of cybersecurity, understand the dynamics, and at the end of the day, build the products and service our customers by taking into consideration security as a number one factor. Over the last few years, we expanded that over, extended the conference to bring in our partners as well as our customers. So this year, we had it over 3 days. Today is the last day. As part of the conference, we conducted 32 employee bootcamp trainings. We had virtual kiosk that we ran as part of the SecCon. 3 days of virtual conferences for our employees. 1 day that was focused on customers, that is today. 1 day focused on partners, that was yesterday. We, through challenges at our employees to help them work through the security issues, and there were 5 different ones that we ran through. We ran an attack defense based capture the flag for university students, and we had virtual booths that our sponsors ran. Such a vast conference that we've been able to pull through, cutting across all kinds of stakeholders in 3 days is just huge. Let's look at the attendees. Vishak, you want to cover that?
Sure. Moving on to the next part, thank you, Anil. You've been a great partner for us. Security has been always looked at as a closed shell, in closed chambers you discuss, but we actually opened up for our customers and partners 3 years back. This is the 3rd year in a row what we bringing in Cisco's security portfolio back to our customers, back to our partners, and what essentially it did was closing the feedback loop. We had 1,200 Cisco employees attending. We had opening about 300 plus partners yesterday coming and sharing their perspective with the larger Cisco ecosystem per se. And today, let me tell you, close to about 400 plus customers live from the morning to the evening because the content was so rich. And that is something which was watched even in LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. And thanks to all the attendees who actually came in, sort of brought in the perspectives from a cybersecurity point of view. And to add to what we also brought in was industry perspective. And thanks to the SecCon speakers and moderator coming from the industry, we had professors from IIT Madras. We did have CEO of DSCI. We have the Director General of National Critical Infrastructure coming and sharing. And I also had the Cisco executives coming in and sharing, which is John Maynard, Kerry Singleton, John Maynard, the VP of GSSO, Kerry Singleton, the Managing Director of Asia Pacific for GSSO, my boss, all came in through there. And the most interesting part was we actually, for the first time, mixed up the channel along with the Cisco India leadership, Anil, Sajid, and as well as Pankaj and Giri from ISCX, and as well as the VP engineering part of it. That gave us a great mix in terms of knowledgeable discussion where a partner can reach out to the engineering leaders per se. And trust me, the Security Experience Center was mind-blowing. For those people who really love those hands-on experience, that was put through. And today in the morning, we had the customer sessions as well, whereby we had a panel discussion on cyber resilience. We had Al Huger, the VP of SBG, coming and explaining about the SecureX architecture per se, followed with a deeper dive from our customers in terms of presenting their solution. We also had customer from Hindalco talking about OT security. We had Manish from Airtel talking about Airtel, how they're actually securing from a CISO perspective and as well as a partnership perspective. So it's been a confluence of great knowledge sharing, and the whole idea about SecCon was share, learn, and kick the bad guys out. And I think the objective is achieved in terms of the knowledge. And we would like to continue this platform despite the pandemic situation. And next year, I'm pretty confident we're going to meet in live. With this, over to you back, SecCon team. It's a huge effort which actually happened at the back end. And I would like to thank everyone who is behind this as rock solid and making sure this entire platform goes through and having millions and millions of views for the last 3 days. Thank you.
Okay, SecCon core team. It's been an amazing performance you put together yet another year. Starting as an internal learning platform, transitioning this to a comprehensive platform for our employees, partners, and customers. It's been really, really awesome. Every year, most of the days I'm there for the closing ceremony, I believe that this is the year that you have really raised the bar in such a way that it's hard. It's a act hard to repeat, but you guys keep raising the bar for yourself. It's been an awesome 3 days, and pulling this off in a virtual fashion. I mean, all of you should be extremely proud of what you have pulled together. It's hard for me to kind of call out every name in the core team. We tried to pull together a picture from everyone together. We could not really get it together. But what I'll be really missing out is the dinner that we have on the last day of the SecCon. Unfortunately, we have to wait for possibly a few more months for us to get together in person and celebrate this together as one team. But proud of you. You should be extremely proud of what you have done. You guys keep raising the bar. Awesome job. Congratulations. All right, back to you.
Thank you so much, Vishak. Thank you so much, Vishak, and thank you so much, Anil, for your kind and warm words. As we come to an end, a big kudos and cheers to everyone. 3 days were incredible, and Cisco SecCon APJC 2020 truly delivered the best of everything. 3 days dedicated to technology, and the outcome was just brilliant. It wouldn't have been possible without the support of our customers, partners, employees, and the entire Cisco team. Thank you so much, everyone, once again for your wonderful support. I would also like to thank our eminent speakers for their marvelous contribution, and Cisco organizing team. Your meticulous planning and flawless execution is worth applauding. Thank you so much once again. I would once again like to thank our partner sponsors, Synopsys, Spirent, and VRV Solutions. Do have a look at our partner videos before we sign out for the day. Thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Afshan. I wholeheartedly thank Cisco for giving me an opportunity to host SecCon APJC 2020. Thank you again. Please do take care of yourself. Stay happy, healthy, and safe. Let's quickly have a look at the videos.